Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Legacy European Tour. We're bringing you the last chance qualifier. That is right. We've got 192 players battling out today to try and get themselves those last 16 slots. Yeah, sorry, we need to put our glasses on. We're outside in the sun a little bit. That's why you'll notice that we're coming to you in round number 2. There was, a very sunny outside. Me and Martin went, let's just not do this round 1. Let's just have a little time off outside, try and get the tan going a little bit before we bring you down to this amazing match today. Because as we say, this is the regional championships of Europe this weekend. That's going to kick off tomorrow. 2 days we're going to be sending players to the Pro Tour and to the World Championships. But today we're looking for 16 more players to join them. But they've got more than just the 16 invites on the line. They've also got some prizes. Let's go across and have a look at our prizes slide. If I can read them through see them through these glasses. There you go. So top 32, they're going to get themselves some ticks. That is what it is. It's a bit of a consolation prize. Same with 17th down to 24. But realistically, they want to get in that top 16. They want to get themselves the invite to tomorrow. And then on top of that, they can win themselves a bunch of money, some ticks, some boxes, some vouchers. That's all like nice to have, but really everybody here this weekend wants to be playing tomorrow. They want to play for what's on the line. They want to be going to Amsterdam, and they want to be calling themselves the European champion. But as we move into round number 2 here of the last chance qualifier, Martin, who are we going to see and what decks are they playing?
I believe we picked some cool decks for the first round. So we have Ban Toxic, which is a deck that was popular, I think, before OTJ came out. I remember there was one challenge where Ban Toxic went like 9-1, and immediately a lot of people started thinking, hey, is this like Infect in Modern? Is this the deck that's just going to win on turn 3? The mana is a little awkward, but
the problem is it doesn't really get any more to the deck, right? Like it was like one set. Phyrexian RB1 came out.
Yeah.
There's no more toxic creatures being printed after that, so it's very niche what it does. It's just looking for some of those support cards to try and get it through. But what's it up against?
Yeah, we also have Mono Black midrange with a little bit of crime action. So stuff like Tiny Bones joins up. We have Vadmir, we have Karavek. Lots of synergies, lots of card advantage.
Sweet. Well, let's see if we can get down to the feature match and see how they're getting on, if they've shuffled up, ready to go, because today is a closed decklist tournament. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow will be open decklist all weekend, so you'll be able to see those decklists on your, on the screen all throughout, as well as looking how your favorite players are doing this weekend. Hopefully, we give them the thumbs up so they can start kicking off. I feel like between these two decks, being on the play would be pretty huge for the Toxic deck. We're just going to get that swapped around on the screen. We'll swap the deck names are wrong on the screen. Definitely, the Toxic deck does not start with a swamp. I'm gonna.
Yeah, that's just a thing in general in Standard. There's so many good cards that snowball, like Rafina, like Wedding Announcement. You really want to be the first one to play these. You know, Glissa in the green-black deck. You want to be the first person to play Deep Cavern Bad. So winning the dial is really important in Standard, but Ban Toxic is one of those decks that can certainly break serve, as they have a lot of cheap cards, and you can certainly overpower the opponent before they can start playing their 3-drops.
And how key is this? Things like cut down, having that cut down, having these early interactions, keeping the board extremely clear for these Toxic decks, because if they can go wide, it does even 1 point of damage. Realistically, is 2 points of damage, because it not only Toxic does real damage, it also does poison counters, so it comes at you from 2 different angles. And here comes one of probably the best 2-drop in the deck. Is it Jawbone, double striker? Yeah,
Jawbone Duelist. Yeah, like the cheap removal is all you have. The Ban Toxic deck is really good in the first 3 or 4 turns, but as the game goes longer, they are playing cards that are not going to be as good in the log game. They have bounce spells. They have a lot of tempo cards. So the Ban Toxic wants to play a game that lasts 4 or 5 turns, but if the game goes long, their cards are typically weaker than yours, especially in a deck like this with cards like Karavek. With cards like Gix, you can start getting some nice card advantage, and if the game goes long, I would favor the Mono Black player.
So we've got Tiny Bones on the battlefield. We've also got Tiny Bones joins up on the right of your screen. That is in play, the Legendary Enchantment. Little reminder, because obviously this is standard this weekend throughout, that this one you might not see too much in other formats, but it has an ETB, enters the battlefield. Any number of target players each discard a card. Whenever a legendary creature enters the battlefield, under your control. Any number of target players each mill 1 card and lose 1 life. So a little bit of added value there, but realistically just a more of a turn 1 discard. And all these cards are super valuable to these banned toxic decks because they do kind of play as a bit of a creature combo at times. Need a high volume of cards in their hand to be able to get enough toxic damage through. And we're just gonna block this. We're not going to have any double striking going on.
Okay.
And double strike with toxic does work how you think it works. You get double the amount of toxic counters you put on. And with something like a Skrell, that can really sort of escalate the game pretty dramatically and pretty quick.
Yeah, Tiny Points joins up is good, especially with Karavek and Vadmir, because every time you play a legendary creature, you commit a crime by targeting the opponent, draining them for 1, and with Karavek out, it lets you replay a black card from the graveyard by paying 2 life and the mana cost, which is exactly what Fabian's doing. So Karavek, leave 1 black open, trigger Tiny Bones, commit a crime, replay this cast down from my graveyard, kill your Jawbone Duelist, thank you very much, and passes the turn back. With
Got a bit of value there as well.
Yeah.
So like we opted over on Vex's side there, you know, held up the Seed Core. Seed Core can give a creature +2/+1 if it's a 1/1, as long as we've you know, the opponent is corrupted, and corrupted is 3 or more poison counters on the opposite side. So we knew that no protection spells could be cast off it. So it's interesting to see how they wanted to line that up. We've now
switched.
I'm about to say, is the camera switched over?
What is happening?
They're working on it, chat. They're working on it. It's all good. Okay, so Rot Priest going to go with. That's another easy way out for Toxic to win. Couple of Rot Priests on the battlefield, a march can normally end the game straight off the bat without even having to go through combat damage.
I think what happened was that the camera was upside down to begin with. So the decks were correct, but the camera was upside down. So now that we
well, that makes sense. Instead of changing the names, let's just change the camera.
Yeah.
We'll get that. Now we'll get the names swapped over.
Yeah, the Toxic deck certainly needs a little bit of help. It is I think a couple cards short of being truly great. The best card the deck got in the last couple sets was the green-white Fastlane, Reserverge Thicket. And as you said, the deck is mostly just built out of Phyrexia, All Will Be One, and there are just no more toxic creatures being printed. So you're kind of left with building your deck just out of mostly one set, which is why you're seeing cards that normally are a little underpowered compared to what you can play in standard at the moment, like Charge of the Mites or some of these bounce spells.
And a second Tiny Bones that joins up and is the battlefield, so another card discarded. It's going to be an Otawara. And yeah, as you're saying there, like basically that also shows the power of these toxic decks, that they're still able to be in the meta, still be able to put up a fight and win tournaments, even though they're not really getting any more cards printed for them moving forward.
Yeah, I think Toxic is a deck that wants to play in like very specific meta games. I think your good matchups are like the slow decks. You want to play against
Domain.
Domain or maybe Blue-White Control if they don't have a lot of temporary lockdowns, and maybe they only have the Sunfalls and depopulates, and you're gonna draw your counter spell. You're gonna play your 3/1 drops in the first couple of turns, and then you're gonna sit on a counter spell. That's exactly how you want the matches to go. If your opponent has a lot of interaction, if they have the cheap interaction, the cut downs and the deep cavern bats, and they're able to clog the board pretty quickly, then if the game goes longer, you're usually going to have a bad time.
Well, we need to have a blocker or removal spell here because there's lethal on the other side for Victor here on the mono black mid-range deck. Shieldred, well, we know how good that card is in multiple formats.
Yeah,
she's pretty good. Big 4/5 body, death touch. When your opponent draws a card, they lose 2 life. When you draw a card, you gain 2 life. Not the most relevant in this matchup, but this might be just a Hail Mary. We're going to double block here. And trade up,
I like how Victor basically said, like, hey, you know what? Black is the best mid-range color in Standard right now. It has the best removal. It has cut down. It has go for this throw. It has shoot the sheriff. It has the best mid-range creatures that gain value. It has cards like Gix. It has Shieldred. It has Karavek. And Victor just decided, you know what? I want my mana to be good. I don't particularly care for the multicolored cards like Rafina and whatnot. I'm just gonna play mono black. I'm just gonna play the value cards, and I'm gonna have good mana and see where that takes me.
Yeah, it's all pretty good. Like, you know what I mean? Like, we're able to phase them out. So this is one of the other ones. This isn't really a blocker. This, realistically, we want to use this to get blockers out of the way. But using the other mode of it is to prevent damage getting dealt to us. So if we're going to phase out to these creatures here, then no damage will happen. But in response, we're going to Field of Ruin while the shields are down.
That commits a crime. That triggers Kervek. Lets Victor replay the Tiny Bones, joins up from the graveyard. That discards another card from Fabian, so he's no hand.
Ooh,
Yeah, once you have to start casting March as a fog, then you know the game's not going well.
Yeah, looking on paper, it just looks like these decks don't line up very well. This is the sort of matchup we want to be dodging. With Bant Toxic, there's too many blockers over there. Everything's got more than one toughness. It's hard to kind of fight through, and the curve is extremely good with a lot of disruption. Not what we want to be doing. But it does mean we get another turn. We do have 2 mites on the battlefield, and currently there's no blockers, but we have got 0 cards going on. We are living off the top of our deck right now, but what do we need? Bear in mind, I believe we're only on 2 infect right now, 2 poison counters. I don't know if we've even got a good draw here. I'm trying to think. We can't keep going marches because that's just not going to give us any value.
At this point, the game is victors. There really is not much that Fabian can draw. Even if you could stack his library, you're just not going to find cards that can get you out of this situation.
Yeah, we're going to scoop them up. We're going to go to game number 2. Which we can't get the deck list on screen for you just yet, because this is a closed deck list tournament today. Tomorrow will be an open deck list tournament, so in between each match, we'll be able to show you exactly what each player is playing, what they brought to here at the European Championships. But today, we're trying to get those 16 more players to add to that. It looks like it's going to be a huge tournament tomorrow already, looking at the numbers, but obviously we haven't got a final number yet, so I'm not going to say that out on the internet. But how do we, I guess Bant Toxic now on the play. That's going to be a huge boom. We kind of needed that game 1. Realistically, we need to try and get it in under. We need to try and get Corruption online to make some of us, our later game spells a bit more powerful. Also, we didn't know what we're playing against, which that in itself is a huge perspective when building decks. Obviously, yourself, you just came off the Pro Tour. How was your building process going into that Pro Tour, knowing it was an open deck list tournament? Did that make you play any extra one-offs? Did it change your deck decision? Say we can't play that in a closed deck list or open deck list?
Sometimes you do take that into account, and even if you play just 1 sweeper in the main deck or 1 spell pierce, I like doing that, because if your opponent sees that you have 0, then they know they don't have to play around it. But if you do show them, okay, well, I do have at least 1 spell pierce, or 1 is a charm, or some of these cards that are very situational, but they kind of force them to, instead of being able to play everything at instant speed, no problem, sometimes they're going to have to tap out on their own turn if they want to respect one of these cards, and that allows you to maybe, get some extra value out of it, and they're going to make a worse play just because that card is in your deck. So it certainly does influence my decisions. I wouldn't say, drastically, but I do like to play, some situational cards if they're good in the metagame, at least as a one-off, as opposed to just, running all 4s and showing my opponent, hey, I have no instance in my deck. That's just generally not a good idea.
The flip side of that is you also got to play like you have it as well, right? Like, say it's Spell Pierce, for instance. If you keep leaving up 1 blue and your opponent keeps keeping an idea, it keeps leaving 1 blue, it keeps okay, that could be that Spell Pierce. But then on your side, you're like, nah, I've just got all lands in hand. But, I'm playing that mind game with my opponents, try and get that advantage. It is standard all weekend long. Today, it looks like we've got 8 rounds, and then tomorrow we're going to give you 9 rounds, plus on the Sunday, another 6, and then we're going to cut that top 8. That's where we're going to find out which 2 players are going to go to the World Championships and who is going to be walking in to the Pro Tour, calling himself the European Champion. Okay, it looks like we're coming to the end of sideboarding, shuffling up. Victor 1 game up on Mono Black. Does look like it's a very good matchup for him. I'd be quite happy if I bought this deck and I was going against Bant here, but can't not be on the radar. We do have access to a deck list though, so let's have a look if there's anything crazy that could blow us out. Is there any good sideboard cards in the meta for it?
If you're playing black, you just want to bring in more removal. Like most of the decks typically have just 3 cut downs in the main, maybe 3 go for the throws, but you usually have the extra 4th copy in the sideboard. You're gonna bring in cards like Duress if you have them to deal with Skrell's Hive, which is sort of the toxic Bitter Blossom, and just any extra removal you have, or any cheap creatures that can block, like all of that is coming in. Usually want to board out the expensive cards. So even a card like Shield Dread, like Shield Dread's good, but if you can lower the curve to be able to start blocking these, one drops, the Rot Priests and Duelists early on, that's how you're gonna win.
Let me tell you, there's a lot of extra removal that could be coming in at this sideboard here. And, I don't hate that. I think, as you said, it will just line up how we need to. We need that early interaction. We can't let Bant get off to the races. We can't let them establish a board state. We can't let a Rot Priest stick around, especially when the marchers could be floating around on the other side. So it's going to be interesting to see what the opening hand looks like for both players here.
That's the problem of Bant Toxic, because the deck doesn't really have a great sideboard. I mean, you do have some good cards against, you have like Rest in Peace against Temur Analyst, and you can bring in some more removal, like Negate against the control decks. But cards like Knockout Blow, like that, those are not exactly the most like high impact cards in the format. So for me, Bant Toxic would not be the first choice. I don't like the deck has really awkward mana. You're basically just splashing green for a 1-drop. Your deck is blue-white, and you're splashing green for a venerated Rot Priest, despite not really having the right mana to do that. I'm actually looking at this list. It doesn't even have the full 4 Reservoir Thickets, which is really surprising to me, because I felt like that was the biggest improvement for the deck, because before that the mana was just not working out. It was like you're playing colorless lands with Myrex, you're playing the Seed Core, which does give you colored mana for some spells, but not others. So I felt like when I was trying Toxic before the Pro Tour, I felt like I just couldn't cast my spells in half of the games.
In your Hall of Famer opinion, is it good to cast spells to be able to win in Magic the Gathering?
Yeah, working mana.
Just clarifying that.
Working mana is obviously one of the most important things. But sometimes you can say, hey, this deck is so broken and so powerful that I'll take, having to mulligan a lot to find the right lands, or sometimes my deck not working if I think it's so powerful that it just beats everything. But I don't think that's the case of Bant Toxic. That's the issue.
Look, as an Infect player, look, I'm going to try and play it in every format I can, and it's not quite the Infect mechanic, but it's enough to be able to at least have a playable deck here. Let's see if we can get an opening 6. Remember, on a mulligan to kick off here, but Fabian will be on the play.
Yeah, and keep in mind, I'm just saying this from the competitive player's standpoint, but from just someone who enjoys playing fun games of Magic, I really like the standard format. I like that there are decks like Bant Toxic, and there are decks, the slick shot mono red decks, and there's control decks, multiple different control decks. There's combo decks, there's aggro decks, mid range decks. So whatever you enjoy playing, whatever your type of strategy is, there is a deck for you in standard that you can play and have a reasonable chance of winning. It is very close to what Modern is like right now, with so many viable decks.
Okay, we are off to the races. We've got a good opening hand. We're going to start off with a Skrell, and on the other side, it's going to be Tiny Bones again, discard a card. That's going to be Merrick's going to the graveyard. And yeah, we do have a second land drop. Going to get in there with Skrell for 1, so 1 Toxic's going to be added. There, we've got some big dice now, so we can actually keep up to date on what that currently is. And just to pass the turn back, but this could mean lots of different things. Lots of protection spells do float around in these Toxic decks. On the other side, well, we're going to be deploying one of the
Vadmir,
Vadmir New Blood, one of the new cards from OTJ.
And that's a card that triggers Tiny Bones, joins up right away.
Yeah, legendary,
It comes as a 3/3, and you can slowly build your own Baneslayer Angel that way.
Synergies, love it.
Ooh, okay. There's a Toxic Fiend Hunter, essentially.
and Alex Sentry comes down.
And now Fabian has an interesting choice. Does he want to attack with the Skrell and start putting more poison counters on Victor, or does he want to leave it back to protect his creature from removal?
No, I like this. I think it makes more sense how things can line up. Taxing your opponent, especially when you see the missing land drops on the other side. So it means that they can maybe only deploy 1 spell or a turn. If we can do it this turn, now with our full mana up, if we've got marches, which I believe there's 2 in hand at the minute, something like a Rot Priest. I suppose we couldn't cast a Rot Priest actually, but if we do manage to get a green source plus Rot Priest, could just be game there and then. And we're gonna use Scroll right now, paying the 2 life, the Phyrexian mana part. Obviously, we know how powerful Phyrexian mana can be. This adds 1 toxic to it. So not only does it get its normal 1 toxic, it gets its extra toxic, which means 2 more. Which now we are corrupted. I love that. We've got our own little token there. It's going to flip across. We're going to add another might. Oh, it's not called might, is it? It's called a crawling chorus to the battlefield, and then just leave up double might in hand.
Fabian really needs to capitalize on the fact that Victor is stuck on 2 lands, one of which is colorless. So I would be trying to finish the game as fast as possible, attacking for the maximum points of toxic every turn, and just basically saying, hey, I'm down to 2 cards in hand. You have a full hand. If the game goes longer, your cards are probably going to be able to get you back into the game. So I need to make sure the game ends before that happens.
So it looks like we're going to go to do it again. In response, is this going to be a go for the throat? Maybe.
No, nope. Bitter
Triumph.
Triumph.
Cube All-Star.
Yeah, and paying 3 life in this matchup, not a big deal. You're more concerned with the poison counters.
Is this going to be enough for us to phase it out? It's awkward because we use Skrelv, which means Skrelv for this turn is now going to be offline, which means we don't get any more toxic damage through. We could protect it. We could protect that and Skrelv, and that looks like how the line we might be taking here. Just phasing them both out. Oh, okay, we're going to get the blocker out the way.
Yeah, that makes sense. This phases out the Tiny Bones so that the chorus can come in for another point of toxic, puts Victor to 4 poison counters.
There's the 3rd land off the top, and it is a swamp. So that's going to enable us to potentially do multiple spells in a turn. I do think I see a go for the throat, maybe even a duress in hand. That might be the secret layer duress, but we'll find out shortly. We could try and go the mana denial strategy if we want to, but then if I look at that mana, I'm like, oh, they've got no green sources. What's the chances that they end up running a basic forest? Not likely, as you said, because they're basically blue-white decks just splashing a little bit of green. So I don't think that's going to give us any huge advantage. And we're going to start off with a duress. It is the secret layer duress. These are actually my personal favorite dresses.
Yeah, and this is what happens a lot. Like Fabian is stuck on blue and white mana with a Rot Priest in hand. And Rot Priest is the type of card that's good on turn 1. Obviously, it's still a card that's good later, especially in combination with March. But if you're just splashing for your 1-drops, and half the time you're not going to have green mana to be able to deploy the 1-drop on turn 1, then that is not ideal.
Okay, it looks like it was the protection spell that we drew for the turn. So we're just going to get in there for 1. Not going to use Skrelv this time to try and, get a little bit more extra in. We're going to leave that up as a protection spell. That's going to add 1 more toxic to the battlefield. And then end of turn, we're going to try and cut down this Skrelv. Now, how do we want to deal with this? I think it's a Sum Snare that we drew for the turn. And as Corrupt is on, it's going to mean that we can proliferate a little bit more, because I think that's got proliferate on it. Return target non-land opponent to its owner's hand if the person has mana free of all. Proliferate, yeah. But we're just going to let the Skrelv eat the dust, so to speak. And then we mill a card because it's a legendary. I love the synergies in this deck.
Yeah, the crime synergies are nice. That was also something I tried before the Pro Tour. I built out a lot of crime decks. You can build Grixis with Marquesa, sort of more of a value deck. You can try red black. You can also just stick to mono black and just play them as just a little bit of value. I mean, Tiny Bones joins up at worst, still trades 1-for-1 with the opponent. So it is nice to get the synergies going. Although I haven't been able to.
Definitely not an 8 on that 6-sided die.
Yeah, to build a fully committed crime deck that I feel would be better than something like Esper Mage Range, for example.
I think this stumbling on mana might end up costing Victor here, as we're able to deploy more threats to the battlefield. We're only 2 poison counters away from being able to take this game down. And that's a 4th land drop off the top. Can we deploy something, maybe threat plus removal spell? And hope, but then we looked at the hand, so we know that there's only a Rot Priest left in hand.
Yeah, so both players having mana issues. Fabian not finding a green source, and Victor stuck on 2 lands for a while, but Fabian has been able to play all the 1 and 2 mana cards.
I think there might be a cut down in hand, so we can deploy a Gix plus cut down, and that would be enough to
kill the Sentry, bring back the Vedmir. Yeah,
oh, we're gonna go. Well, we're gonna go for maybe it wasn't a cut down, maybe it was another Tiny Bones.
discard your
joins
last
up.
card, so that's a good start. Now Victor knows that Fabian doesn't have any more tricks. Attacks with Tiny Bone, so he can play something from the graveyard.
Have we got a Raft maybe? One thing, there was quite a few rafts in standard. There's a couple of 3-drop ones, there's a couple of 5-drop ones, and I think he just was hoping for a block there. Says, nope, I've got nothing. We're going to go to a game 3. We're going to see Bantoxic taking it down, just taking full advantage, and that's what you see from. That's just like what aggro decks in general do, right?
Yeah.
If my opponent stumbles, I'm going to take full advantage of it. You're going to lose the game with a grip full of cards, and that's what we see there from Fab taking it down. So we get to go to a game number 3. I'm going to just remind everybody what happens here at Legacy European Tour events. So we do have 2 feature match tables with 2 obviously matches going on simultaneously. When one of those matchup finishes, we run out into the crowd and we work out who is currently in the middle of sideboarding, going to game 2 or game 3. And then we ask them if they'd like to move to the feature match table so we can continuously give you as much paper magic as possible. I know that you'd love us to come back to the booth, and I know you'd love to see our faces, but I think you'd kind of like a little bit more magic over our faces. So that's what we try to do. We try and give you the most magic possible we can on this stream. And as I said, there's going to be 7 rounds more left to play today, and then potentially a cut 8, but I don't want to promise anything. Famously in the past, it's a long day and there's a long weekend of Magic, so the top 8 normally, once they get there, they do decide to kind of split. They've got the prizes they want. They got the invites to play in the regional championships of Europe. But who knows? It has happened in the past where we play it out and we do try and crown ourselves a champion.
Yeah, if I'm in the top 8 of the last chance qualifier event, I certainly want to prioritize sleep over the
a long weekend,
playing 3 extra hours to see who wins the die roll and has a better
especially when the rest
chance to win the next match.
You rest your competition for the next 2 days. Haven't used that mental mind game and drained a little bit from the Friday. You want to go out. It's all pretty good. Yeah, I'm all down for let's make Infect playable in Modern again. But here we go.
I love Infect. I actually played Infect at a Pro Tour. I played Infect at a Modern Pro Tour. Unfortunately, I chose the Pro Tour where Eldrazi was the breakout deck with 4 Chalice of the Void. They literally played Gut Shots. Like all the cards. They played Spell Skites. Like all the cards that Infect does not want to see. So I was actually pretty proud of my 7-3 record because I played against a lot of matchups that I just felt like I just couldn't win.
I remember. Which was that?
It was the Eldrazi Pro Tour, which was
Rise of the Eldrazi? Was it Rise of the Eldrazi? Chat will let us know which Pro Tour that was. But hats off. Love it. And we're down for it. Okay, it looks like we're having a little look at opening 7s, see if we like it or not. Ironically, on Victor's side, he's actually got the Phyrexian Swamp. And I think we've got keeps on both sides. Victor going to be on the play this time, and it's going to start off with Tiny Bones yet again. I love this card, by the way. When I first got spoiled, I went, this card looks cool. Really, really cool to me.
It's also really good in the black mid-range mirrors because it's just another card that needs to get removed by the opponent, or it can just randomly steal a card, their Rafine or their Gix or one of those snowbally cards.
Right, over on the other side, we've got a Krillin Course going to come down.
Wow, and Tiny Bones just offers the trade, which is not even really a trade because the course just lets you get a token later. So Victor getting in there. Fabian calls I don't even want to say bluff, but just calls the attack and says, yeah, I'll trade. That's fine.
Big Z says it is Oath of Gatewatch.
Oh, yeah, it was Oath of the Gatewatch. Yeah.
Shout out to Big Z. We're going to hopefully see him battling in the later rounds this weekend. And under strict instructions that he told me I'm not allowed to put him on a feature match round 1. I'm just going to throw it out there, chat, so you can all hit some Fs in chat for Big Z.
Gix on turn 3, one of the most one of the best turn 3 cards in the format. It's just one of those snowbally cards like Wedding Announcement and Rafina and Glissa. This is why also being able to play good 1-drops is really important in Gigs decks. I was strongly considering playing blue-black midrange because the mana was good enough to play the 1/1 Flying Siren. And Gix is obviously good if you can, play 1-drop, 2-drop, then play Gix on turn 3, draw 2 cards. And especially good with cards you can play at instant speed.
So we were able to bounce something back with a Fading Hope there, and then deploy another Jawbone Duelist, which means the first one manager was able to connect. And remember, double strike means it's 2 toxic every time that connects. Now we deploy a second one on the battlefield. And the follow-up on the other side, that's just going to be a Gix coming down, the powerful 3/3 lets us draw more cards, go a little bit deeper in our deck. So we're going to turn Vadmir sideways, get a damage in, draw another card. Follow-up is going to be another Tiny Bones. Imagine on blocking duty.
We are getting into a March territory slowly but surely with the 2 double strike creatures.
I think we've got another Fading Hope in hand as well. Just
yeah.
saying. So this is going to be
Serum Snare. Give you another poison counter. You're at 4. Now I have 3 creatures attacking.
If we can get rid of one more.
Oh my god,
that's lethal.
That is lethal.
That's
right?
game.
Wow.
That's 5, 10 everything sideways, 2 double strikers plus 1 might. That is 5 toxic. We're seeing toxic take this down. And where we're like, this is doesn't look like these cards line up well. We weren't able to control it. And congratulations to Fabian taking it down in a dramatic fashion. Love it. Love to see it. Okay, well, lucky for you all, we do have a backup feature match. So let's go across to that. I imagine this one's going to be a lot slower.
And this was a great display of how aggro decks win. Fabian was able to use every mana every turn. Turn 1, 1-drop, turn 2, 2-drop, turn 3, 2-drop, and a 1-drop. Turn 4, 2, 2-drops, use all my mana, bounce your creatures, use my 1 mana bounce spell to bounce your 3 mana card, and win before you can use all the cards in your hand.
Okay. Right, let's use some of our casting brain power here and try and break down this battlefield.
Yeah.
So we've got Azorius Control versus the Domain Control deck.
This is an interesting matchup that normally if you just laid the decks on the table next to each other, you would think, okay, well, Azorius Control should have that. That should be an easy matchup because the Domain Control plays a lot of cards that are going to be dead in the matchup, like all the sweepers. But obviously, both decks have sweepers, but Azorius Control doesn't really play creatures. So your opponent is going to be playing all these Angels and Stompers, and you're just going to be playing your sweepers. But the one card that drastically changes what's going on is Cavern of Souls. You can use Cavern of Souls and just start casting your Atraxas and getting so much value, especially with Up the Beanstalk in play, that there are games where you can just simply outgrind the control deck just by having so many more cards than them. But if Azorius Control is able to solve these 2 cards to maybe counter Up the Beanstalk and use Field of Ruins to deal with Cavern of Souls, then they sometimes can even grind the game out in a way where they just literally kill all your threats, and then you just have nothing left in your deck to win the game with.
Well, speaking of threats, on the battlefield, there is a Lethal Angel. If you look at the life totals, 3 versus 43. And that's something I guess you don't really respect your life total too much in this matchup, but it's going to definitely have to be something that we are looking into as we see Analyze the Pollen coming down. And this is, again, one card we haven't seen too much of, in other formats, but in Standard, we might be seeing quite a lot of it this weekend. This lets us basically collect evidence 8. Then you can search your library for a basic land card. If evidence was collected, instead search your library for a creature or land card, reveal that card and put it into your hand.
So, okay, that screams Atraxa.
Yeah. Well, also, we've got Pollen at 3. Another Angel kick would be able to get it. So, depending if we've got a cavern down amongst all those lands, which doesn't look like we do, but we could have one in hand. Remember, multiple other Beanstalks on the battlefield. I thought we saw the end of that card, but what do I know? It's going to go pretty crazy. There is a Wandering Emperor in hand, a couple of, I think that's a Farewell, a March, a couple of counter spells, a couple more lands. So still not everything to play for here, as this is, I believe, game 1 still, of course. Okay, what are we going to just fire off multiple here? Because this is like pay an extra 3. This is No More Lies, one of the new counter spells that was printed recently in, remind me of the set, the
Yep.
mystery set.
It was printed recently. Yep.
Yeah, printed recently. It was and 2 mana basically gets them to pay an extra 3 mana. If they can't pay that 3 mana, then it will exile the spell that's on the stack. And while the while domain's kind of tapped out low resources on land, if we've got multiple of these just sat in our hand, we might as well try and fire them off now, get a little bit of value for them. Would need to cast 2 more, mind you, because there is 3 mana left open. Murder's a Colorless Warrior. Thank you very much. I mean, I knew that all by myself. I didn't read Twitch chat.
We just wanted to give you guys
just wanted to get you all involved.
a chance to
This
shine.
is what we like to do. Me and Martin, we like to get you all involved. We want to make sure that, if you couldn't make it this weekend, that you're at least going to be part of this weekend in some way. And here comes the second one on the stack. Would you like to pay another 3? Sure, I'll pay another 3. Now, does it resolve? I guess the reason we're doing this is so whatever is found now, that it can't be played this turn. I guess that's the reasoning behind it. Just going to check it wasn't an instant. It's a sorcery, yeah. So we are definitely going to be.
That's actually a Cavern of Souls.
Oh.
Yeah, so Valerio looking for a way to, like you mentioned, maybe resolve the second angel with double kicker and finish the game that way.
I love how it's still got 38 written on it, wrote on it, we definitely didn't just go buy that from a vendor today and put it in my deck.
Last minute, oh wait, I still need to buy one of my cards, yeah. Been there before. I've shuffled up my deck for round 1, realizing, oh wait, I still need to buy a playset of these.
Oh, we've seen some stories over the last couple of years here in Legacy European Tour. We've seen some howlers, and I love it. I'm all here for it.
Now this is an interesting situation because I don't know if the Angel made it into play this turn or last turn, but if it was last turn, then Valerio might be thinking, I don't even want to attack with the Angel, because if I have a feeling you might have the Wandering Emperor, maybe I don't want to give you a chance to gain 2 life.
I think I think literally that is what it is, because if you look at the mana and how it was tapped that turn, we obviously paid for 6 mana for the No More Lies. 4 mana wouldn't make sense of it coming in without being able to have a kicker on it. So yeah, I think that was right, respecting that. I want you at 3 life. I don't want you to be gaining any more life moving forward. We could attack with our own might, right? Can we target our own might with
Yeah, you can certainly
just have a little look at if you can't
deal with your own creature.
Exile target tap creatures. Yeah, you can. Sweet. Okay, so we're gonna go looking through another memory deluge. This is going to be flashback from the graveyard. So top 7 we get to look at, put 2 into our hand. And as it is game 1, there's a chance there's going to be a lot of dead cards in that. Don't really want to actually a temporal lockdown in there. That's not great. I think that was a get lost. It's going to be added to hand.
And a No More Lies.
It's another No More Lies, sure.
Yeah, getting No More Lies feels kind of bad when your opponent just picked up a Cavern of Souls that's in their hand.
Yeah, that might just be the game-winning play. We might have just we know that Cavern of Souls is going to be huge, and that's why instead of getting a Traxxas or another Angel, we get that on the battlefield. It makes frees up a lot more of our game plan and how we want to be moving forward. We do see a Besagio in hand as well, in case any sort of leyline binding effects come down. Where are we going to go this turn? Lots of now. The question is, do you hold the Cavern of Souls until you pick up an Angel or a Trax or something like that? You don't want to kind of show it out there in case there's Field of Ruins on the other side, which there is actually 4 copies in the deck.
Yeah, for sure. That's a great point. If you do have the Cavern of Souls in hand, but you don't have the Angel just yet, I would certainly wait with it.
Okay, I believe this one is a ill-timely explosion.
Explosion, yeah. Just draw 2 cards. By the way, if you are playing against this card and maybe you're playing against Team Analyst and you have just boarded in your Tishana's Tidebinders, the way it works is you draw the 2 cards and then you decide if you want to discard something. If you do, you discard the cards, and then there is a trigger that goes on the stack that would kill the creatures. So you can actually Tidebinder the explosion because it creates a trigger where the discarded cards would deal damage to the creatures.
Interesting. I swear, every time Tidebinder gets cast, I learn something new and I always get something
Yeah.
wrong. Like I'm always like,
Yeah.
that doesn't work that way, does it? Yes, it does. Okay, cool. Just read the cards well. Chat wants me to ask you about your cream tea preference, but I'll say that for a later point in the day because there's a whole discussion in itself.
I don't really drink tea or coffee.
It's a British thing about
Okay.
scones and scones and how you have your
Okay.
jam then cream or cream then jam. It's a whole English thing. Bobby's trying to kick off the chat here. Can we ban Bobby?
Interesting situation here, by the way. Ace being down to 6 untapped lands. Valerio has a leyline binding, which I'm gonna check right now if it lets you target your own permanents. Although with the way things have been getting warded lately, enters the battlefield, exile target non permanent and opponent controls. Okay, so you can't exile your own angel. Unfortunately, I was thinking the play could be attack with my angel. You're gonna play your Wandering Emperor. I'm gonna exile my own angel, and then since you're tapped out, I can post combat try to resolve the second angel and with kicker deal the last 3 points of damage. But looks like that's not gonna be a possibility.
No, we're really paying respect to that. The fact of another Wandering Emperor on the other side. I do like that, but we're kind of being forced that we need to start casting our spells. We can't keep it up forever. We also have to at some point try and win this game. Only 17 minutes left on the clock at 3 life, 45 to our opponent. So we're going to make a samurai. And then Leyline Binding is going to come down here. But it's going to draw us 3 more cards because of up the beanstalks, the bottom of your screen here. This is a target for no more lives, though. There's only 2 mana left up. So.
But I think you're still pretty happy just drawing 3 cards off of the Leyline. Even if it does get countered, you know that you got the no more lives from your opponent's hand. You played your 1 mana removal spell at instant speed, and you also Ancestral Recalled. No big deal.
At what point, though, with the old, up the beanstalk kind of mirrors, and when we see this a lot, what's the chances of us actually milling ourselves out?
Yeah.
Like, because it's not a May, is it?
Yeah.
So
that can happen.
You know what I mean? When we start casting some of our more powerful spells on the other side, we might actually just, I'd love to see how many cards are actually in the graveyard, because, of course, we're jumping into this game midway through game 1. We're going to see the Get Lost fired off here. That's going to get the Angel off the battlefield. 2 map tokens are going to get added at some point. I think that's what the dice is going to be representing right now. And it looks like we're moving to discard. Still got all these currently going on.
Both players have so many cards, so many lands.
Yeah, you normally see this in match number 1, right? Like, there's a lot of dead cards going on, so the game's going to go longer. Game 2, potentially game 3 could be over quite quickly. Especially if you're a game down, you need to start just jamming all those creatures in there and try and get away with it. And that's a bunch of land going to go to the graveyard. A lot of cyclers. How are we going to move forward here? First, we're going to deploy one of the creature lands. What is the name of the blue-white creature land? I can't remember the name.
Breathless Anchorage.
That's the one. Which also creates maps. We're having a little count of the mana. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14 mana on the battlefield. 2 damage coming across with this samurai. It's going to drop from 45 down to 43. It's got a little while to go, that lonely samurai. Which I believe the artist is in the room that drew this samurai token.
Oh, okay.
Again, one of the nice things that we do at the Legacy European Tour, there's lots of artists here this weekend. The artist that did Dragon Age Channel is here. I didn't know that, and I'm really upset that I didn't bring my Dragon Age Channel.
Yeah.
I'm literally asking everybody out on the floor. I'm like, has anybody got 4 Dragon Age Channels that I can buy off you? Because I want to get 4 signed.
Yeah, going to these regional championships or Magicons is a great way to have your playmat signed, or you can sometimes even ask the artist if they would be willing to draw something on your binder. Maybe like a cool dragon or a Black Lotus or something along those lines. If you run into some of the old school original artists from the 90s.
The Alliance Binding is being brought to the front. Remember, if this gets cast, we'll go 3 cards deeper in our deck. So here it comes. Well, now, what's it targeting? Just the samurai? I almost feel like I just go, sure, take it. And this would tell me that we're digging for threats on the other side.
Yeah, we're digging for the last angel. Or for the next angel that would be able to.
Was that it? Was that the extra card off the top?
I think I see a Sunfall and a Leyline.
Oh, it was a Leyline.
No angel just yet. There's the Recruiter. So some versions of Domain play the big 7-mana Nissa you can cast for 5 with Phyrexian mana. And that way, if you play Herd Migration, you get a bunch of tokens. You can give them Trample and make them really big and attack for a lot of damage. With Recruiter, the idea is that against decks with sweepers, you can just play both Herd Migration and Recruiter on the same turn and make a bunch of tokens and attack with everything having haste. But unfortunately for Valerio, Blue-White Control is able to stop that with counter spells at instant speed.
So here comes another Wandering Emperor. Is this? I imagine this makes another Samurai. Tick down. Yeah, make a Samurai. I feel genuinely the milling out plan might actually come relevant here. Here comes the 4th Leyline Binding. Draw another 3 cards. We could No More Lies this, and that's where we're going to go. No More Lies. Can't pay the extra 3. Only 2 mana up. But the draw 3 still happens, right? Yep.
Yeah. That's just a trigger from the
1, 2,
from when the spell is
3.
cast. I think that was the
Oh,
the angel.
So now we need a way to gain life. Otherwise, we are going to be going to a game number 2. That's not really where you want to be in a control mirror. I'm having a look at the deck list, and I can't see any ways to gain life. There's tie binders. Can tie binder stop the trigger?
Can certainly
So
stop
there's
the
a
trigger.
small.
Although if you pay both kicker costs, I'm not sure if that creates
2 triggers.
Yeah. That is where I would just, raise my hand, call a judge, and hey, I just want to clarify something. Would you be able to tell me how exactly this works?
So we went to end step. End step, we cast Wandering Emperor. Then in the end step, there was Leyline Binding cast, which triggered 3 more cards to be drawn. So now we're moving to the discard step. Must be nice. Pretty much every card you cast has got draw 3 along with it. Chat saying it will cause 2 triggers.
Yeah, it should be 2 triggers. Well, I guess it doesn't necessarily need to have 2 targets.
Right, Field of Ruin was and I wasn't a draw for the turn. Okay, that is going to be a
3 steps ahead.
3 steps ahead. Kind of the new counter spell with extra modes. People have said that this is the new cryptic command. Don't really believe it, but here we go.
That's what Gabe Nassif said when we met in the testing house before the Pro Tour. Like, hey, they let me play with cryptic command. Like, how can I play anything else other than blue white? And Reed's like, wait, they let me play with Dark Confident, and he's playing green black with the Broncos.
Some things never change,
yeah.
And I'm all here for it. Hopefully, we get to see Gab this weekend battling out amongst all the other players in Europe. Of course, he's already qualified for the Pro Tour. It's Worlds, I believe he's battling for this weekend if he does turn up. Now, end of turn. Is there anything we want to do? Anything? I'm going to have a little look at this list. I'm looking at this list. I'm seeing 2 Lightning Helixes.
Yeah, that's a card that I've seen people play. It's good against the Slick Shot decks, and it's good against like Boros Convoke. Like sometimes you need to have an interactive spell on 2. Like these decks like Domain or Blue White, you can just play a deck with just 4 and 5 and 6 mana cards. You also do need to have something that interacts with the opponent. Otherwise, these decks like Ban Toxic or Mono Red with Slick Shots, they're just gonna run you over.
Okay, there's a mountain off the top. It's not what we want. I just don't think we're finding the cards that we're needing. Like cards, looks like we've got a big grip of them in hand, but looking at the deck list, there's still like maybe 10 good top decks, and we're not really finding many of them.
Yeah, basically any card that costs 5 or more is good enough to be an Ancestor Recall. So even a Sunfall, you can cast it here. Not only is it good enough to sweep the opponent's board, which is already good, but it's also going to draw you 3 cards. So
is an angel brought to the front. I haven't seen the cavern put on the battlefield yet, which of course we know about. In fact, everybody knows about. Are we going to try and cast one? I think we've got double angel in hand. So cast one, gets countered, cavern the next one. Well, I think we're just working out, do we have enough mana to do both? I think the answer is yes.
This is why if you play a slow deck like Blue-White Control, Blue-Black Control, Domain, one of those decks, you should try to play as fast as possible. Because I think both players are playing at a reasonable pace, but there's just so many things happening in Magic these days. You cast a card, it triggers 3 other cards. You have to mark down, the life total changes that also happen. Draw 3 cards in the process. Tiny Bones joins up triggers. I mill you a card. I drain you for 1. I do this. I have to flip a card in its sleeve because it's a Fable of the Mirror Breaker. There's just so many things happening, and that just adds up. So 50 minutes is sometimes just not enough to finish 3 games of 2 slow decks playing against each other.
Well, this is going to slow down a little bit more as 5 free beasts enter the battlefield as a Herd Migration is cast. 3 cards are drawn off that because that's up the Beanstalk as well.
Now what we might see is Valeria dropping the Cavern and saying human instead of angel, and playing that Recruiter, which is a human, to try to give everything haste. And +1/+0.
No, I don't hate it. I don't hate it. I'm trying to think. So, would that be? Maybe we're just doing it now without the caverns. Just trying to bait out some more counter magic.
Yeah, I think you can also keep track of how many No More Lies has your opponent played, and we've seen at least a couple in the last couple of rounds. So maybe Valeria has seen 4 already, and maybe he thinks that there is no more counter magic in Ace's hand, like 3 steps ahead, but we know that there is at least 1 more counter spell.
I think we might see multiple modes here of this 3 steps ahead. So for 1 blue plus, you can then basically spree it. You can use counter spell mode, you can pay an extra 3 and create a token that's a copy of target artifact or creature you control. You can also draw 2 and then discard a card depending on how much mana you want. So it looks like we're using 2 modes here. That's going to stop it coming down, which means these beasts do not gain haste, which is pretty key. That is up on the screen for you all at home.
Yeah, that is a big deal because this is your one of the few ways to try to one-shot the opponent without them being able to, untap, play Sunfall, or depopulate, or temporary lockdown, or was a 6 mana card?
Farewell.
Farewell. It's actually insane how many sweepers you get to play if you play blue-white these days.
I think we have a Farewell in hand as well. Of course, that can deal with artifacts and enchantments. Do we want to get rid of the enchantments? Do we want to keep them with the up the Beanstalks on the other side or not? Like I say, there can't be too many more cards left in that deck list. In that deck currently. I'm just having a little... yeah, it is only 60. And with them drawing 4 cards basically every turn, it must be turning the burn through that deck pretty quick. Are we firing off our field here? Or no, it looks like we're going to make 2 more mites end of turn. Or it looks like we're casting Memory Deluge. This is 8. Oh, it's 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it is going to be Memory Deluge end of turn. Top 7 cards. Put 2 into our hand. Okay, doesn't look like there's many cards in that library either. That's a Sunfall. I can see. I think that was another 3 steps ahead plus 1.
That's at least 1 more counter spell.
If we go for the mill and them out strategy, then they're eventually going to draw the cards that they need to win the game. And we're being very patient on these 2 angels I can see now. Sure, this is...
Have we missed the Cavern of Souls being played at some point?
There must be a chance that we did miss it, right?
There's a lot of stuff going on. There's a lot of lands.
Did we miss it?
I believe we did see a Cavern of Souls being fetched.
We definitely did see one being found, but maybe it got discarded, or maybe, as I say, it might have just got Field of Ruined in the chaos that's happening right now. Because there was a lot happening on this battlefield, and it's not the tidiest battlefield, let's say that way. You know what I mean? I'm a big fan of stacking my lands up when I need them. We're going to cast a Sunfall.
Yeah, Sunfall deals with all the tokens from Herd Migration.
It's also a win con, right? So that's 5, 6, 7, 8. This means it would be an 8/8, and that can close down the game pretty quickly. 42 life, quick math. That's what, 5 attacks?
6.
6 attacks.
Oh, it's an 8/8. Yeah. Well, I guess it depends if you count the creature lands and if you count
Yeah, creature lands plus
the Emperor and what Valerio might do, which I'm gonna assume it's not gonna just attack on unchallenged for the next 5 turns, and most likely this game is going to be a draw. But we do know that Ace does have a couple counter spells, so no. With Valerio having 7 cards in hand, there's like so much removal in so many ways to deal with opponents' board that I would be shocked if this game was anything else than a draw or Valerio somehow winning with the Angel.
This. All right, we're targeting the Wandering Empire. I was like, see, like if we target the token, we can flip it, right? And then it's not the target anymore. I think that's how that works. But it doesn't come up. It's not relevant. Don't worry about it. Also, get lost type creature, enchantment, or planeswalker, not artifact, which it currently is as well. We just need to get across that 3 points of damage. But how many times have we seen control decks win on basically 1 life? They just need that. They use their life total as a resource throughout the whole game here. With 2.5 minutes left on this, this might not even go down to a game 1. This might just be a 0-0 draw going forward, which is not ideal, but doesn't knock any player out of this. This is only round 2 of 8 today, where tomorrow we'll be coming back with the actual regional championships of Europe. We'll have 9 rounds for you tomorrow, another 6 on Sunday, plus that cut to top 8. And that is where we're going to find out which players are going to be going to the World Championships and which ones will be walking in the next Pro Tour, calling themselves the European Champion. Today we need to add 16 more to that, though. And here comes a 3 steps again. That's going to be counter, draw 2, discard 2. And I think there's another angel in hand. I think this might be a turn. We need to find another cat spell. We need to find it now. And it looks like we don't have much mana up. So that's going to go. Only 2 mana up, and that's not enough to cast anything
Valerio
relevant.
has that's the cavern.
There it is.
5, 6, 7, 8 untapped land, 8 untapped mana.
I'd
Shoot
like
you
to do
twice.
4 damage to you. That's
Wow.
enough. GG's. 1.5 seconds on the clock. Not 1.5 seconds. 1.5 minutes on the clock.
Wow.
I think that's gonna. I think that was just a GG. Yeah, you got me.
I was thinking we may no longer see the cavern. I was thinking we just saw a different card being fetched, or but Valeria just waited and waited and presented other threats, and eventually waited for the right moment and dropped the cavern, played the angel. 4 to you. GG's.
It's what Magic is, right? It's just using all your resources. I feel like the Beanstalk, we kind of saw the power of it there. How many cards do we see draw? Like 12, 15
Too many
cards.
Yeah, way more than that.
It's pretty crazy. You get there, but like just knowing the opportune moment to play that spell. I'm pretty sure we had 2 angels in our hand for a long time there with that cavern. And on the other side, that we know that they got a cavern in hand. We haven't seen it discarded. We thought we might have missed it, but like we're so patient with it. We're able to play it, able to take that game down in one game fashion. Which is, if you're gonna do something, at least do it right once.
Yeah. I think Valerio might have also been playing around a Tidebinder, because Tishana's Tidebinder is a card I've seen, as a 1 or 2 main deck copies in some of these blue-white decks. It's good against almost everything. It's good against Steamer Analyst, even against Convoke. You can just stop the Recruiter from giving everything haste, so you can untap and play a sweeper, and all of a sudden they're back to no board. So. I wouldn't be surprised if Valeria was just thinking, hey, let me just try to navigate this game into a position where I'm gonna present so many threats, my opponent's gonna tap out eventually, and then I'm gonna play the angel when I have access to the cavern and when they don't have 3 mana up, so I can also play not just around a counterspell but also the Tidebinder.
Well, you see that in like control decks, they start trying 1-for-1 you. If they fall behind, it's normally going to be board state. They use a sweeper, they catch up. They're trying like 3-for-1 you in that. But in that matchup, it kind of goes a little bit different because they've got a lot more haste threats, as you said. They've got a little bit more reach if needs be going forward. So interesting to see. But we've got a lot of decks in the room. We've got 192 players battling out this weekend, or just today. Sorry, tomorrow. I imagine that number is going to be significantly more, and we had to add 16 more to it. I'm going to refresh my screen one more time to see how many players are left playing in the room.
Yeah, I think we have
Looks
been
like
told that the round is
the round is cool, but I still think
almost
there's
over
8
now.
games
Okay.
played in the round. So instead of going to a break, we can talk about your Pro Tour experience because you just came off a standard Pro Tour, my friend.
Yeah, it was fun playing standard.
What deck did you register?
I played Convoke because I felt that the format was very even. Most of the decks they all have some advantages, some disadvantages. Some decks have awkward mana. Some decks can be a little too slow because they play a lot of expensive cards. So when you're on the draw, you can get overrun by the fast decks. And there's so many different decks that you can't really prepare for everything. That my thinking was, hey, I don't want to hope that I win the die roll. I also felt like playing the mid-range mirrors was basically about whoever sticks their 3-drop snowball card first. You know, is it gonna be me that has 3 removal spells and then my Rafina sticks, or is it gonna be you that has 3 removal specs?
Bit of a coin
spells,
flip,
and then it's just I felt like there wasn't really all that much I could do to influence the results of these mid-range mirrors. So I decided that I wanted to play Convoke, which had good mana thanks to the new fast land, and also you can just break serve because Convoke is the best game 1 deck in the format. You have draws that it doesn't matter what your opponent plays. If you have that turn 1, Novice Inspector, make an artifact, turn 2 Gleeful Demolition, make 3 1/1s, play the Knight Errant and just make a huge board. Your opponent just look at their hand. And they're like, I can't beat that. You know, so I wanted to have that I win draw, but also I wanted to be able to just steal games on the draw because my deck is so much faster. Plus, be able to sometimes maybe get free wins against these slow decks. I really wanted to play against Domain and people playing all these slow cards, possibly trying to go over the top of the other mid-range decks.
It's very close, the Convoke deck, to basically the Pioneer version, right? Like it's still the same sort of power level, can still have the explosive draws that literally you see in Pioneer. And if you can play a deck that's in an Eternal format in a standard, you're probably you're going to do quite well with it. If I was going to put you in a category of a standard of an aggro player, mid-range player, or control player, where would you put yourself?
Probably mid-range, but I also like aggro. I was basically deciding between Esper or Convoke. And in the end, I was slightly regretting not playing Esper because I thought our version was pretty good. But in the end, everything just felt 50-50. Everything had some problems, whether it was awkward mana, some sideboard cards kind of like not being ideal or. But I'm glad that I picked Convoke. I thought it was a good decision as far as like the fast decks went, because when you think of a deck like Banned Toxic or the Slick Shot decks like Mono Red, like for example, when you play Mono Red, there's like 50 good cards or decent cards, but the rest of the deck, the last 10 cards are kind of bad.
Mono Red problems, yeah.
Yeah, like some of the creatures or some of the last spells, you don't really want to play Shocks. If you look at Standard, look at all these. The best cards in Standard are Shield Dread, Rafina, the Wedding Announcement, Gix,
big toughness on them,
and like you're playing 4 Shocks. Like we're not in 2005 anymore, where everybody's playing Birds of Paradise and like these kind of cards. Shock is just not that great of a Magic card right now. So every deck has some issues, whether it's bad mana or missing those last 2 cards so that my deck is actually great. And I'm glad I picked Convoke, because Convoke felt like it was the best of the aggro decks because it had the least amount of problems. When I played Banned, I felt like my mana wasn't working half the time. When I played Mono Red, I felt like I played a lot of underpowered cards, and Banned Convoke just has the least amount of these problems.
So when you're preparing for a tournament, no matter what the format is, if you I was asking you about if you're basically an aggro player, mid-range player, control player, how important is it to try and play something in your wheelhouse? Like, I'm very, amongst my friends, I picked up a control deck for the first time once, and that went horribly. It is just not my style of play. It's not how I enjoy playing Magic. It's not natural to me, and it didn't go so well. So, like, how important is it to kind of play something in your wheelhouse, know what you like to do, how how to use your resources better in those sort of strategies?
I think it's extremely important, and that was a big part of my decision, was that I think I'm pretty good with the aggressive decks. And yeah, I thought I was gonna play Convoke well. I don't mind taking aggressive mulligans. Convoke is one of those decks where you just have to accept coming into the tournament that you're gonna be starting your starting hand size is on average going to be 6 or even lower, because the opening draws where you do have that Gleeful Demolition and the Convoke card are just so much better than just playing some 1/1s and passing the turn and maybe dealing a couple extra points of damage with a recruiter. If you do have those busted draws, it's night and day.
Yeah.
So I don't mind taking the aggressive mulligans. I don't mind that I know I'm gonna get paired against control decks with sweepers, and my opponents are gonna have those turn 3 lockdowns, and they're gonna have the ill-timed explosions and depopulates. I know my board is gonna get swept 40 times that tournament. I'm not gonna tilt. I know that's just part of it.
It's just knowing how much to
So,
put on
yeah.
the board, how many resources you're willing to commit.
Exactly.
Are you in the
When to go all in?
yeah. When you're in the option of it.
So yeah, I think that this is extremely important, and it's also extremely important to, not do some last minute, hasty decisions like, oh wait, I heard blue-white control is great. Let's play blue-white control. You're not Gabriel Nassif that's played blue-white control a million times. He plays it every day, and he's probably the best control player in the world on any given weekend, just because he has so many games played with this style of deck, and he knows exactly what to do in every situation without having to think for 15 seconds. And
that's the advantage, right? Your control mage being a relatively quick control mage is key. So you don't want to go to like time every round. So I just want to I've lost my train of thought where I was going to go with that one then. Oh, going into this weekend. So going into this weekend, obviously the Pro Tour I imagine is going to have a huge impact on this weekend's meta. What sort of decks do you think are going to start putting away? What if you come into this weekend? What decks would you have on your radar to make sure that your 15 cards, even main deck, is kind of tailored towards that? Let's go your top 3 decks you think this weekend. Bear in mind, I know I'm fully aware that you've seen a lot of deck lists this weekend, but what 3 would be on your mind if or your team's coming into this weekend?
I can see 15 different decks, doing well, but probably the 3 most played decks, I think, are going to be Esper midrange, blue-white control, and Domain. I think like these decks just did well at the PT. They have the least amount of weaknesses. Esper, I think, is just the best deck in standard in terms of like, it's just a very well-rounded deck. Doesn't have many weaknesses. Has good mana. Has cheap cards. Has ways to win long games. Has good sideboard cards. It really does tick all the boxes. Obviously, you do have some of these decks like Domain or Blue-White that can just come over the top of what you're doing and play all these sweepers and sit on counters, or kind of just play a Troxa, start drawing cards. But I think in general, Esper is the best deck. It's not easy to play. It's really hard. You have a lot of decisions.
Do you think we'll see that in the hands of like basically the better players in the room? Like
Yeah, I would expect a lot of players to be on these 3 decks, and also Team Analyst. Team Analyst is also like, I think we have like a top 4. These 4 decks are kind of like the most popular decks at the moment, but there's still people playing, Golgari midrange and Boros Convoke and Ban Toxic and Blue-Black Control and Rakdos midrange and what have you. So
there's like 15 to 20 actual viable decks that can take down this weekend, and we're gonna we'll find out in the next couple of days how it's going to go. But that is all the matchups in the round have finished, which means round 3 is going to be paired momentarily. So we're going to shoot off. We're going to get the next set of casters in. I'm Will. That there is mine, and we'll see you all next round. Don't go anywhere.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back. We are here from Naples for this last chance event. I am Kaffin Lily and I'm here with Skura, also known as Island on in front. Sorry, not on front. And what do you expect from this tournament? Do you think that we can see something strange or?
Yeah, I'm really curious about this metagame here because standard, I wouldn't definitely say it's solved. We've got like 10 top decks, which is still plenty of decks to choose from, but also there are multiple interesting ones beneath the surface. And in the feature match area, I've chosen one deck that I think is beneath the surface,
Oh, nice.
but has a lot of potential. And yeah, I don't want to spoil anything. We'll
Yeah,
just see
we'll
it in
see.
action.
But before of that, we have a quick see of the prices for this kind of event. Remember that this one is the last chance. Tomorrow we will see the main event, that is the regional championship. From today, the top 16 will qualify for tomorrow tournament, but there is a bunch of other stuff that we can explain. Something like top 32 will have some ticks that they can spend on the prize wall for gaining packages of cards of magic and stuff. And then they will start to have boxes from top 24 and up more. They will have a card market voucher, the invite for the RC, and a bunch of USD. That is always nice because you can
Definitely.
buy more cards and play more magic.
Definitely, yeah.
I don't know if we are already ready for table 1. If they are starting, they say yes, so we can switch directly to game. What are we going to see? We are going to see a domain ramp against the Temur Prowess.
Yeah, Team of Prowess is a deck I really wanted to show on camera. Playing Slick Shot Show Off, an Outlaws Thunder Junction edition, alongside one of my personal favorites, Questing Druid.
Oh, yeah.
And so we will be playing adventures, we'll be prowessing, we'll be casting a flurry of spells against Domain Ramp, which looks like a pretty standard build of the deck. So we will see whether a ramp control-ish strategy can fend off the aggression of Monastery Swiftspear and Kumano faces Kakazan. And yes, hello chat, good morning, good evening or good night, wherever you're watching from.
And they started. So let's see.
Yes, Bible of Canal and Monastery Swiftspear is
First
in
damage.
play. If Paolo plays a tapland like Triumph, he might fall behind really quick, but this domain ramp deck isn't really known for very early interaction, and so we do see Spar's headquarter come down. Let's see how David can punish Paolo for a slow start on the draw.
2 mana.
Lightning Strike, so very, very aggressive. Lightning Strike, you attack.
Really didn't expect that. So now first tick of prowess for the Monastery. That is going to be a 2/3 and getting a bunch of damage. On round 2, 6 damages in total. It can be very quick. Also another triumph for Paolo that is trying to build up his board.
Yeah, and I think he's missing black mana right now, so Leyline Binding could not come down this turn, which is very unfortunate because Paolo would like to take this turn to interact in some capacity. If he follows up with maybe like temporary lockdown, he can maybe relieve a bit of pressure. I can see 3 red spells in David's hand.
One of them is for sure a monstrous range that can be huge for him because he can start to deal a lot of damages. But now he gains some life, so it can be a good way to stop David from getting a too fast deal with it, because 3 life points is still good.
It basically blanks the aforementioned Lightning Strike, and so basically blanked it. Now we see the swamp I talked about to complete the domain. Now, unfortunately, if the swamp is the land for the turn, it doesn't enable Leyline Binding just yet because of the lack of white mana this turn. But it is still set up. Now, it's a very long setup. I see Depopulate in hand, so David, I think, should try not to add to the board. Copperline Gorge is the pickup, so we might see double spell Swiftspear attack.
First of all, attacking with the Swiftspear and then
Strike, yeah.
Lightning Strike. So Prowess, they are 2/3. And Monstrous Rage on one of them. So right now they are 3/4 plus the Monstrous. One of them is 8 damage in total, 9 damage in total, because the Prowess also, the Monstrous also get
A roll, yeah.
the roll.
So there is a roll, +2/+0. And now we might see Depopulate come down to clean up the board, but Paolo is at 3 against a deck with Lightning Strikes. Now 2 of them have been
Yes.
played, but it's not a good position. And, any slick shot show-off of the top basically does it, because there is, and I think,
Yeah.
another Monstrous Rage in hand. Oh, there isn't Depopulate. Oh, Paolo, the mana base of the main ramp really showing its weakness right here. Maybe we can, double binding?
It could be an option, but is it worth? Well, of course, it's worth because you can survive, but it's expensive, really expensive.
And we've got a classic situation when the control deck has 7 cards in hand,
Yeah.
but it doesn't matter because they're dying along the way.
The first one on the first monastery, the one with the roll, and the second one on the second monastery. So now he can try to slow down his opponent a little bit. At least David has just one card in hand, that is Play with Fire. So 2 more damages and a Scry from the top. Paolo is down to 1.
Keeps it
And
on
he's
top. Keeps it on top. Oh, kept sleight of hand.
Okay,
Looking for another. Slick shot show off is the pickup.
it's good.
It's good, but for the next turn, and
Yeah, one more turn can be
could be devastating.
Problematic.
Yeah, if
Yes.
Paolo even gains 3 of another herd migration, it's really close.
Oh,
Team
yeah.
prowess.
That is fun because when you see your opponent at 1 life point, people can say, okay, it's close, he won, but it's not so close in this situation. Not
Yeah.
against a deck like Domain Ramp.
Yeah, as we typically say, it's not over until it's over. And
Exactly.
it's exactly this situation right here.
Now he can use the slick shot, hardcasting,
Try to attack for just 1. If
of course.
that's
and
enough.
that's it.
there is actually no removal, just attack you for 1, and that's enough. David takes down game 1. Team of prowess against Domain Ramp. On the play was prowess. So now let's see if the draw changes the dynamic much.
Yes, also when you have this kind of tournament that is closed deck list, you don't know what your opponent is playing. So you
Yeah.
sometimes keep a hand and then you have an aggro against, and maybe your hand isn't so good against an aggro, but you have to keep it because against everything else can be a good hand.
Yeah, so this dynamic definitely changes tomorrow when it's open deck list. And so
Exactly.
decks like Domain Ramp would know that they should keep maybe faster hands a little bit.
Yeah.
Now we're looking at David is looking through his sideboard, and I can see he's looking at some negates, at some spell pierces. Pick your poisons pulled there, and I think that was Witchstalker Frenzy taken.
Oh, nice.
So David is going to get much more interactive. Now the question is whether that's going to be at the expense of maybe burn spells, maybe
Let's see what he
threat.
decide.
He could maybe trim on the monstrous rages because they make you susceptible to removal, and that's going to be Paolo's
He's going for
plan
Play
anyways.
with Fire.
Yeah, just just lower impact cards.
Mhm.
Play with fire. Just 2 damage, not really exceptional. Better
And the
when you're
monsters.
racing. Yeah, monstrous rage makes sense. You don't want to walk into
Yeah.
a removal spell. Now on the domain side, well, we could expect a lot of things. We could expect, maybe big creatures to block. We could expect temporary lockdowns, depopulates. If there is a bit more black splash, we could play maybe long goodbye or some other black removal spell for the early game. So
Mhm.
multiple options, but David doesn't know them.
Yeah, Paolo needs to slow down David and try to build his plan for the situation. Meanwhile, chat, hi everybody. This is a closed deck list tournament. They will be available after the top 8, so probably tomorrow morning. But the regional championship tomorrow will be open deck list. And meanwhile, they are shuffling, and we will see. Top 16 today will qualify for tomorrow. I didn't ask the correct score that they need for gain top 16, but with a 2-0, they for sure be in the run. It will be 8 rounds today, plus the top 8. And we are at round 3. So we have plenty of magic for this weekend.
Yeah, it's just today is Friday. We're already
Yeah.
kicking off with an LEC, but there will be 2 more days on top of that with the actual RC. And from what I know, we're gathering really a lot of people for tomorrow. So
Yes.
you can expect a proper, GP size event for high stakes. David looks at 5 lands and 2 spells,
Yes.
mulligans it immediately.
Not the best hand that you can hope against something like Domain. You need something fast. And with 5 lands, probably not the best idea.
Yeah, fast and or resilient.
Mhm.
No, that hand was neither. So let's take a look at the new opener at the 6. And we see Slick Shot, Pick Your Poison, Questing Druid,
Another
Slick Shot, Swift Spear.
Serious? 1 land. Oh, mulligan.
Not enough for David.
No.
He's not going to take a chance on a 1-lander, even though he's on the draw. And this can really come down to your personal risk aversion, right? So some people
Yeah.
would keep this and think, well, this 6 gives me the best chance to actually win this match. I will need to dry land in the next 2 draws, but that's okay. Some people.
In his situation, in his spot, would you keep a hand like that?
I would have thought a bit longer, definitely,
Yeah.
because he really made that decision very quick. Now, I would definitely keep this hand.
Yes.
But I think I would have considered the previous one, yeah. At least for a brief moment.
Mm-hmm.
It was pretty proactive that he did need another land, but again, this happens. We need to
But maybe he tested a lot and he know exactly what he wants against his opponent.
yeah. So now we do keep a 5 and a classic tap
And-
land pass. Oh, Swift Seer of the Top.
Nice. That is nice. Because he can go with the Kumano. So first trigger of the Kumano will get our monastery with a +1/+1.
It's a classic conundrum whether you play Kumano turn 1
Yes.
or Swift Spear turn 1 to then trigger
prowess.
prowess. But in this case now, if Swift Spear comes with a counter, it's basically permanent prowess.
Yeah.
And you get a 2/2 creature a bit faster. Now we could play Slick Shot Show Off.
Yes, but
What's...
I really cannot
Oh, I
recognize it.
think it's Fugitive.
Oh, yeah.
Fugitive Codebreaker. I think it's like a foil promo version, but a Fugitive Codebreaker. 1 and a red for a 2/1 prowess haste creature that just jumps right into the red zone, attacking for 3. And David is actually threatening to flip Kumano, add the Slick
Yes.
Shot to the battlefield, and just have a massive attack there.
That is cool when you want to build up some strong damages and a strong board. But then again, you have to face the probability for a mass removal. But no, he's going with the Toperi, getting in the land
Yeah,
or
the
the battlefield.
Yeah, Cavern on Dinosaur to make that happen. Swamp is defined, so now we're lacking blue, I think, for a clean 1-mana leyline binding. But now Paolo is basically tapped out.
And the
He's
problem is
literally
that
tapped out.
the Toperi can not still block. So it's like a free attack for David. And he can go with the monastery.
Yeah, there is no another land. We're not suspending
No.
or plotting Slick Shot. Attack is 4/3, 4/5, 6. And then Witch Stalker Frenzy, I think, will come in against. Yeah, do this and then trigger. And that's a pretty substantial attack there.
It's pretty cool. There is a lot of damages. And he has a double Slick Shot in hand.
Yeah, double Slick Shot is pretty cool. Now we might see a mass removal spell here,
Yeah,
which we will depopulate.
of course.
There is double white. Now David is kind of in an awkward position because he kind of wants to draw lands, but he just kind of doesn't.
Yeah,
So that's pretty awkward.
it's a turn Slick Shot. Well, I would play the first one and deal with 2 damages.
1.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
I always think about that card as too powerful, more than it is.
Now, temporary lockdown could take care of it, but that would not be an efficient
Yeah.
use of resources for Paolo. Maybe he can do like some long goodbye plus something. Or herd migration is a good one to
So
pad
back
your
to
life
10.
total just a little bit.
Back to 10 when your opponent has 2 cards in hands and just 2 lands on the board can be enough because it gains times, and it's difficult for David to end it in 1 turn. It's not impossible, but I think it's very difficult. I didn't do the math. So it can be useful every time you have an opponent with a super aggro deck, especially a burn, every kind of burn, every type of burn. You just want to slow them down. So we find another island and just hoping. What do you think is the plan for Paolo against David in this situation, except just survive and keep up, and then?
Yeah, that's a good question. So after you have you have survived, any creature will really do it. I think what you are aiming for in this kind of mid-range type of game, mid-game-ish, is basically Archangel of Wrath with like maybe like 1 trigger and just lifelink stealing the game away.
Yeah.
So you don't really need to go all the way up to Atraxa. You don't really hard migration.
Yeah.
An Archangel of Wrath, I think, is just good enough.
Because this was the land, and here it is. Yes.
Exactly.
Are you a wizard?
Boop. Gain 4. Then it's 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah.
And now
Looks
the
like it.
situation is very difficult for David from now on. Because he has a monstrous rage, he has a third slick shot, but yeah, of course, from now on, it's pretty difficult for him to keep up. So we are going to game 3, and now David is on the play again. That can
That's
be a huge advantage.
difference. Huge
Yes.
difference because 1, he's on the play, and 2, he will not mulligan probably as low, which he did.
Yeah.
Because he mulliganed down to 5. So now on a potential 7, on the play, I really like David's position, and I wouldn't be surprised if he chose this deck to be able to actually punish the domain ramped strategies. So because if you want to be aggressive, you might just go to Convoke as your deck of choice, right? But this is much more resilient, more interactive, can have really big bursts of damage.
And he's thinking about sideboarding again, but prefer not. It's always good when you have to, because usually people don't sideboard between game 2 and game 3, but sometimes when you have a deck like that, that can be very different from on the play or on the draw, it can be useful. You can just change it a little bit and be more prepared as if you want to be more aggressive or not.
Yeah, David is ready. No changes between draw and play. I can see we did not cite in, for example, Urabra's Forge. We're just going for the creature plan.
Let's see.
Yeah, so to begin with, I really like David's position because I can fully expect Paolo to just go, tap land, and David can properly punish that as he did in game 1.
And let's see.
Double land, Otter, slide,
Third land.
lightning strike, land. This is probably a bit too dirtly.
I don't like this hand, but let's see what he decides. Meanwhile, Paolo decides to mulligan.
Oh, so if that's the case, then I think David has kept. He can go turn 1 Otter, turn 2 sleight of hand, try to find something.
Okay.
Because Otter is still a 1-drop.
Yeah.
So I think he kept that. So that's again Otter, lightning strike, sleight of hand, 4 lands, I think.
And if you are the domain player, what do you think you should have in your starting hand?
I think I would like, temporary lockdown. Probably the best hand would include Swamp Plains, Triumph, Lockdown, Kiss, or Goodbye, and then to some things. So basically, you can go triumph pass, then go swamp kill something, then
And then-
then potentially have access to plains lockdown, or even skip the kiss if possible, and just go with the lockdown. Keep like kiss for later.
Decide to keep at 6 and starting with,
Otter.
of course, Otter. Just checking the text. It's always a good idea when you are not sure, not super familiar, because sometimes you don't play with against the Temor Perez so often. And let's go with a Triumph. He's deciding what he wants to do, first of all.
Yep, slide hand before the land drop makes sense. Trigger prowess, select shot, show off, and another otter. And that's actually a difficult decision because if you could take otter and then immediately deploy it, which is very tempo positive. But you can also take select shot, which is a better card, probably long term. But then you're wasting the 1 mana this turn. So that's why I think David is contemplating this. I would say kind of tempo puzzling choice, and it is definitely otter right now. The choice I can see questing druid in hand as well.
Attacking for 2.
Great way to pull ahead on cards.
And the land and the second Otter.
Now this could walk into lockdown, but lockdown comes in 2 turns
Yes.
earliest. We do see another white source. Jetmis Garden deployed. Drop.
Meanwhile, you can deal a lot of damages with
Ooh,
this
that's good. That's good because you can
Yes.
trigger, and then play a land, and then hold up questing druid or seek the beast.
discarding the land.
Oh,
And
Kumano.
nice. That Kumano could be very useful.
So, okay, he could also just attack and lightning strike for like the full damage output, but he decides to play it a bit slower.
So
No.
meanwhile, well, 4 damage is still good.
Yeah, if there is a lockdown, we will see lockdown.
Probably, yeah. This is the situation when you want to wipe out his board.
If there isn't a lockdown, then I really don't like Paulo's position because David has a full grip of cards, more lands, more creatures, more life total.
Yes. And the situation can be difficult also because he has 4 cards in hands with 2 mana opens. You can expect a bunch of stuff from your opponent. You can expect something like another lightning strikes, but it depends. If you prefer to use it, usually he shouldn't use it against a 14 life total opponent because he prefer to trigger the prowess, but we'll see.
Paulo is thinking just a bit too long to make me think that he's got the lockdown. So
Yeah.
he might go like Topiary or... Okay, never mind. Okay,
Okay.
so he must have had some kind of a choice there. We passed the turn. Now we've got with the Druid. Now
The
the best
questing
hits would be like Swift Spear, Sleight of Hand or something?
Yeah.
Okay. Halfway
That's
there.
nice.
Halfway there.
This is nice and
We're
also another land.
halfway there. So now we can go, for example, Swift Spear, Kumano. Well, if you play the other questing,
You can still use command because he has to land drop again.
okay, so he does that. That makes a lot of sense. Keeping double druid in the back pocket, a land that you cannot really deploy because it's tapped. So you'll probably play Mountain Swift Spear. Yep.
And 3 damages on the board.
Yeah. And basically necessitating another mass removal spell from Paulo. So Paulo is under a lot of pressure. And even if he does, David has got double questing druid waiting just to be deployed. No green mana though.
They are there watching you. But still 4 cards in hand, 3 cards in hand for David. So you can expect that maybe he can find a way for the green mana. Let's see what Paolo can do in this situation. We have no idea about his hands. He's playing very far from the table. We see a 4th Triumph and...
Oh, so we've got a host shark, seed host shark. Chrome host Seed Shark, to be very, 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 very specific. Now, it is an annoying blocker, as there is still no green mana, but we can probably push through enough damage. Now, there is a choice there. So we attack with both. So Chrome host Seed Shark can block one of them.
But doesn't
And
kill.
yeah, so you could lightning strike the shark to get rid of it.
Yeah. And let's see if it's the same choice for David. And meanwhile, we'll trigger the prowess from both the monastery, so 3 damages if he decides to use the lightning strike.
Yeah, so that's the question. Do you lightning strike the seed shark or do you lightning strike the
The face, yes.
So if you lightning strike the face, then it's 2, 3, 6 damage coming across, but the seed shark stays, right? Which could be
Yeah.
problematic long term. So we do
Lightning on the
control
shark.
the battlefield, and Paolo actually has Cavern Forest. Oh, an angel. Ooh, this could be really good. This could actually shut down on the game. Archangel.
Yes, because this
Good
is the
spell
thing
though.
against a deck like Domain. You can do 6 damages and getting him to 4 life point, but you know that he has plenty of ways to gain life again.
Yep.
But if you take out his creature, then you have 1 less blocker, and he has to go with another temporary lockdown, who will deal with the 2 monastery and the Kumano.
Yeah.
Now it could be difficult for poor David.
10 damage. Well, I think that was Fugitive Codebreak again. Still no green. But I think with so many lands in play, we can actually just disguise it. Yeah,
Yep.
disguised it is. Disguised is Gozen. And we flip it
Meanwhile-
immediately, and then when Fugitive Codebreaker is turned face up, discard your hand, then draw 3. So it's literally Ancestral Recall or
Exactly.
Bedlam Reveler, for those who remember.
And attacking with 2, with and pass, of course. But right now the thing is that Paolo has 1 more round for him at least. Another triumph. Well, it's not a triumph, it's the land. Let's see what happened. Is declaring Angel again? And
Yeah,
here it is.
woof, that's rough. That's really rough.
Getting deal with a Codebreaker.
We've got the lifelink blocker, and we basically go like with the big lightning helix, padding the life total. But can David win on cards? Because maybe he can. Oh,
Let's
there
see.
is pick your poison, but there is no green.
Gosh, that can be a real messy situation for him, because you need some times for trying to deal the damages. But it's not enough. Not from this situation. Another land.
So it's a classic situation when Timur Prowess is missing a card and can't function because of
Yeah.
it, while you have domain strategy just perfectly having 5 colors every time.
Yes.
Draw of Hearth Elemental.
And there is 2 Simic land.
Discard your hand, then draw 2 cards. And then I did not get a glimpse at what these 2 cards are, but this game
They
is surprisingly grindy.
They should be 2 Simic lands, if I saw correctly.
Oh, they are double Botanical Sanctum. So it's a ton too late, and he can't even go Questing Druid into Hearth Elemental.
Now the situation is pretty difficult for him.
And also, it's a prowess deck with a pretty low land count. Having drawn, what was that? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, he's not deploying them. He's not deploying the tap
No.
lands. That is curious, definitely.
Oh, maybe there were the land drop before.
Oh,
Did he already land drop?
he may have already played, yeah, to discard
He
fewer.
played
Okay,
the land, yes.
that makes sense.
Yes, it's the only thing that I can imagine in this situation. Meanwhile, Paolo attacking with the angel, so getting life up again.
Yeah. So now, because of the life total being so high, the game will not really come down to life. I think it will come down to resources.
Let's see.
Oof, another shark.
Oh, how can David find a way right now to deal with both of them and 10 life points?
Negate. Yep. So now he plays a tap land and doesn't really do much. He can go in with half elemental, which is a 4/5. But Paolo gaining life on the swing back with Angel every single turn, he might just go, okay, take 4.
Yes, it's enough for him. But he's thinking about it. He still have cards in hand, so maybe he can find a way to deal with it. Just 2 cards. But no, I will take damage. It's okay for me. Getting down to 8. And discarding the Triumph.
Yeah, just cycle. You don't need so many
Yeah,
lands.
of
I mean, you've got 6, so 1 more for a track size fine. But we may have even seen the track size sided out because they're so slow.
Yeah, this one is not the situation where you need to hardcast it.
Wow, and then we just swing back and just yeah.
Let's see. Meanwhile, back to 11. And David is down to 10. So now he needs to find a way to deal 11 damages. Can be very difficult for him from there.
Oh, and her migration to get even more life total.
14 damages. Now it's very, very, very difficult for him. Well, this is the situation when you... I don't know. I think that he's thinking about an exit from this situation, David. Because otherwise, probably you prefer to have some times for some break before the 4th round.
Yeah. Yeah, optimizing the time.
Yeah, exactly. When you're sure that you have no exit from the situation. But there is an exit. Let's see what he's thinking about and if he can find it. Organizing the land. Dropping the tapped land. Casting the first questing beast with the only green mana available. Attacking with the elemental.
Yeah, attacking for 4. Now again, down to 10, but then he'll gain 3 back
Yes.
again. He's basically attacking for 1, which is largely inconsequential, dare I say. I can see another fugitive code breaker might be disguised yet again. I'm really surprised at the staying power of this prowess deck. So
yeah,
he's playing against, arguably one of the most over-the-top strategies in the entire format, and he's kind of keeping the pace.
Meanwhile, he'll check the correct text of the card.
Yeah, he's kind of keeping pace. Now we're holding up a negate. Paolo is keeping his cards pretty close to his chest, so I can't really make out what he's working with. Now, attack for 3 with a life link flyer.
Down to 7, up back to 13 life points. And it's getting harder and harder for David to keep up with the situation. Because now his clock is down to 2 rounds, potentially.
5 mana. Sunfall.
Okay.
Oh, self-inflicted Sunfall. Okay, okay. And we negate that Sunfall with trigger on questing draw. Yes, okay, we don't
Yes,
forget.
of course. But there is still the potential 5/5 down on the board.
Yeah, and it can be, poop,
It can be
flip
annoying.
it, trigger,
Meanwhile-
Bedlam Reveler.
Drawing 3 cards.
So now in response we flip just to make sure we've
Yep.
got the creature up. Draw Kumano, Lightning Strike, Consider.
Consider.
Can he do it?
There are 2 blockers.
So much mana, he can do anything right now.
And another Kumano. So you can go with both of Kumano, dealing 2 damages. Well, first of all, consider.
Uh-huh.
Seems like it.
Well, David, you madman, you might actually do it. Let's see what Consider does.
He's really thinking about it. And first of all, consider triggering everything.
Another questing druid. I think we're keeping that one and go with Seek the Beast. So the problem is that if you attack with everything and make a huge fugitive codebreaker and a huge questing druid, they can just be blocked, traded, or chomped by the 2 untapped
Yeah.
creatures. So just half elemental goes through, which is just 4 damage. But yeah, he might just chain enough spells to actually force chomps.
2 mana, questing druid.
And we see
Slick shot
oh, that's
and
huge.
the
Oh, it's
frenzy.
frenzy. Oh, that's insane. Oh, that's literally insane.
That can be huge. If it
no,
doesn't
no,
make
no.
mistakes.
This has to be what so you've got Slick Shot, then you attack with everything. You've got Witchstalker Frenzy to kill the flyer. You also play double Kumano pre-combat or something.
Let's see.
That's insane.
The druid is now up to +4/+4.
Wow,
That
David
is amazing.
playing prowess / teamer control drew, a million lands, but actually is using all of them right here.
First Kumano triggering the druid and
1 trigger
for
on
the
Slick Shot.
Slick shot and 3 trigger on the other creature.
Now he has to remember to leave up the red when he attacks, but he doesn't do
He
it.
does it.
And then he Witchstalker Frenzies. What?
Yes, it's 5 damages.
Okay, maybe it just doesn't matter which one he kills. It just heals the bigger one. And he will just block the biggest one, and that's some damage. And then you just count, okay, how much am I missing?
I think there is no
Lightning
way.
strike,
Yeah.
And that's a handshake.
Whoa, that was
That's a
amazing.
handshake. David, wow, clawing back from the belly of the beast. That's actually really impressive. That's really impressive. I think I wrote him off a little too early.
That was amazing. That was what I was trying to say before. He knows he has a way to deal with the situation. He just have to find it, and he find it.
Yeah. I mean, he used fugitive codebreaker disguised
Amazing.
Bedlam Reveler, and
And-
there we go.
We are on table 2, and we are seeing Convoke against 5 Color Legends.
Yeah, so let's see how that goes. So they are 1-1, but I can see one board is a bit more impressive
Yes.
than the other.
I really love Convoke decks.
Oh, I can see Immortal Recruiter in hand even. So I think that's a huge attack. And this backup might be over just as soon as we jump in.
He still has a lot of damages in hand. On board, sorry. Immodane Recruiter. So he's getting down himself as a 1/1 plus another soldier token 1/1. So now he has 2 bat that can fly, and they are 1/1. 2/1/2. The Novice Inspectors. Then he has also 4/4, another 1/1, a bunch of stuffs. The Immodane, and he's attacking with kind of everything.
Yeah.
That is so nice. There are a lot of damages. Let's see how down is. Go to 1.
Yeah, 1 isn't 0, but
1
are there
isn't
any
0, yeah.
Are there any tokens that's no? He's got double land. Yeah,
And it's a GG. This was fast.
This was really fast. Yeah,
so fast that I cannot know if they have already have picked up a refill matches for us because they
Yeah,
should have.
I don't think they have yet. So, hello, welcome
Hello.
to the booth. We are here waiting to see whether we have any refills, any backups to bring you even more Magic here, because Magic will be played constantly throughout these 3, not 2, 3 days. But yeah, before we go in, maybe we can take a look at the meta game.
Yes, if they have ready with the metagame, we can look at it. So I can ask you which deck is your choice if you
Yes.
have to
Yes.
participate in these kinds of event. I am for sure a Convoke player.
You are a
So,
Convoke
yes,
player.
I
Why?
really love the
So
deck.
why? Why? What do you like about the deck?
It has everything. It's fast, it's reliable. You can go with a huge board like the last one. That is
Yeah.
always funny when you can just go with both hands and say, I attack with everything. That is like my playstyle. I really
Okay.
love it.
Okay. How do you deal with removal, mass removal?
You
Can-
can play around it. Maybe
Okay.
you don't have to play with every creatures on the board. Like I will go with everything that I have putting on the board. But when you have 2, 3, 4 creatures and you can keep up everything else in hand and then wait, so yeah, you can rebuild. But here we are with the meta breakdown. Did you expect the Observer's Control as the most played?
Yeah, I don't think I did. I don't think I did. I did expect blue-eye control. I talked to a bunch of people about this, but to be the actually most represented deck is
Yeah.
kind of unreal. I expected the decks that are below it, like Esper midrange or maybe Analyst or Ramp, to be higher.
Yeah.
One of the biggest shockers, in my opinion, is how low Legends are.
Oh yeah,
Because you've
especially
got-
after Pro Tour.
Exactly, you've got 5 copies or 5 color legends, and there are some of them lurking somewhere else. You've got like 5 color Slowdirk, that's 2. 5 color legends, that's 2. If you add all of this up, you will have maybe like 10-ish copies max,
Yeah, still not
which
in
is
the top 3.
still way less than you expect. Like I would never expect legends to be as represented as banned toxic.
Yes.
But here we are, I guess, and Convoke really high despite
Yes,
the
I didn't
pest control.
expect this. Also
floating
because the
around.
last time people getting and keeping asking me, "Oh, do you think it's still
good
viable?
choice,
Do you
yeah.
think it's a good chance?" I was like, "Yeah, for me, of course, it's a good chance." But people doesn't believe in that. But people in the venue believe in this deck.
Yeah. Apparently, to probably maybe prey on the main. That's kind of making a comeback again after the
Makes
the
sense.
Ichikawa's win of the PT. We've got Golgari midrange kind of seeing a resurgence, which I have heard has a pretty decent matchup against, for example, Blue-Eyed Control. That's
Yeah.
at the top of the meta game. Now, when you play Blue-Eyed Control, and you expect a field of other blue-eyed control decks, you might be tempted to be even bigger to win against blue-eyed control. But the bigger you get to win against, for example, the mirror match, the worse you are against the slow decks that can get under you, right?
Yeah.
So there is a risk that you get bigger with Azorius control to be good in the mirror against Analyst and Ramp, but then you lose out to Grulagro, to Prowess, and to potentially maybe even Convoke. Now, I know Convoke has been historically pretty good for blue-eyed control, but depending on how you change your deck,
Yeah.
because you want to go bigger, have maybe fewer removal spells, more card advantage, you might leave some blind spots.
Yes. Also,
yeah.
another thing that it's. I think tomorrow we will see a different meta in the venue
Yeah.
because the difference from closed decklist tournament and open decklist tournament. Like, I don't know if I want to play a super aggro or something like that. When is an open decklist? I'm not sure about it. It depends. Maybe if you're very confident and you think it's a good deck, you can do that.
I mean, that's a thing that's very, very often true. If you are confident with a strategy,
Yeah.
it's typically better to just choose that.
Yeah.
You could switch decks last minute, but only if you are, 1, a very good player
Yeah.
overall, and 2, maybe you've got a team of people who can help you get into the deck and just synthesize the info you need to know, because you can't physically put in the games when you switch decks on Thursday.
Yeah,
Right,
exactly.
you just physically can't. So you need people to synthesize the information. Maybe you read some guides. Maybe the team members will just tell you the ins and outs, or you just play the most difficult matchups against your friends, but leave
And
the
try to-
simple ones
yeah.
out.
Also, there are some players that are here in the venue today playing the last chance, and they are already qualified for tomorrow. And I was
Yeah.
asking to them, "Oh, why then are you playing here?" And their answer is just for testing.
Yeah.
It's a big event. I came here with a deck that maybe I'm not sure to play tomorrow, and then I will test it and see if it's a good idea or bring back the more confident deck for me.
So that's another thing. Like you might have like two close decks, and I could imagine if you're, for example, a control player, you might think of blue-white control or maybe blue-black control
Yeah.
or like Esper, and you can't choose. So that
Which one?
the differences aren't big. Maybe this illustrious qualifier will iron the things out and just make it much easier to choose. Or maybe you're thinking of a big mana deck,
Yeah.
but do you go with maybe like domain ramp or maybe more like Timber Analyst? Do you play Convoke? Do you play Prowess? Maybe you're just, you know.
Yes, it is a little bit pricey when you have to just spend 100 euro for testing. But you know, when people do that stuff, is usually very good players, so they usually go to prices, so it can pay off.
And also, they are actually playing for prizes.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
They actually want to accomplish something.
Yes.
And yeah, speaking of prizes.
Here we are. So if you can top 16, you will get 100 USD, so the entire price of your ticket, plus 140 ticks and one entire box that, yes, you will take physically, and then
Yes.
you have to deal with that, plus the voucher for card market, and you will get the qualifier for the invitation for the
For
regional.
tomorrow.
Yes, for tomorrow.
Yeah, so you know, if you win the tournament today, like you're actually playing like a small, basically like you're playing an LMS.
Yeah.
Because you're winning, you know, almost 2K, like basically 2-ish K
the
dollars
ticks and
and then 10
everything, yes.
boxes. Like, so I would still expect people to split prizes when they top 8.
Usually they
To rest for tomorrow.
Exactly.
But like you're actually playing a pretty top heavy structure when you're getting 10 boxes is a lot of boxes to bring back home.
It can be difficult if you want to bring them physically home, like if you have some flight or something like that.
Yeah.
Also, there is so many Italian players that are here, can travel by car or something like that. So it's easier for them.
Definitely much easier. Definitely much easier if you've got a car and a trunk to put.
Yes. Otherwise,
the
you need
winnings into.
a full bag for the boxes, and it can be expensive.
I wouldn't be surprised even to see a couple of people just trying to find the cards for tomorrow.
Yes.
Because not everyone has them on them. And they
Yes.
come in and they go to talk to the vendors or other people, just okay, how can I buy cards, right? And they go to this vendor, to that vendor.
Yeah.
And just try to acquire and complete your deck. Because it just still isn't. Especially if you
Yes.
haven't decided on the deck.
Exactly.
Because you maybe switch the decks today, which I don't really recommend probably. And then
But
you'll have to play
maybe-
cards.
Maybe it can be sometimes when you are in this kind of event. It happens a lot to me in Pauper and smaller event, that I bring my deck that I know it's complete, and I bring a deck that I just need 2 more cards for completed. I go in the venue and then I hope for the best to find the last 2 cards, because maybe I tested this a lot online or with proxies, but I don't have the physical cards. Sometimes can usually, well, when you are in the regional, it's not that common. But in this kind of event, if you qualify today and you won't have the proper card for tomorrow, it's a choice. You can bring the deck that gain you the qualification today, or you can bring the other deck that maybe you tested a lot.
Yeah, and what I really like about this current standard format is that the meta game kind of, like you've got representation of a lot of macro archetypes.
Mhm.
So you've got a typical aggressive strategy like Prowess, like we've just seen, right? You've got
Yeah.
Convoke, this is kind of go wide. Actually, a very good comparison, because you've got Convoke, that's a go wide aggro deck.
Yes.
And you've got Prowess, that's a go tall aggro deck.
Yes.
Then on top of that, you've got like big mana combo-ish deck like Analyst. You've got big mana, big mana combo-ish.
Yes.
And big mana control-ish with domain ramp. You also have got actual control, which is blue-eye control. You've got mono red, which is just pure aggro deck. You've got actual mid-range decks, like black mid-range decks, but they are just mid-range like Golgari, or they're like tempo control-y like blue-black, or like tempo. Like it's just.
There is so many options. This
So
is why I
many-
really like standard in this spot and this meta. You have plenty of options. You can play whatever you want. Kind.
Yeah. And you've got a lot of variety within these decks. I've seen people play, for example,
Yeah.
domain ramp, but they got like more black take on
Yes.
domain ramp. Or maybe people play slow gurk and they play, more humans or a different set of colors. So they splash for something that other people don't. You play analyst, so you've got different maybe mirror breakers to go over.
Especially with the
opponents.
sideboard, there is so many changes between the player because you know your play style.
Yeah.
And you also know you prefer maybe one card against the other one because you know how your play style is and you know which are your difficulties playing against each other.
Yeah, exactly. You could have maybe more mass removal spells or maybe more negates,
Exactly.
depending on which side of the metagame you expect the most. And like, for example, if you're blue-white control, do you load up on the blue interaction because you expect the mirror match a bit more? Or do you load up on mass removal and just removal in general because you expect the small creature
Mhm.
decks? You could go half-half, but maybe that's just not optimal. Maybe it's better to split the difference somehow, right? If we add other effects like card advantage and maybe graveyard hate into
Yeah.
it, then you have to split the sideboard 4 ways and somehow pick a proportion.
Also, another thing that people usually forget is that it's a very different meta, the paper one from the online. Even if from MTGO or MTG Arena, they are completely different metas because of the time issue, especially with MTGO. You have to do all the clicks that you needed.
Yes, yes, yes.
So sometimes you really need to have a faster decks. But when you play in paper, it's easier for you. You can just use your control. If you're a control player, it's easier. You can take your time, just think about it, just calculate everything, do your math, do the proper math. That is my biggest issue when I play on MTGO. Am I little? Wait for the math. Oh no, I have no time left.
Yeah, you actually, but then on the flip side, it teaches you all these things.
Yes.
So now when you go, for example, from Arena to MTGO and from the MTGO to paper or the other way around,
Yes.
you suddenly visually see how many triggers happen, how they happen. You find out that, for example, if your triggers happen at the same time,
Yeah.
you can stack them.
Yeah.
But
Exactly.
maybe, for example, you've got a spell that triggers, or a creature that triggers for you and the opponent at the same time. And then you see that you've got active-inactive player thing
Yes.
going on.
Like the shoulder thing of the last Naples event.
Exactly. So now you're learning these things, right?
Yes.
Maybe first you file for reimbursement because you are not sure, should that work? Shouldn't I? What?
That is
But-
why I really love Arena, because it's very useful for people to learn how to play it. Not like you learn how to deal with your decks, but you learn the rules, you learn the stacks, you learn the layers, you learn everything, and it's very useful.
Yeah, definitely. So it looks like the round is approaching an end.
Perfect. So we can see the next round and see you. The next round will be with Martin and Will, and we will see you in the round after that.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Legacy European Tour, the last chance qualifier. My name is Will Hall, better known on the internet as the Will Hall EXP, and I'm joined by none other than Hall of Famer Martin User, and we're bringing you round number 4 of standard action here today, live in Naples. As you can tell, it's pretty warm outside, so we've been outside catching some, catching some rays in between the rounds. But don't worry, we're back now, and we've got an amazing feature match for you all. Martin, who are we going to see? But more importantly, what decks are they playing?
I believe we have some really exciting decks for this round.
Yeah.
One of which is Jeskai Convoke.
Yeah, that's right. Jeskai Convoke.
Jeskai Convoke.
Normally it's Boris Convoke. Why are we playing blue cards in this deck?
Why are we playing blue cards? We're going to find out soon enough. They're paired against Ragdos Midrange. Ragdos Midrange is just another one of those black midrange decks in the format. You can play Esper, you can play Golgari, but Ragdos is also there. Ragdos has a good curve. You get to play Inti plus Gix, so you have a lot of card advantage. You also have some nice sideboard cards as well. And for the backup feature match, I think we have one of the more traditional matchups of the format, which is Golgari midrange and Esper midrange.
All right, well, let's see if we can get down to the table, see how the players are getting on shuffling up. If they're ready to go as we kick off this round number 4. Jeskai Convoke. Looks like we're taking Mulligan. We already spoke about, mulliganing and how that kind of works with these Convoke decks. You kind of, when you sign up with this deck, you know you're going to be going to potentially 6, even 5 cards, but that still could be enough to get you across the line. They're so explosive in their opening hands, right?
Yeah, and conveniently, a hand of 2 lands, a Novice Inspector, or the Vampire that makes the Blood token, Voldaren Epicure, plus Gleeful Demolition. And
it's like the 1-2. It's basically the Splinter Twin of standard. I'd say.
and Knight Errant of Eos. That is exactly 5 cards. So you can easily multi-5, and as long as you find these 5 cards, that is against a lot of matchups almost a guaranteed win in game 1, especially if you're on the play, because most decks in the format don't really have a great way to answer that unless they have the turn 3 temporary lockdown or something along those lines.
If you have the meta game of what all 193 players brought this weekend, it has been posted on Legacy's Twitter. If you want to go across to there, you can have a little look. You can see what all the players have brought, trying to get themselves into the last 16 today to get themselves into the regional championships starting tomorrow, where we're going to be bringing you 9 rounds plus 6 on the Sunday, and then that cut to top 8. We're going to find out who's going to go to Worlds and who's going to be walking in and calling themselves the European champion at the next Pro Tour, which of course is happening in Europe, in Amsterdam.
Yeah, going to be a great event.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. Obviously, format for that is going to be modern, but it's all standard all weekend. Today's going to be standard. Tomorrow is open deck list standard. So you'll see the rounds taking a little bit longer between sideboarding, but in sideboarding we'll be able to get those deck lists up on the screen for you all at home to have a little look at. You'll be able to look at the standings, check out how your friends and your favorite players are doing throughout the weekend, because there is a lot of big names registered for tomorrow, right? We've been having a little sift through, trying to get our admin sorted for tomorrow. And it looks like we've got a keep 6 here.
The thing is, when you're up against Convoke and your opponent keeps their 7, they instantly say, okay, yeah, keep. Then you pretty much know they have that one of those busted opening hands, and that kind of forces you to potentially mulligan into a hand that has an answer for that.
Even though, say I've got a turn 1 removal spell, I get rid of the creature, the clue token is generated, and we all know that's actually the key bar for us being able to, get demolition and get that off the battlefield. So we'll see if we have the 1-2 punch moving forward. Here comes a clue.
My rule of thumb when Convoke is basically that if your opening hand does not have Knight Errant of Eos or Warden of the Inner Sky, the 1-drop that grows, gets +1/+1 counters, eventually has flying and vigilance. If you don't have one of those cards, you should strongly considering mulliganing your opening hand.
Okay, Blood Tide on the other side. We all know how good this has been for such a long time now. It's a powerful 2-drop, great power. Got a better body, comes along with a blood token, can kill things, can cycle through your deck where you need to find answers. Loads of good utility to it. Now, and I like this is good sequencing, right? We're using the blood token to, one of the things that we can tap is creatures and artifacts, tap in 3, scry 1, put a counter on it, and then we destroy it with the Gleeful Demolition, which is going to bring along 3 Phyrexian Goblins. Do we have them? We do have them. I love it when people bring their own tokens.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, nice sequencing by Gabriella. realizing I don't need to play the Warden on turn 1 and expose it to a cut down.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to be able to attack with it on turn 2 anyway, since my plan is to play another 1-drop and then the Demolition, so I'm going to be tapping all my permanents anyway. So might as well sandbag it for turn 2. Maybe my opponent's going to tap out, and then I can play the Warden, instantly make it a 3/4, and all of a sudden it doesn't get killed by cut down. So now it's only a go for the throat, or possibly something like shoot the Sheriff if your opponent has that. But right now you're dodging half of their removal spells, which is a pretty big deal.
Well, this is kind of like the big punch. Yeah, we don't have the Ranger Captain. Oh, it's not the Ranger Captain, is it? That's the other EOS one.
Yeah.
The Knight of EOS, which is really the big 1-2 punch, because then it restocks their hand. Famously, aggro decks kind of go just play their hand on the battlefield, and that is it. Like, do I win the game or not? This deck, we've got a way to generate more cards in our deck while advancing to the board, which is huge. Do you want to kind of say out to the War Leader's Call in hand, which is like a nice anthem effect and a good late game card, because that means all our creatures will start pinging things later on.
I like the card a lot. I played it myself at the Pro Tour, and the reasoning for that is that against decks like Blue-White Control and Domain and Teamer with all these ill-timed explosions and depopulates and whatever sweepers they have, you want to on turn 3 improve your board, but not add something to the board that dies to a sweeper. And by playing War Leader's Call, you make your board better, but you also don't expose it to a sweeper. So next turn your opponent sweeps the board, and you have the call on the battlefield, and the damage pings from the creatures coming into play later on, they really start adding up. So it's a nice way to hedge against
Maybe should do plays like we just saw last time. Swing all about. Yes, they've got a good block on the other side. They've got a 2/3. I'm swinging a 2/2 into it. Sure, whatever. The main point here is I need to get you down to 6, 5, 4 life. So the later the game goes with this enchantment on the battlefield, the more pings that can happen, there's a good chance I'm going to be able to win the game that way, especially the later it goes. I think the one thing we're trying to dodge is a Shield Red. If that comes down, it's going to make our life a lot harder. That's obviously incremental life gain moving forward. But now every single threat we play is going to add an extra point of damage on the stack, basically going across to try and get that 12 down to 0. So here comes Warden. Ping you. Do you have to remember those triggers? This is not an online client. It's not going to do them for you.
We actually tried a cool deck before the Pro Tour that was sent to me by another Czech player, and it had War Leader's Calls, but it also had, and I'm not sure if I'm going to pronounce it right, Ojer, the red god, the 4/3, 4-mana 4/3 that if it dies, it turns into a land, the tapped legendary land that can flip it back.
Yep.
And the card says that if a permanent you control would deal non-combat damage to your opponent, it deals that damage equal to Ojer's power. So it comes as a 4-power card.
Yes.
So if you start with War Leader's Call on turn 3 and follow it up on turn 4 with the Red God, it's instantly a 5/5 because it gets the War Leader's Call bonus, and it instantly shoots the opponent for 5. And then, you play a Gleeful Demolition, take 15.
That'd be pretty sweet to see. I'm down for that. That's cool tech. How come you didn't go with it? Was it just a little bit too slow?
The rest of like Esper was still better, the usual.
Okay, 9 points of life left to go. We're going to add another blocker to the battlefield. This is one of the newer ones that's kind of popped up recently. It's got like a good big effect to it. The Bronco. Is that, how do I pronounce that first name? Kirstrist Bronco?
I just like Bronco.
Yeah, let's just go with Bronco. Why not? It's a cowboy set. Bronco makes sense. More importantly, right now, it is a 2/2 that can block, because we need to keep our life total nice and high as everything gets turned sideways. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 coming across.
That's a lot of damage considering Adelaide is at 9 and Gabriella has that War Leader's Call. There is at least a Resolute Reinforcement in hand, I think, and then
I think it's a reinforcements plus a Gleeful Demolition. We're looking for that artifact to be able to do. Again, being able to make 3/1/1s while doing a Lightning Bolt, pretty good.
I want to see, or I want to let you see what the blue is for in the Jeskai Convoke deck. This kind of reminds me of Mardu or Jeskai vehicles that kind of stormed that one Pro Tour in Dublin with 6 people in the top 8 playing basically the same vehicles deck. They realized that why would we just stick to 2 colors, like with all 3 fast lands and other ping lands and slow lands in the format. You can easily make a 3-color mana base work for these aggressive decks.
Shield Dread drawn off the top, but I think that might be a little too late. The powerful 4-drop might not say red, nope, and we're scooping it up. Also, love that we kept on check of the night day. We appreciate that. So that's going to be Boris Convoke taking Nick down game 1. As we spoke about, it is a game 1 deck. It's meant to win that game 1. It's meant to be on the battlefield. Super explosive. Your opponent doesn't have a chance. Now, after sideboarding, this is where it gets a lot harder. You've got to try and win match 2 or match 3 going forward, especially in a closed deckless tournament like this is today. The players do not know what their opponents are on, but they all do have the same goal in mind, and that is to get in the top 16 today, because then they get themselves an invite to the regional championships starting tomorrow. I mean, kind of the kicking off around the world, I believe, from this sort of weekend. You're going to see this weekend, America's is kicking off next weekend, and we're going to start qualifying a lot more players to play in the next Pro Tour, which is Amsterdam. Really looking forward to that. MagicCons are always a great time for everybody, no matter what format you're involved in. The format for that is Modern. That is my favorite format. I'm not going to lie. It is, and especially, more importantly, Modern Horizons 3 is coming out for that. And obviously, we're literally in the middle of spoiler season at the minute, so loads of hype buzzing around that. I'm really excited to see what sort of the decks people are bringing this weekend. And kind of brewing in standard. Are they going to go for the decks that were on the Pro Tour? They've been proven, tested, and doing well. Are they going to try and attack that format? Are they going to kind of try and prey on these best decks and with their own brews? I've had multiple people message me about the same person bringing a deck this weekend and say this deck is broken. Like this deck is going to run away with this tournament. I'm like, okay, let me see. Let's see how we go with it. The deck does look good. It does look sick. I went last round. I was having a little look at it. Time to be told. Might know they might be here on Sunday. They might be giving them a trophy.
It's true that the Pro Tour was very close to the set release, so a lot of people just simply didn't have enough time to try everything. So a lot of people just defaulted to playing Esper, to playing some of the proven decks, Domain, Blue-White Control. But yeah, now.
Do you like that or not?
Yeah,
I personally like the idea that there isn't almost enough time to solve a format, so you've got to just use your time to your advantage, and and also having a team helps, I imagine, going forward in that. Where if it was a month before, okay, realistically, streamers have probably solved the meta for you.
Yeah, exactly. I like when it's roughly 2 weeks after the set release, so that you know what's going on, but you don't know exactly everything. You don't know exactly how every matchup goes. You need to figure out everything for yourself, and obviously, it does favor the bigger teams that have 10 people or whatever putting in the work and testing all the matchups they need to test and putting the results in the spreadsheets and then figuring out exactly which deck is the best one. But yeah, I think it's roughly the perfect moment when a new set comes out to feature it.
I like it
at a tournament like a Pro Tour and make people excited about the new cards.
I always remember back in the day, it used to be set came out, SCG event, following weekend Pro Tour, and it was like really cool to watch. Like, what's everyone come up with? Okay, now what's everybody come up with the at the Pro Tour, and just seeing it. And I always go back to, and I always say my favorite Pro Tour is Born of the Gods, because that's the first time that Blue Moon just came out of nowhere. They were attacking people's mana and bouncing things back, and had shackles to steal all these Tarmogoyfs that were flying around. And I was just like, oh my word, that looks so good, so cool, such a great deck building kind of time then in Modern. And I think we're about to move into that again with Modern Horizons 3 coming out. But more importantly, these players look like they've sideboarded, they've shuffled up, and they're now looking at their opening 7. On the draw, not the best place you want to be if you're a Convoke deck. You obviously want to be on the play and super explosive. Gonna, I imagine, favor this Rakdos midrange deck. What sort of cards are they looking for to have in that opening hand?
So both this tournament is closed deck lists. So neither player knows what exactly their opponents have in their sideboard. If I am the Convoke player, the card I'm scared of is Hidetsugu Consumes All, which I did play against Rakdos at the Pro Tour. Most players at the Pro Tour ran 4 of those in their sideboards. Some players instead have Glistering Deluge. Some people play Path of Peril, but everybody has some kind of a sweeper. So you should expect your opponent to have some kind of a 3-mana sweeper. If I'm playing Rakdos midrange, then I probably don't expect my opponent to sideboard too much. maybe bring in a little bit of removal, to try to kill my deep cavern bats and cards like Gix or Shield Dread. But mostly the bat is the most annoying card they
I was about to
have.
say that bat is so annoying. And like we're starting to advance the battlefield now. First couple of turns, no player did anything, just land go. That's got a favor Rakdos. Now, out of nowhere, we've exploded and we've convoked 2, which means we can only find CMC 2 or less, which is a lot of in the deck. But we missed. That's a huge miss there, meaning we can't restock our hand. And then end of turn, go for the throat is going to take down the knight. And then the follow-up play is going to be a Shield Dread. This is exactly how you want this matchup to go if you're on the on Rakdos midrange.
Yeah, looks like Gabriella brought in a bunch of counters. I think that's a disdainful stroke. And
So no, as well, now the blue mana has been seen. Didn't really see that in game 1. Didn't see any blue cards, and now it's the kind of it's more on the radar that oh, there's blue over there. This isn't the usual list that we've come to know and love over the last couple of months.
Yeah, my first thought would be like, okay, you probably have something like a negate in the sideboard against the sweepers. Maybe you have, a Tishana's Tidebinder or some of these like really good instant speed cards. But the problem is Convoke is not a deck that really plays well at instant speed. It's a tap out deck. You want to tap out on your own turn. Obviously, if you have cards like negate in the sideboard, it shouldn't be that hard to try to build a board while keeping 2 mana up. But I mean, sometimes it is a big ask, especially when the mana is not perfect.
Okay, how do we want to advance? 5 land is probably 2 or 3 land more than we would actually want in this whole match. But here comes a clue token. Maybe we'll just shortcut in here. Okay, so yeah, clue token is going to come down. We're going to take a point of life.
That sounds like a Gleeful Demolition to me.
I see it. Especially as we're going for the tokens before we even cast a spell. Like, I'm just going to pick these here for 1 red mana. What could it possibly be? Oh, also we've got the case of the Gateway Express, which means we can get that shielded off the battlefield. But we decided against it?
I mean, that was also a very, confident Gleeful Demolition. Like, your opponent can easily have something like an Abrade, to destroy the artifact in response.
Well, I'm wondering why did we not play the case there? What else would we? Sure, it's the best target,
I think Gabriella is sitting on a counter now. Yeah, I see Protect the Negotiators and Disdainful Stroke. So
they want to basically try and have 2. I got you.
The idea is now I'm gonna counter Gix's command. If you don't have the 3 mana sweepers, you're gonna have Gix's command.
Well, there's a 3 mana sweeper.
There's the Path of Peril. There's to Protect the Negotiators. Boom. This works really well in closed deck lists. At the Pro Tour, it would be a lot harder to play. Cards that are as surprising, but with closed deck lists, that does work.
Do you think you change this up? Say that Gab manages to make it to tomorrow, because top 16s today. Do you think that we mix up the deck a little bit, go back to more traditional red-white, or do you think we still keep the blue in? Bear in mind the shock factor won't be there because it's going to be an open deckless tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I think it can go both ways, but you probably keep the deck the same way. If it was successful for you today, then you kind of want to.
Okay, here comes the case. Because first chapter on the case is deal every creature you control deals 1 point of damage to a target creature. I imagine that creature is going to be called Shield Dread, and it is going to take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 damage, and then we get to turn everything sideways. Now that we've attacked with more than 3 creatures, means at the end of turn the case will be solved, and that they will be all get +1/+0 moving forward for the rest of the match, which is very good, right? Having a kill spell plus an anthem effect in one.
The case is so good for the Boros Convoke deck because it is both a removal spell and it's also an anthem effect to make your creatures bigger, so you don't have to overextend as much against all the sweepers. It's just one of the cards that really does make the deck work.
Did we forget to solve it at the end of turn? Or we
I think the counter means it's solved.
Okay,
that's a Trespasser. Well, that is a way to gain life and a bigger body than the tokens are currently, but I think Adelaide's going to need a little bit more than that.
Again, they're very, very good at these go wide strategies. And even in the later game, when we start generating clues and blood tokens, we can cycle away our lands, we can start drawing extra cards. These decks are really, really cool. It's actually probably one of my favorite decks in the standard is the Boros Convoke decks. I might actually even have your list that I play on Arena at the minute. Might be yours. I feel like you know how to play Magic, weirdly.
It's also, I mean, it's also a deck where 56 cards are pretty much locked, right? You just kind of like the last couple slots are, do you want to play Sanguine Evangelist, or do you want to play War Leader's Call? Some people play the Pixie, but mostly it's just the same 56 cards.
All right, looks like we're going to go to blocks. Block here, taking out the non-token creature makes sense in case we need to start attacking, so we can eat out the graveyard, gain a little bit more life. But this is still going to be 10 damage coming across if everything connects. And that's a huge swing. That would be dropping us down to 8 life.
Yeah, blocking the creature matters obviously for the Trespasser, but it could also be a tell that you have the Hidetsugu in your deck that destroys everything which has mana value 1 or less. So
Double cut down on 2 tokens. I'm feeling good. If I'm
okay,
thinking both sides, I'm like,
that's good. Take 6 is fine.
I'm happy to take your cards out of your hand for the 1 card it cost me, really.
Wow, did Gabriella draw another Gleeful though? Wow.
No, the Gleeful was in hand. I think they drew the way to make the artifact
artifact maker. Okay, so make a clue, target the clue, make 3 tokens, take 2 damage. Wow, wait, Gabriella's at 5. He does have 5 pink lands in play. That's 5 pain lands.
That is actually I like
that. Is a lot of damage.
Is there maybe we can get like a sweeper out attack for 4, but then that means basically they can't play any spells because it's all the all ping lands.
Yeah, I think Adelaide can start thing of getting aggressive in some way.
Just so people watching, maybe tune in. Does that give it trample, or is it the flip side?
It's just the flip side. Yeah, the first one's +1/+0 haste. The other one is +2/+0 haste and trample.
Well, like when we talk about these pain lands, ping lands, what do we mean by a pain land, ping land? People don't really know what we're talking about.
Pain land is the original Apocalypse. Well, no, the original ones were the one in Ice Age, actually. Ice Age were the original ones. So Carpelson Forest, Outercar Wastes, then the ones from Apocalypse, the Llanowar Wastes, and Battlefield Forge, and all these lands that either produce colorless or one of 2 different colors of mana, but you have to pay 1 life to do that.
I like it when Boomer Martin comes out. It takes us down memory lane of Magic's history. We are going to see an attack happen here. We're going to get rid of 1 creature from the graveyard, go up 1 more life point, down 1 more life point, more importantly on the other side. Then it looks like we're moving to blocks. We're going to throw a token under the bus, so to speak. Don't want that coming across now. Do we have lethal on the backswing at all? At the minute, this is 12 damage on the battlefield. We have a removal spell, but that's not enough. That 1 life attack there, gaining that 1 life, is huge.
Yeah, but you will take a removal spell here any day. The question is, do you want to try to set it up so you win in 2 attacks, or would you rather deal with the Trespasser and sort of try to overpower the Stormseeker in like maybe 2 turns, or wait if you draw something bigger? Or another, War Leader's Call, another case. Like, how do you want to play this? That's the question. Because you don't want to just kill the Stormseeker and attack with everything. Then you just die on the backswing, because the Trespasser plus the trigger is enough.
Is the blue card in hand? Is that a Disdainful Stroke?
That is a stroke, which is you most likely coming in as a preemptive answer for Gix's Command. Yeah, Gix's Command is the card you're mostly scared of. So if Gabriella saw Adelaide's list and did not see any Gix's Commands, and instead saw cards like Hidetsugu or Path of the Peril, then Stroke might not even come in after sideboard if Shield Red is the only target.
Okay. So the only card left in hand for Gab is basically this Disdainful Stroke. Path to Peril here would win the match, or win this game, sorry.
Yeah, for sure.
We got a level at the top of the deck. We do have some map tokens on the battlefield. End of turn, we're tapping 2. We're going to get rid of another creature. So even removal spell off the top here will do it.
So
1
Adelaide
blocker.
plays for the win.
It was in a braid.
No, that's a Stormseeker, I think.
Was it?
No.
I thought it was in a braid.
Oh, yeah,
That's
no,
great, yeah,
it is
a braid,
Yeah, you're right.
creature, attack opens
Wow,
sideways.
okay.
Play to you out. Love to see it. We're going to a game number 3. Now, I feel like after seeing kind of some of the sweepers there, that this is the same for stroke that's just dead in the hand. Are we keeping this in, or do you think we maybe take that out? And
That's the thing
what
with
you want to
closed
play.
deck lists. You don't know.
Yeah,
It could be great, but it could also be mostly a dead card. If your opponent only has a couple expensive creatures, like Shieldred and like the Archfiend of the Dross, like those are typically the only expensive cards other than Gix's Command. So if they don't have Gix's Command, you probably don't want to bring in the Stroke. But I mean, Gabriella might have other plans.
On the flip side, there, just look at in that matchup. Anyway, if you manage to snag a Gix's Command there, you feel so big brain. But in that matchup, there, it's dead in your hand. If it was basically a creature or a spell, you're in that game. You don't lose that game. You would have had an extra blocker or an extra attacker for lethal moving forward. But more than less, we get to get a game number 3 here for all you beautiful people watching. And we do appreciate you being here. Thank you very much. Hopefully you're strapped in and ready because we are bringing you 3 whole days of standard action. We've got the last chance qualifier, which is happening right now. That is what you are watching. 8 rounds of that today. And of course, we're almost halfway through as this is round number 4. Then tomorrow morning, nice, sharp and early here in Italy, Naples. We'll be going live at 9 o'clock in the morning. And we'll be giving you 9 more rounds. That's where we're going to see which players managed to make it into day number 2. I think they're going to need an X2, X3 record. We'll kind of work out the numbers tomorrow and get you that. But more importantly, we're going to invite a bunch more back to play on Sunday. And on Sunday is where they're going to battle out, try and get themselves into that top 36 because there are 36 invites to the Pro Tour on the line. And then it just gets a little bit better from there up. If you finish it higher, well, you get yourself a little bit more money, get a little bit more boosters, ticks, etc. More importantly, you get yourself into that top 8. You're still in contention to get yourself into the final 2 because the top 2 players on Sunday will get themselves invites to the World Championships happening in Las Vegas at the end of the year. And whoever manages to win that last match, that finals, walk away with the big trophy. They're going to walk into the Pro Tour in Amsterdam, being called the European champion. They'll get a slide on the screen. They'll be on coverage. They might even get interviews about it. Everybody's going to know who you are going into that tournament. And let's be honest, that's what we want.
And doing some quick math, you said it was roughly 190 players today.
Yep.
Yeah, then with 8 rounds, we're looking at X11 being guaranteed.
That's a lock, yeah, sure.
Locked for the invite, and a bunch of 6-2s, kind of looking at their tiebreakers, and I would say that like about half of the 6-2s are going to make it, and half of the 6-2s are going to be.
Well, but what do they need to make day 2 to make Sunday? Do you reckon at the minute? Let's say it's going to be an over.
Oh wait, you mean tomorrow?
Yeah, tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow. I think the cutoff is 6 and 3.
6 and 3. Okay, so
Yeah.
6 and 3 can make it in day 2. Which is sweet. It means there's a nice big pool for us to on Sunday. A lot of big players in the room. We're going to have Hall of Famers, Pro Tour winners. We're going to have Pro Tour top 8ers. I saw Sean in the room, Sean Goodard, fresh off his Pro Tour top 8 in standard. I was literally speaking to him. I was like, Sean, why are you even here? Like, in the nicest possible way. He's like, well, I didn't get a trophy. I'm like, you queued for Worlds. You queued for the next Pro Tours. He's like, yeah, but I didn't get a trophy. I want a trophy. I was like, all right, I love it. That makes sense. You want one of these, obviously, this the nice island teardrop-shaped trophies that you get for winning a regional championships. And we're kind of just kicking off regional championships all across the globe. I believe this is the first one that's happening. I'm sure Frank will be floating around in the chat, so I won't be able to tell me if I'm
I
wrong on
don't
that.
actually think it's the first one. This one still qualifies for Amsterdam, right? And
Yeah,
Amsterdam is next month.
Which, but what other ones have happened up to now?
The one in the US was.
That's next weekend.
Are there more than one? No.
No, there's only one.
Then the Canadian. The Canadian.
it might be the
happened.
Canadian
it was
one,
the
actually,
Canadian
yeah.
one. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. All right, looking at opening hands, what we got? Moles to 6 on both sides, I believe. Game number 3, both at a 3-0 record. Want to get that number changed to a 4, giving themselves the best possible chance to get into today's top 16 so they can play tomorrow in that regional championships. And we're off to the races. Maybe there wasn't, maybe I missed it. All right, Vampire coming down. 1 point of damage dealt. 1 blood token created. Pass of the turn. This is where it gets scary. Convoke on the play. Just a tap land and go. Now, can we get a powerful, explosive draw here? That's another land off the top. Doesn't look like we've got a Gleeful Demolition. Do have some red cards, but I don't think they're gleeful, especially as that's getting turned sideways.
So I see a case. I see a recruiter, but I don't see demolition or Knight
Or is it
Errand
a
of
War Leader's
Eos.
Calls in hand?
Okay, War Leader's Call. So you really want to have the third land, which Gabriela
Yeah.
does have. And now he can kind of just play around the sweepers by not overcommitting to the board. Wow, Demolition is interesting. Now the question is, do you play do you play Demolition first and then attack for more, or do you play?
I don't think I like doing it in the face of a potential turn-free sweeper, right? Like, I
Exactly.
like
Yeah,
this one,
yeah. I like this a lot better as well. Play the War Leader's Call. That also lets you attack this turn. So you push 4 damage through, or you trade your 1-drop for their 2-mana card, which is always good. You trade up 1 mana. And then turn 3, you can play the Demolition, Lightning Bolt your opponent in the meantime. So
That's not the graveyard.
that's pretty good.
That is definitely not in play. The tokens are in play, but that is there you go. It's just a lot of permanents happen on the battlefield and very quickly for these decks. Obviously, more important things on the line, like I need to win at this match. Another one off the top. So this is where we can get a real explosive turn of damage. But how much are we willing to commit?
Exactly.
to
That's the question. Exactly. And knowing my opponent has Path of the Peril and possibly other sorcery speed sweepers, I would be trying to maneuver the game into a position where I can play both Gleeful and Recruiter on the same turn.
Ooh,
So that
Tidebind off top.
I can make 3 tokens, play the Recruiter, and attack with these 4 creatures out of nowhere, and also dealing 4 to my
Yeah,
opponent, which is, I think that's exactly what Gabriela's plan is.
And we're only 1 land off that as well. We even got something like a Shield Dread covered. If a Shield Dread's come down next turn, because we can just go, Gleeful Demolition, do a bunch of damage, play the case, shoot it for 5, then still get in with a bunch more damage. So is everything looking pretty good here for Gab on the right of your screen. Here comes a cut down end of turn. Using all our mana in 1 turn best we can.
You don't want to play the cheap removal on the 1-drops, really, but you kind of have to, because you also don't want to let your opponent convoke out the Knight Errand of Eos on a curve. So you usually just have to play the cut down on the first possible target.
So these Bloodtide Harvesters, they're great for this, right? Like, it's a blocker, it's a removal spell. It means that you now need to commit a little bit more to the battlefield, to go through, because now I can just 1-for-1 trade with your current threat. But
this is the issue of running 12 fast lands, I guess. Your 4th land is going to come into play tapped a lot of the time.
so do we set up again, just hold up this Tiebinder for end of turn?
I think so. I think, yeah, Gabriela demonstrated that he is aware of the sorcery speed sweepers. This is not his first rodeo, and he will try to play this slow and deploy both Demolition and Recruiter on
2?
1 turn.
Oh, no, so, yeah, I would say, is that double demolition? That's a lot of damage, but it's not. It's still going to be a lot of damage in the way it's sequenced.
Yeah, I
but,
mean, like this is a lot of damage. You play Tidebinder at the end of turn, or you can try to counter something with it. That's 1 point of damage to the opponent. That's 11. Next turn you play Demolition. That's 8. You play Recruiter. That's 7, and you have 5 haste creatures that can attack.
all with +1/+0.
Exactly, and your opponent does not see that coming at all.
How can we shore this up on the other side? Just a land. Oh, yeah. This is showing some strength. Like, what have we got in hand? I'm having a little look at this list. And it looks like a lot of 1-for-1 removal, which might not be enough. Take a point of damage from this coming in. I'll also take a point of damage because all my lands do me damage, basically. There is a Gix's command in hand.
Yeah, that might not be good enough against this one explosive turn that Gabriela has in mind for next turn.
Go for the throat, get that off the battlefield. I think we've got a Sokan Crucible of Defiance in hand, but not enough mana to use it now. So here comes Gleeful Demolition. We're going to destroy one of our blood tokens. We're going to make 3 Phyrexian Goblins. We're going to do 3 points of damage to the dome. It's going to drop to 8. And now this is going to be the kicker. I'd like to cast this. This is going to give... sorry, what is this? First, it is the Recruiter. It's going to give everything +1/+0 and haste as well as itself.
So you need 2 removal spells, and then you're kind of dead on board anyways, because those are your last 2 cards. Not dead on board this turn, but kind of just dying next turn.
So blood token cycle.
Yeah, let's say it's 2 cut downs.
I think that's another sweep. I think that's a path to
Oh,
peril.
that's not even. Yeah, that's not even enough.
And just doing some quick math here. This is 1, 2, 3, 4.
Wow. Yeah.
That is more than enough. That is the handshake. That is how Kavoke wrote it up. That is exactly how they want the matchups to go.
And well played by Gabriella, kind of scripting a game plan that plays around these powerful sideboard cards like Path of the Peril and Gix's Command that we know that Adelaide had in her hand and ready to deal with Gabriella's board, but not the way he played the game.
Well, let's have a little see what our backup feature match table is looking like. Let's see. Well, we believe we should have Esper versus Gogari if it's still going on. It is more of a mid-ranging match, so potentially could go a little bit longer, especially in standard. Does seem that the rounds go a little bit longer in standard than other formats. It is there's no like big deal breakers to kind of thing. It's like, okay, these are my cards, those are yours cards. They're going to bounce off each other. So we've now got to try and find alternate win cons moving forward. So let's move across to the backup table.
Yeah, the mid-range battles is the game either ends really quickly if somebody sticks the 3-drop that snowballs, like Glissa and start drawing 2 cards a turn, or they play Rafina on and start getting a big bat and drawing cards, or it goes really long and it's this grind, this mid-range grind. Wow, look.
Well, I was about to say, like, it looks like there's lethal on the battlefield, and we need to have a removal spell in hand for it to pan out, because that, I believe, means that Jose on the right of your screen is going to be taking this game down 2-0. So we'll come back to the booth for a minute while I try and work out if we've got any backup feature matches.
This is the unfortunate timing when both matches end at exactly the same time. So you don't have time to refill one of the feature matches because they both just ended. So we're going to have to hang out for a little bit.
We've got a metagame. You know, I've seen people in chat asking where can we find the deck lists, what's going on, etc. Well, we can't show you deck lists. This is a closed deck list tournament. So we can't tell you what everyone's got. They'll be going live, I imagine, after today's tournament. Maybe even 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, actually, because the 16 players that play in today might use the same decks, and they don't want to give a disadvantage to everybody that's playing tomorrow. So tomorrow it's open deck list tournament. So I imagine 9 o'clock tomorrow is when they'll go live to yourselves, the public there. If we've got the metagame breakdown, can we get that on the screen, please, production? And we'll have a little talk through that while we try and get people moved across to our feature match.
Okay, it looks like we will have a
yeah, we've got one more moving across.
Backup match.
Philip's sorting it out for us. And then we're just going to get the meta on the screen for you all. And we're going to have a little talk about this. So, the most played deck today is Azorius Control.
Okay.
Would you have called that?
I saw that it was getting popular. I wouldn't necessarily think it would be the most played deck.
Mm-hmm.
But certainly in the top 3, which is kind of what happened. I didn't expect Convoke to be as popular. I thought maybe Domain would be a little bit more popular, given that it won the Pro Tour.
I think the flip side of that, or at least this is the answer that I would give if someone asked me why I was playing Boris Convoke over one of the Ramps decks, is the Convoke deck's one, cheaper for me to get, and easier to pick up the cards for, and converts well into another deck, which is Pioneer.
That's true. That's true.
The Convoke deck
that's very true. Yeah, that's a great point. Also, the Convoke deck, it's one of those decks where if you don't really know the format all that well, I like picking a deck that kind of just does its own thing, and you don't necessarily care about what your opponent's doing all that much. Obviously, you still need to know the metagame. You need to know the sideboard cards, what to play around. Like exactly what happened in the match we were just watching. Gabriella was able to use the knowledge of the format and the knowledge of the sideboard cards and the decks to script a game plan that played circles around the cards that normally win the matchup for the opponent. So, Convoke.
Convoke
third
well.
most played deck, very interesting. Teamer Analyst. My expectation is that some of the really well known and some of the most experienced players are going to be playing Analyst and Azorius Control.
I was speaking to Sean Goodall, who obviously managed to top 8 with this. He was telling me about the deck. He thinks it's not in the best place this weekend. Well, it's not in as good a place as it was at the Pro Tour.
Okay.
He was like, at the Pro Tour had a little bit of a surprise factor in it. People didn't really have it on their radars to like have sideboards for it. Now it's on everybody's radar. The sideboard cards can really hurt this deck.
Yeah.
So that was his like 2 cents on it. And
if you look at the numbers, there's Domain Control with 3. So yeah, the way it's labeled, I think we're gonna get to Azorius, Esper Midrange, Boris Convoke, Teamer Analyst, Domain, Ramp, / Control. It's roughly gonna be 5 decks, very equally represented. There's also Teamer Ramp with 2 players that is also Teamer Analyst.
Yeah, we should probably talk why some of these decks got random names going on. It's the same deck here and there. Because obviously, this is what the players is registered on Millie. On Millie, you've got a lot of options because there's a lot of different decks in Magic. Spoilers. And, some people would like to call their deck one thing or the other, or just whatever the first one is in the drop-down menu that comes down. That's kind of why it is. And we just don't have enough time to go through 193 decks before we go live today to make sure that every single one is named correctly. But when we get to the later rounds, get to day 2, then that's where we are going to start, maybe to sort that out. It looks like we managed to find ourselves a game going into game number 3, and Team Analyst versus Voice Control. We literally just were speaking about them.
I think there is. We're gonna label the names and the decks correctly, but something I also saw in the Bennett game bring down. I think there was 7 mono red decks, 7 Gruul aggro, which is typically the Gruul slick shot deck, and 7 mono red prowess, which would also make it 20+ mono red decks. So yeah, a lot of decks are very equally represented, and that's also a nice thing about the standard meta game at the moment. It's that nothing is overrepresented. Nothing is, nothing is too powerful or annoyingly.
Simic Artifacts. I'm interested to see what one of those deck lists look like, because obviously, there's been a very powerful card printed recently in it, but I don't know if there's enough support for it.
Yeah, blue-green or blue-white artifacts, even blue-red with the pirates are certainly viable decks as well. Ash Lizla has been streaming a lot with Simic Artifacts in the in the high mythic ranks. I think she called it the Simic Cookies
of course.
deck. So
let's see if we can get that to take off. You know what I mean? So I don't know if we're taking a mulligan or we're just shuffling up for. I think this is just still.
Since we had to move the players from their table to the feature match area, they're gonna have a little bit of extra time to make sure that they can, start all the procedures again and shuffle their deck and make sure that everything is according to the rules before the game starts.
Yeah, we don't want to give any players disadvantage. You know what I mean? They're doing us a favor. They're coming across the feature match. They accepted it. They make it so we can give you all some more coverage. As I've spoken about multiple times on how it kind of works here at Legacy European Tour, we have our 2 feature matches, but as what's happened this round, they have both finished. So we could go to a break and leave you all for 20 minutes on a, we'll be right back slide, but we're not about that. We want to give you as much magic as possible on the screen. So we've asked these players that are in the middle of sideboarding, can you come across to our feature match? Will you play in there? They've accepted it, and this is where we're going to give you some more coverage, because some of the rounds are going long so far, and there's a lot of, a domain mirror can go for ages. We saw in our feature match, it was literally a game 1. That was it. And then the winner of it took it down. There's like a minute left on the clock, so they just, cool, I can't win in a minute. It's fine. And we might see a lot of that over the weekend. And we do hope that you stay with us for over the weekend, because it is going to be 3 whole days of magic. What more would you want? As it looks like we've got keeps on both sides, and we're off to the races. Now, talk me through the strategy of this, the Team Analyst deck. What is it trying to do in the first couple of turns?
Yeah, so the Teamer Analyst deck is a weird one if you haven't been following Standard, because it's not a deck that just, plays creatures, tries to attack with them, or a deck that just sits on counters, plays some sweepers, and then wins with a Planeswalker. It's a deck that's playing at least 12 of the New Capenna fetch lands, which, if you look at those, you wouldn't think those are cards that are going to show up in standard decks, but they work really well with Aftermath Analyst, which I can put that on the screen real quick.
Well, there's actually one on the battlefield already. Here comes the Spelunking as well, and Spelunking just reminds me of Batman. And then, if you get the reference, you get the reference. If you don't get the reference, you're going to think I'm crazy, but it just always makes me think of Batman. But as you carry on with that, what's the synergy? We've got these lands that realistically in draft, they're just there so you can have multiple colored cards in draft normally.
You're going to be cracking a lot of these common fetch lands. You're going to be putting a lot of lands in the graveyard while fixing your mana, and then you're going to be able to use Aftermath Analyst to mill some more cards and crack the Analyst and return all the lands from your graveyard back to the battlefield. This works especially well if you have Nissa, which I can also put on the screen.
Nissa, again, another card we don't really... It kind of pops up in Modern a little bit here, one of 2 of, but in this deck, really good when you're continuously bringing them back.
Yeah, so if you have Nissa in play and you crack the Analyst, you bring back, let's say, 5 of these fetch lands, you get 5 landfall triggers from Nissa, then the fetch lands get sacrificed, so you get 5 more landfall triggers. So you make a lot of mana, and then you have cards like Virtue of Strength, which can start giving you even more mana, and eventually you're going to finish off the opponent with a huge World Souls Rage, which is sort of a fireball.
It's fireball in Ultimate, really.
That also works sort of as a ramp card. Let's say it's turn 4. You can just kill a deep cavern bat or something small on the battlefield, and use that to return 2 of the fetch lands from the graveyard back into play, ramp you by 2 more lands, maybe play the Virtue next turn. And yeah, there's a lot of cool things the deck can do. It sort of plays as like the slow ramp deck, but then very quickly you reach a point where you can just fireball the opponent for 20. But it is a deck that is not that great against sideboard hate, and there's a lot. There is Rest in Peace, which is one of the most annoying cards. There is Unlicensed Hearse. There is Kudzil's Flanker that exiles your graveyard at instant speed. There's a lot of stuff your opponent can have.
Are we doing the ETB trigger? We're cracking it with the ETB trigger on the stack before we mill 3 cards, I believe. Why are we doing that? Is that so we don't miss basics? Or did we miss it? It's not a May, is it? No, you got to do it. So maybe we're doing this with the crack on the stack. Maybe not. Maybe let's get a mail message down to the feature match.
Yeah, maybe looks like there might have just been a missed trigger.
How does that work though? It's not a May. Well, that's why we have judges.
Right,
for.
but
It's the judges' problem.
It's still you can miss it, get a warning. This deck typically wants to mill the cards at every situation, because even if you are not milling lands, you can still mill Memory Deluge, which is basically a free extra card if it ends up being in your graveyard as opposed to in your deck. Looks like the judges caught it, and I think I don't know if the trigger rules, they keep changing, but at some point the rule was that the opponent gets to decide, hey, would you like to put that on the stack?
I'd probably do you want them to mill on this one? Is that good or bad in this situation? Bear in mind, they've already done the return trigger.
If I'm the opponent, I would rather the trigger to not happen, because I don't want to give my opponent an extra Memory Deluge or more lands in the graveyard. So I think the judges will say, hey, it was a missed trigger. You get a warning.
Yeah, they're going to sort this out.
It can be detrimental.
This is why we have judges, right? And this is beautiful. Good morning from Canada. So they're kind of having a little talk about what's going to be going on here, which means it's a good time to kind of remind everybody, what are they playing for today? Well, it's basically a 5K, but the kicker on it is the top 16 players get regional championship invites to play in the regional championships of Europe happening tomorrow. Looks like it's just, okay, now the mill trigger happens. I think that's where we're going with it now. Just a little rewind to call you cracked it in response, and that's how it's going to go. Maybe a little warning for the players, and then they can just get on with their matchup. Should never be scared to call a judge, right? For any reason when you're in the tournament. They're there to help.
They're here to help you, and it's absolutely normal to ask for Oracle text of cards. I mean, this is a tournament with a lot of players from different countries. Magic gets printed in many languages, so it's perfectly reasonable to not know exactly what the French version of your opponent card does. Ask for a translation or ask for clarification of the rules. Bony Pals, this is the best card in OTJ Limited, but it also makes it into the analyst sideboard a lot as sort of a card you can bring in against pretty much everyone and hedge against the sideboard hate, saying, hey, if you have a Rest in Peace, or if you have ways to turn off my lands and my graveyard to make sure the lands can come back, I'm just gonna try to win with something like Bony Pal or like a big Planeswalker like Chandra, for example.
Let me remind everybody at home what this does, because I had to read this as well. It is 3 mana, 1 green, 2 blue for a 6/5 with reach. Legendary Giant Scout. When it enters the battlefield, oh, you've got it on the screen for me as well. Beautiful. There, everybody can have a little read themselves.
it makes a token which is as big as the number of lands you control, and the number changes. So if you play more lands, the token will grow. And when you attack with anything, it doesn't have to be the Bonipel. You draw a card, and then you could put a land onto the battlefield from either your hand or the graveyard.
That's pretty good. Lines up pretty well in this
ever
match.
see this in an Outlaws draft, make sure you pick this card. It doesn't matter what the other 39 cards in your deck are. You are going to be able to get the 7 wins.
If you're red black and open this in pack
yes,
2,
I am taking
you
it.
switch in.
I'm gonna go 4-color red black or 4-color green. There's a lot of fixing in this format, so it's pretty easy to splash. Even if double splash is usually not ideal, but
Would you swap if it was a pack 3 rare?
if it's pack 3, then yeah, I'll consider not taking it. But
I just want to know how far you would go. You know what I mean? Like this is the inside mind of a Hall of Famer.
yeah, it depends. It depends. If I have a little bit of fixing, I will try my best to put this card into my deck. But hey, back into the game. This is exactly what we were talking about.
I was about to say, this is what you were talking about.
Ill-timed explosion does actually create a trigger. You cast the sorcery card. It's a 4-mana sorcery. You draw 2 cards, and then you have the decision to discard to discard the 2 cards. If you do, then there is a trigger that gets put on the stack, and this is why Sergio is able to play Tishana's Tidebinder and counter the trigger from the explosion that would be dealing damage to all the creatures.
Okay, we got some things going on, some stuff on the stack. That's a call out sellsword, but it looks like we're just paying it for its creature cost, which is 2 for a 2/2. When events enter the battlefield, +++ count on it for each creature that died under your controller's turn. So it's just a 2/2 at the minute.
Yeah, we haven't really seen Ahmed's deck in action yet. I don't want to reveal exactly, what Ahmed is playing since it is closed deck list. But if I'm playing against a Reanimator deck, I would expect my opponent to either be playing Reenact the Crime, which is the blue instant speedway to play something that was put into the graveyard this turn, or something like Ragdos Joins Up, which is also a way to bring a big creature back from the graveyard. And the creature that most players typically bring back is Atraxa. But hey, looks like the game is over.
I was about to say, I think we found a way to get lethal across, and that is called bouncing your 1 blocker back to your hand and swinging with a crazy amount of damage, especially with all that mana up and being able to go. It just didn't look like Ahmed's deck kind of did what it was meant to do. We got the Atraxa in the graveyard, but we weren't any ways of getting it out. And that big turn there, which you said, with the Tidebinder stopping the trigger.
This is why Bonipel is so great, especially in this deck. You have so many lands out. It's a 6-mana card. It costs a lot. It's not great in your opening hand, but at some point you play it. If you can attack, draw a card right away, it just basically replaces itself. And the token being, 15/15 pretty easily. Just 1 turn and the game is over.
It just shoots up. Well, there's a lot of matchups still playing in the round, so we're going to come back to the booth. Maybe we can have a little look again at that meta and kind of break it down a little bit deeper. So let's see if with production, can we get the meta up? They're going to get that up for us all. If you're just tuning in, welcome. Well, Will Hall and Martin User bringing you here round number 4 of 8 that we've got today. Before we move towards that top 8, but then it's been a long day for the players, and if they're in a top 8, they will qualify to play in the next 2 days. So there's a good chance that there won't be a top 8 actually played out, but that does mean there's still more 4 more games of Magic. And this is what all 193 players brought today to try and get themselves into the regional championship. So we spoke about the top 5. Now let's start working our way down from like Bant Toxic. Bant Toxic, we spoke. It was our round 1 feature. It hasn't gained many new tools because just the Toxic mechanic was kind of a 1 set only. For extra all will be 1.
Yeah.
Hasn't gained really. It'd love maybe another 2 sets in Standard that would have had that mechanic. Maybe Standard wouldn't have liked it, but this deck would have liked it. Now it can only really gain better mana, better protection spells, better removal spells. That's the only thing can really gain from newer sets.
Yeah,
right?
the best card the deck got in the last set was Reservoir Thicket, which just it improves mana. That's honestly the most important card for this deck, probably, because the mana was just awful.
Terrible, yeah.
And it also improved Convoke. I was playing a lot of Convoke before the new set came out, and I was making a post in our team's Discord, and I was saying, hey, I played a lot with Convoke. I think the deck is good, but the mana is awkward. So I haven't really been paying attention to exactly how the Fastlands have been getting reprinted in the past. But if there is any chance that there is Inspiring Vantage in the next set, then I would be a lot more interested in Convoke. And then the rest of the teammates are like, oh no chance that gets reprinted. It whatever. And then 2 weeks later, bam, they spoiled the red white fast line. I'm like, okay, yeah,
Let's
Convoke
go.
is back
Let's
on the menu
go.
now. The mana's great. So yeah, that was domain. But back to the breakdown.
Yep, go for it.
If you look at the number of red decks, there's actually quite a lot. Gruul aggro,
One,
that is
two,
almost
14.
always going to be the slick shot with the green cards, with Druid, Audacity,
That's the one that's kind of got the fling effect in it
Snakeskin
as well,
Veil.
right?
Yeah, the way to protect your guy. You have mono-red aggro, so that's 14. There is also Boros aggro, 2 copies. There is, I think I saw Prowess somewhere.
Yeah, there's
Mono-red
yeah.
Prowess. There is 1 copy of mono-red Prowess. There's 2 copies of Boros Prowess, which is it's more of a Boros heroic deck with Homestead Courage, and you have the Virtuoso, the Double Strike that can grow. So it's very similar to the Pioneer Boros Prowess deck. So that is almost 20 copies of red aggressive decks. So yeah, red being very represented.
Why would you say
as well?
players go to more like we've just named 3 aggro decks in the format, right? We've got Bant Toxic, we've got the red aggressive decks, and we've also got the Convoke decks. What's the advantage of going from one to the other? Like, is there a play style, or is it just in a meta shift? You think, okay, Convoke going wide's better than going all in on one and going over the top?
I would say just play style, or just whatever you like better. I think the decks are so close to each other that it just doesn't
just
really
dealer's
matter.
choice.
Yeah, it doesn't, like, yeah, sure, one is going to be better by 2% overall. Just play whatever you like better. If the heroic style of deck suits you better, or if you rather want to have something like Snakeskin Veil to protect your creature at instant speed, and having some extra cards from the Druid, or Rent's Resolve, and whatever the other card is that exiles top 2. It's just, yeah, it's not really that big of a difference. The key thing is have 4 slick shots, and try to learn how to play around like the sorcery speed sweepers, and basically what Gabriella did in the matchup with Convoke against the black mid-range deck with Gix's Command, the sorcery speed. Slick shot allows you to plan ahead, plot it.
I was about to say,
script the perfect hand.
but literally the pairings have just gone up for the next round, so I just want to finish on that last one of those. Plot, mechanic.
Great.
I was about to say, one word opinion on it. Great is exactly what I wanted to hear.
I do kind of wish that you wouldn't have to reveal what it is, because plot
just hiding
plot
it.
is like, hey, I'm plotting something you shouldn't know.
What is that? There is a mechanic that does that, right? Where you got paid to.
foretell.
Yeah, foretell. That's the one. Yeah.
It should have been the other way around.
Oh, so I know that they've got a counter spell, but I don't know that they've got a flick shot. I got you.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that is the end of round number 4, which means that we're going to go off and have a little bit of a break, go and catch some more sun momentarily. So make sure you don't go anywhere. Round 5 coming up super shortly. See you soon.
And welcome back here from Naples for the last chance qualifier. We are in round 5th for today. Today we will see 8 rounds of Magic plus top 8 if they decided to play it. And I'm here with Skura, Philip. We are ready for round 5. What did you bring on stream for us?
Yeah, so this round we will watch Band Toxic
Oh, nice.
in the hands of one of the members of Team Ultimate Guard
Oh.
versus Dimir, but that looks like Dimir control, full on control. So let's see how Infect can navigate its way against a proper control deck with counter spells, with removal, with possibly mass removal. So yeah, I'm
nice.
curious how it works out. How it works out post board, especially when Ban Toxic becomes a bit more delivery and Dimir control way more focused on what it wants to accomplish. So
I think we are ready with the table. And here we are. Of course, guess which one is the team Ultimate God.
yeah, exactly. Beautiful magenta blue shirt against a Rogue Corpus representing team Black Lotus, apparently.
Yep. They are still they are both fighting for their invitation and the top 8 because I've asked before and they told me that with 6 wins you will guarantee your top 8. So with
6 wins.
6 wins.
Okay.
So 3-1 is a very good position for you. They still have round 5, round 6, like 7, like 8. They have 4 more rounds for doing just 3 wins.
Yeah.
And that's good.
So their fate might be determined right now, right here. Ban Toxic on the draw. I can see Bring the Ending in hand. Taking a draw. Seacrom Coast and Skrelv enters play.
That's nice. It's very useful card, but would it be enough against Toxic, against Dimir?
I think this is long goodbye. And that's actually important that whether it's long goodbye or go for the throat, because go for the throat could not kill Skrelv, for it is an artifact.
But he has a second one in hand, so it could be relevant. Let's see if he decided to play or doing something different. The second one is on the board. Like, you remove one, I will play the second one, and let's go with that. Let's see where we will be.
So land pass, and for Henning, because he's playing a toxic strategy, he doesn't actually need to put in 20 points of damage like a traditional aggro deck would. Here, you just, big quotes, just need 10.
There are many cards that are usually played now. I don't know the exact list of the situation, but many cards, many creatures can deal more than 1 toxic.
And now we're trading Job on Duelist. Job on Duelist for basically a cancel.
Yes.
And now we play Rot Priest. Path of Peril is the play. Woof, that's rough. Basically a super clean 2-for-1.
Yes. And it's also very good because it doesn't target creatures, so you don't get poison counter from the root pit.
I know Henning has a couple of lands, and I know Bring the Ending is there. He can counter maybe like a big Planeswalker, if there even is any big Planeswalker. Poison count is at 0. Oh, another land, that's painful.
Ooh, with 1 card in hand is not a good position for Henning.
And Deluge Resolve, so we're not bringing the ending just yet. 1, 2, 3, 4 cards looking at.
Let's see.
Yep. Pretty good for the Dimir control play. A land pass.
He doesn't need to do a lot of stuff. He can just be the controller player. Play like, I wait. I won't let you do your stuff, and then I will bring mine later. Meanwhile, we have a Skrelv's Hive.
That's
for
a good
Henning.
one. That's a good one.
It's really, really useful because now he's starting to get value from there.
Yeah,
and
this is a pretty sticky permanent for a black deck to be able to remove. Enchantments have not historically been pretty easy to remove by black decks, except for very, very small exceptions such as, and I forgot the name, one black sorcery. Now we see, dare I say, cryptic command, but we respond with that held on to bring the
Oh,
ending.
nice.
Really cool for Henning to now convert it here. But still, a lot of cards for control. 5 cards in hand. I think I see devious. It's not devious cover up. It is deadly cover up. That's
Yeah,
now.
I can try to deal with the situation.
Now, naturally, collecting evidence isn't very useful with 3 steps ahead, as it's just
Yeah.
a 1-drop.
Let's see. He has a bunch of mana, so we can try to pay
Yeah, but a
5.
bunch of mana he does. 5 mana. Yes, deadly cover up. It is indeed. And we're collecting evidence. I can see 3, 4, probably 2 off screen for that full 6. And deadly cover up. Maybe we can put deadly cover up on the
Oh, yeah.
screen so we see exactly what it does. A very powerful spell played in these black decks. So you may collect evidence 6, and then so it's a rough because you just destroy creatures. But if evidence was collected and so you exiled cards with a total cost of 6, at least 6, you can search
The deck for
for a
other
card that
cards,
you've
like-
exiled from
Yes,
the
exactly.
graveyard. So basically, you get surgical effect on top of a damnation. So yeah,
Yeah.
if you add 4 mana from damnation, 1 mana for extirpate, you get 5 for deadly cover up.
And it's also amazing because now you have an occasion for just watching the deck from your opponent and know what you will expect from him.
Yeah, the information could be invaluable here. We exile Crawling Chorus. That's not. No, some could even argue that's good for Henning because it actually increases the density of relevant cards.
Yep.
Assuming that a Crawling Chorus would not be one.
And now he knows what his opponent is playing exactly. And the cut down on the token. So now he is also safe from the first toxic of the situation. Triggering the Screv, so down to 18 life point. The token is back on the play. That is a 1-1 with toxic. Draw 1 card and pass. A very slow start for Henning because of all the removals. And just a pass for Roach. He's waiting. Henning is triggering the second token.
Well, will this single Skrell Hive just take over the game? Oh. Thank you, Henning. Thank you, Henning. We feel your pain.
Oh gosh. Attacking with the only one that he can use. So the first toxic is on him. I think we should have on the screen the toxic counter.
Yeah, I think they're just working out how to mark it. And for now, they just use a dice. But I think we'll find a poison, infect, toxic type of counter soon enough. But before that happens, we've got Henning sitting at 2 lands. Now, the real question is whether he can convert extra lands, because some aggro decks can, like Prowess that we watched. Now, for this deck,
Yes.
this could be maybe overloading March of Swirling Mist. So that's one usage. Another one is maybe like multi-using Mirexis, but that's about it. So, and I think now we're at toxic 1.
Yes, exactly. And they are working for getting us clear information about that. So now he's up to 3 poison counters, 7 more to go. A second Screv Hive
Okay, that's actually huge. I mean, the first one is already huge, but
with
whoa,
2.
whoa, it did resolve? Oh, it did resolve.
Did it?
Wow.
That's so nice.
Okay, Memory Deluge, but like, what do you
course.
do? Let me just look through the deck list. But I think Dimir Control is kind of called to this. A game that Henning was sure to lose, it seemed. Now the advantage bar will probably slide way to his side. For a turn-off event, but this showcases maybe why some people prefer blue-white control over blue-black. This catch-allness of the answers, such as Get Lost, such as March of Otherworldly Light. The fact that you can actually target anything or nigh anything. It's just...
And now the situation is very difficult for him because now it's up to three counters of poison. Thank you to the judges that are always there for us, just to keep everything clear. Choosing the cards and another land, of course. And I think it's another delusion end. Or maybe not. Now he has 2 scrap and he can use them for attacking and go to 5 poison counter.
Yeah, up to 5, yeah.
It can be enough.
Yeah, it's just so many cards that would help you if you played the white. So I mentioned Get Lost and March of Otherworldly Light, but yeah, there are even more, such as Get Lost, even just a proper mass removal spell that would relieve a bit of pressure. Now there are there are these deadly cover-ups, but like,
yeah,
you don't even have a creature to turn the corner with. Like, if you had at least like maybe, I don't know, Fairy Mastermind, maybe that's not a good example, but just some kind of big creature to try to pressure back. But here
now the situation is very difficult because now it's up to 6. I wasn't aware about the token that was under the scrap. It was the one that cannot attack.
Yeah, and I think that maybe now the Dimir Control player is thinking, well, if only I didn't play in to bring the ending, if only I didn't want to own a cryptic command and just accepted the cancel, maybe I would have won that game, but because I really wanted to cryptic it up, I walked into a Make Disappear. Path of Peril, I mean, that's a temporary measure.
Yes.
A measure nonetheless, but...
Well, it gives you 2 rounds because during his upkeep he will create, after his upkeep, in his main phase, first main phase, he will create 2 more. Ooh. So now he's up to 7 counters. 7 poison counters. And in his main phase, he will create 2 more tokens. Jace is down on the board. So let's see if this can be enough for the situation. Just checking out how many cards are in his opponent decks.
Okay, that's that is definitely not a good sign, but it is a way to win, potentially try to turn the corner and win via non-traditional means. I know that Roach doesn't play a lot of Jaces, but this is definitely one of them.
Yep.
Henning, upkeep, create 2 tokens. Yeah, and Jace, the Perfected Mind, now on the screen. And what we're really interested in is the -X ability.
Exactly. He can for sure right now mill 12 cards. And Henning has a lot more than 12 cards.
Yeah, I would even say 18, because it's time 3.
Cut down on 1 token and...
Yeah, take the draw. Plus on the token, okay.
Well, of course. So he won't get the damage and the poison counter.
Well, this
That
game
is a strategy.
has definitely got interesting. So we basically went from Henning having a good start into Roach taking control over the game, to then Henning getting the control back through the sticky threats, and now the control player, by having an alternative win condition, Henning is just, yeah,
Maybe this is why he...
full of resources.
This is maybe is because of that he preferred to sign his deck as a Dimir meal.
Yeah.
Because we know he's a Dimir control, but he preferred to say Dimir meal. So maybe this is one of his outings, something that he preferred to do as a winning condition. But he has to deal with those 3 tokens on the board that now can deal the last damages for the last poisons counter. He's at 7 poison counters. We can see
Yeah,
with
yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
red dices on the bottom of the screen. So 3 is exactly the amount that they need for win this game. There is a pretty messy situation with decks. Drawing 3. Well, drawing. This is a memory deluge, so.
Okay, another deluge. So now Roach will have seen like 3/4 of the whole library.
Yeah. Deciding what does he prefer to keep, and now is untap everything. Drawing 1 card, and now he has plenty of option.
Yeah, and plenty of mana.
Yes.
Now,
5 mana.
yes, maybe another master removals, but he's just buying time. Now, realistically, guys, so let's actually count to get a more realistic grasp. So Henning has got 2 cards in hand, 2 scroll, that's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. I can see 17-ish cards. So let's round it up to 20. So it means that Henning has got 40. Oh, there is some in exile as well. So yeah, so it will be around 40 in the deck. So if you want to mill 40, you have to divide it by 3-ish.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be what? 13, 14 times 3. So Jace really has to still keep ticking up. We're kind
Yeah.
of far off of a clean mill win.
Meanwhile, an addict on the first token. Still 2 to deal with. 2 more mana, addict on the second token.
I mean, this looks embarrassing when you're converting cards against these tokens, but
Not in
he
this
has got a
situation.
plan.
And the third token now has a -2, -0, so cannot deal damages, cannot deal another poison token. So it's 1 more round to lower for Henning. And pass. Henning will draw. Now he has 3 cards in hand, 2 tokens on the board that has summon sickness, so you cannot use them for this round. But when you are in his position, you know that your opponent sooner or later will end their solution against your cards, and you can try to deal with it.
Okay,
Of
so
course,
now we
directly.
see another cryptic command, and again walking into a possible Brinkley ending. Okay, doesn't matter because he's corrupted, so that wouldn't matter anyways. Okay. Now he just passes back, and Henning is just hoping that these Krelf hives can get the job done, and they just might, pun intended, because he's counting, but this Jace, he's at 8, so times 3, that's 24. I think he's still like proper short. I think he's still proper short.
If I counted correctly, he still has 36 cards in his deck. Too many for trying to mill with just Jace. Especially when you are with 7 poison counters on you. And you have to find a way to deal with all those little tokens on the battlefield. Let's see. Meanwhile, he decided to go down 8, so mill 16 cards from Henning's decks.
So another Jace might just... Oh, there is Takenuma, right? And Takenuma can bring back Planeswalkers. So yeah, I mean, this might come down to a proper mill.
Is it? Does it count? Oh.
Yeah, Takenuma does count Planeswalkers. So you can...
Yeah. No, I was trying to see. Oh, now that can be messy doing that on your lens.
Yes, definitely. So, yes, that is a very unconventional
Well,
choice.
it's not a big deal for him. He knows that he has 2 lands on his battlefield. So I think they're asking to the judges for that because they just want to be sure about this. And when you are in doubt, you should always ask for a judge. They are there for you, for helping you. So Takenoma is out. And there are still 3 Henning on the battlefield for 3 token for Henning. And still, that are still the problem for Roach.
Yeah, this might very much come down to mail.
Mm-mm.
It's I think so. We've got like a kind of a stalemate. Something's happening. I'm not sure what.
Yeah, I think it's
I-
a judge call.
Yeah, and they're I think discussing the turns maybe for whom.
Yeah.
This is the library, which they're putting aside. He's bringing back Jace and he's milling a full amount. They're double checking that this is actually full mill. So this is Jace for 4 minus.
And yes, it's a proper meal.
It is a proper mill. So now we're going into game number 2.
Oh, yeah.
That was a weird one, wasn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Would you expect this outing for Roach?
Very interesting way that he turned the corner. And he indeed did not have an answer as an
Yeah.
answer, conventional answer, but his answer was to just win the game via other means. And you know, some people call winning the game as a 60-for-1. Just
Yeah.
don't care about the cards when you properly finish the game. And so now they're going to sideboarding, and I do expect the banned toxic strategy to become again a bit more delivery. So maybe fewer cards like Annex Sentry, maybe fewer cards like Serum Snare that interact with the battlefield because there is nothing to really be interacted with.
Mm-hmm.
Fading Hopes. And in that place, play cards like Spell Pierce or Negates, just in general, more permission, maybe some protection spells. Some people play. What am I thinking of? But yeah. Just counter magic protection spells. So we'll see how he goes about it. He might or might not be ready to play against blue-black control specifically, but I think that's to his advantage because I think blue-white would be more
Yeah.
difficult.
Definitely. And what do you think on the Dimir control side?
Yeah, Dimir control, they could side in more mass removal and just try to mass remove their way to victory. But we've got these sticky threats like Skrell Hive, which are of utmost importance, that I would think of a way to get rid of it. We might even see some Duresses sided in purely to be able to deal with Skrell Hive preemptively. What else? Maybe we can also side into this kind of more aggressive plan of your own, where you side in creatures like Tishana Steinbinder, Chrome Host, Seed Shark, Shieldred, Aclazots. What else do people play? Maybe like Hullbreaker, to just kind of turn the corner and not play an infinitely long game, because again, you might just not be advantaged in those.
That can be an option. And I saw someone in the chat earlier said that Verge should have watched the deck of Henning decks when he milled. I think he didn't do that because he already watched the entire deck when he exiled the cards with the I cannot remember the proper name. Sorry, guys. Well, he already watched the decks, so that is why. With the Deadly Cover Up. And we are ready for game 2 of this round.
Yeah, they're already shuffling up.
Yeah.
Looking at the opening hands.
And let's see if they decide to keep or not. Now Henning is on the play. That can be good. He has already one scrub in hand.
Yeah, I definitely see Skrelv Defectomite. I'm not sure if there is any Skrelv's
No, I didn't see any hive in his hand.
Yeah, and now he's going to mulligan.
Perfect. Let's see what he will keep. Meanwhile, it seems like Roach decided to keep his hand, so probably he think he's good enough, the hand, for this situation. Well, when you are in this kind of competition and you are 4-1-0 and you have 3 rounds more to play, it's pretty good. Because you need just 6 wins for doing top 8. And if you're looking for the qualifier, for qualify for the tomorrow tournament, you just need to be top 16. So probably 5 something can bring you to top 16.
And bring to top 16, we might have both of these players, or either, depends on how everything matches out. I can see Skrelv's Hive indeed.
Decide
1 mana, take 1 damage because it's a blue-white pain land. Crawling Chorus enters the battlefield.
and land pass. So now he can start with the poison tokens.
So attack
Poison
for 1.
counters. Yes.
So had there been a duress, maybe we would have been able to get rid of the Skrelv Hive, but at this point, we won't.
Yes.
And this
And here
might
it
just
is.
run away with the game. Poor Roge. Now
Yes.
he's got the negate in hand, but like it doesn't really matter because Henning might just never ever play another spell.
Yeah,
Just-
it doesn't need that.
Just
this
keep
situation.
attacking. Not play anything until you really need to. And then if Roge really needs to, then you can play your negate, your spell piece, or whatever counter magic you've sided in.
3 ends. And now we can start to deal with... Okay, so sacrifice. We don't know if he said token or non-token creature. I guess he's saying non-token creature.
A very, very aggressive spell pierce, dare I say, which makes me think that Henning has got more spell pierces in hand.
Up to 2 counters. And the 3rd land for Roge. And pass. So he's keeping himself open. And trying
He
to deal.
counters
Yeah.
the trigger now. We
Oh.
bring the ending. So no, crucially, Tishana's Tidebinder says that you counter an ability, you always counter, but if it's specifically Artifact Creature Planeswalker, you blank it forever. Now, Skrelv Hive is an enchantment, so it wouldn't blank it forever, but the 3/2 blocker would definitely be kind of problematic. So bring the ending, so we've got Spell Pierce, bring the ending, land and pass 1 card for Henning. Now we will see whether these early counter spells are going to be worth it. And yeah, now thankfully
That's
for
nice.
Henning, he's dealing damage in the form of Infect.
Yes.
So Shieldred might not be relevant.
Yes, also because now he can just get rid of one of his token or one of his creatures. Still two counters per turn. Also because if Shieldred block the non-token creatures, when it dies, he create another token creatures. So 2 more counters and another token on the battlefield. 6 counters. Now it's pretty difficult, but we saw before it isn't impossible for a rogue to find a way out. But now we are so early in the game that it's pretty difficult for him to find a way to mill his opponent. And 4 counters are really, really easy to get in this kind of situation from Henning. He still has just 1 card in hands though, so
Yeah. Now going Y with the Mirex on top of that. Now we Path of Peril.
That is a good way.
That
You,
is a good way to stem the bleeding. We don't know what the last card is though.
you slow him down a little bit.
Yeah, now you attack for 4, and attack you do down to 10. But now we'll create a hive or a Skrelv token from the hive.
Yes, but it's getting also damages from the Skrelv.
Yeah.
That could be enough.
Yeah, tricky spot. Again, making you think whether that bring the ending was not a tad aggressive. Oh, the pickup is Serum Snare, and it returns any non-land permanent to the hand. Now, if it is 3 or less, you proliferate. But if it's not, then you can just remove a creature. So I think now he's considering whether he wants to Serum Snare Shieldred. You could also Serum Snare your token just to proliferate 1, which could be a tricksy play you could make.
That is not enough. Also, well, he still has a clock of 3 potential. So this round, and Rogue will need another attack for getting down to 0, and another one. Down to 5. So right now, a 4 isn't a very big deal, because it will need, yes, of course, there is also the trigger from the Shieldred, so it will need 1 attack more, but he has a full round where he can try to find a way to deal 3 more poison counters.
Crowhole Seed Shark, so Rogue is definitely going to this aggressive route, but now Henning can actually bounce Host Shark. It costs 3 or less, so it will proliferate up to 8.
And then he has 2 Skrelv, 2 tokens. Skrelv's tokens for
Whoa. Yeah,
that.
this is just lethal, right?
It should
This
be.
is just lethal. Because you need 3 to come across, and you've got 2, at least 2. You've got the bounce, you've got proliferation. And
Yes.
yeah, he takes
it
it
is.
down. Oof. Henning.
This was pretty close for them. Also because he will trigger for the Skrelv and for the Shieldred, and then he has 4 damages that he cannot block, because the tokens cannot block the Skrelv's tokens. So it's a free attack for the Shieldred, but it wasn't enough for Rogue. So now we are 1-1, and let's see if... Do you think that beyond the draw for Henning can be a big disadvantage?
Oh, it changes one big dynamic, and the fact that a turn 2 hive now walks into a negate, a potential negate, and I think that could be huge. It also walks into other potential counter spells that he could be playing, because there could be make disappear, for example. So being there on the draw, I think changes the dynamic. Yeah, definitely. There are also more chances to actually duress that hive away, because I think this game is all about hives.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, he shows his hand and then proceeds to mulligan. So he goes down to 6 on the draw against Rogue, who keeps his 7. We still have got 20 minutes on the clock, so plenty of time to finish this game up. They are in no rush. They do have to make timely decisions, but yeah, it doesn't have to be rushed by any means.
Let's see. Meanwhile, they are trying to... They will decide. Oh, there is a Skrelv in Henning hands from the
Yeah.
beginning.
Is there white mana, though?
Ha, that's a good question.
But he does keep. He does keep. Starts on 6 on the draw. Now we've got, and we do see the duress.
Yes.
We do see the duress. Skrelv Hive immediately shown.
Yeah. Like
Otawara, Rot Priest.
another
Okay,
spell.
so we've got the proper mana. No, this
Yeah.
hand is decent.
His hand is pretty good. Meanwhile, let's see what they decide to do. Okay, start with 1 mana and the Skrelv Defector Might.
Yeah, but this draw is much more normal, dare I say? Much more, kind of fair. And I think he does need these cards that break the symmetry somehow of like play a creature, get it countered, play a creature, get it killed. And Skrelv's Hive is exactly that. Now, if we play Otawara, yes, we drew another land, so we want to keep Otawara in hand, makes sense. It's kind of a spell land. Now,
Yeah.
considering his options, he could play Rot Priest, but then he kind of walks into Path of Peril. He might not have he might not have a possibility to really play around it, though.
Yeah.
So we deduce basically the power crept think twice.
Meanwhile, let's see. He has. What does he can expect, Roach, from this situation? What can he do against 2 of them? Also, because the Rot Priest can be a problem for him. He just need to use something that will, like a Path of Peril, that doesn't target a creature.
And he attacks. He's not afraid of any tight binders or anything.
Yeah.
Now that makes sense because if you Tishana and try to block, you can Skrelv it before blocks. Now we pass back. Roach will draw a card. So he's not doing nothing. He's accumulated 2 cards. He discarded Skrelv's Hive. What he can do now is cut down the priest.
Yeah.
Henning will respond by Skrelving, and then Roach can respond back again with Tishana.
Yeah.
So that's a line I could see.
That can be an option. The problem is that. Yes. Yeah. No, I was guessing about the tokens, the counters, the poison counters with that interaction, but.
I'm not sure what his hand is. I know it does include Serum Snare. What are we doing? So I think what we're doing is using it immediately because you could grant it double toxic.
Yes.
But I think this sequence might. Yeah, so
Okay.
now we're Serum Snaring the Rot Priest in response. Now Rot Priest triggers. So they have to resolve the triggers of the Rot Priest, which is whenever a creature you control becomes the target. So now it should get 1 from bring the. Okay, I'm not sure if they got the appropriate number, right? Because you also proliferate. So it's 2 plus proliferate, that's 3 total.
Plus 1 that was already.
So that should be 4
should be
total.
4.
Yeah.
It should be 4. And there is a Skrelv still on the battlefield.
And so the thing is
Yes.
that you cannot half resolve a spell.
Yeah, exactly.
If they acknowledge the spell resolving and they resolve, for example, the bounce, I mean, they can't not resolve the proliferation.
Yes, exactly.
And because you cannot half resolve, I think they will go back to make it 4.
Because it's not a mistrigger, yes. And yeah, they are asking the judges to recount everything up because of that. Yeah, he could proliferate nothing, but I don't think he want to do that. let's see what the judges said about this. Luckily, we have dedicated judges. They are not always watching the table because we have a huge venue today and it will be bigger tomorrow. So they have,
Oh, definitely.
they need to have eyes even on the back of their heads for all the judges, the judge calls. So let's see what he's deciding. Meanwhile, this one is back in hand.
So
That
I
one
guess
was like
okay.
that.
So technically, I think chat actually is right here because proliferate says you choose any number of permanents and you give them another counter, but technically Henning may have chosen zero
Yes.
permanents or players, and then just not done that because proliferation isn't mandatory because it's kind of like like a soft may. Or implied may. So I guess it is true that he may have kind of missed it in the way that he may have chosen zero.
Let's see. The judges is
So I think
explaining
that's what
everything.
happened, yeah.
If it
So let's see
makes-
how this is worked out. Again, we are with judges. So I'm not sure why we're counting cards in hand. But we will. But I mean, the judge knows
Okay.
why that's relevant. So
yeah, for sure.
yeah, it seems that Henning remembered it the moment he passed the turn back.
Yeah, it can be.
So
You
yeah,
can't proliferate cards in hand. That's very true.
yeah, let's see how the situation is resolved. Now, 3 and 4 isn't as big of a difference like 2 and 3 because that's the threshold for corrupted.
Yeah. But
I mean,
it's
but
still
it's
one.
still huge. I mean, it's potentially one fewer attacks.
Yes.
And when you have a single attacker on the battlefield, well,
Yeah.
that's hugely relevant.
Exactly. I'm pretty curious about this because we have our opinion, but then the judge went to talk with some other judges to check. So maybe it's not that easy that like we think it is. But again, this is a competitive realm, so our judges is very good judges, and they always double check if they have any doubt on everything. Yes, also cards in hand are relevant for a backup scenario. That's correct. Let's see.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see how that. I think there might be like some kind of judge, like judges double checking with each
Yes,
other.
probably, yeah.
Because judges sometimes just don't make a decision themselves, they consult with other judges. Probably these things don't happen very often.
Exactly.
Oh, okay, we got the info that they are getting a Spanish judge to translate
Oh, nice.
exactly what Rogers is saying.
That's pretty nice.
But yeah, the exact wording is important because
Exactly.
some things may have been said but not shown.
Yeah.
For example, in poker, from what I remember, the rule is that what you say is the most important than what you do. So if you say that you call for $10, but you put in $5 of chips, the saying takes precedence.
Oh, nice.
If I remember correctly, maybe chat poker players can correct me. So for example, here it really depends on how it resolved, how it was vocalized. Especially between two people who are not native
Yes.
English speakers, because Henning is German,
And I think
he's Spanish probably.
yeah, probably, yeah.
And they both try to speak English, which is neither players.
Yeah, it can be messy sometimes. Especially when you're tired, you're focused on the game, and maybe you say things and you're not using a proper grammar. So let's see what they decide. Also, we have now two judges that are seeing the situation and they are trying to understand what is happening.
Yeah,
for
so
that.
also the time is ticking down, but we
Yes.
will stop it.
Yeah, you know, for the judge calls, they prefer sometimes just to don't stop the time and just give extra time after. And we can do both ways. Sometimes they prefer to just stop the clock and use that as a counter for the extra time and then restart it. Sometimes they prefer to don't stop at all and just take note of the extra time and then go with that. It can be a good option both.
Yeah, so it seems like a pretty complicated
Yes.
situation. And that's because we're trying to combine what actually happened with what hasn't happened, with the ruling, but also with the statements of both players. Because remember that
Exactly.
they could remember or think of the situation a bit differently, and then it's really difficult
Hmm.
when one person says, "Well, it is this," and the other says, "Well,
Yeah.
not really." When that happens, then it's really problematic.
It's something that you doesn't want to happen every single time that you are the judge in that situation. Like, okay, I'm here for your judge call. What happened? These things. No, it's a different way, and you are there, and you have to deal with that and trying to understand if it's something like an honest mistake or not. But we can switch on the backup table meanwhile and see that we have a Simic artifact against the domain ramp. We are in game 3. What do you think about this matchup? Do you think that one of these two players are in a better position against his opponent?
Yes, I think that so I would start off by saying that Simic Artifact or Simic Cookies is not the most well-known strategy. It's kind of like under the radar type of deck. So it's really difficult to, to say clearly how they operate head to head, especially depending on how either deck is built. So let's focus on the current situation, and I see we're trying to enchant the gingerbread man, against against a largely empty battlefield. So it looks like a huge. Wait, oh, that's the graveyard. Okay, that's a graveyard, I think.
Seems like it. Also, I really cannot see his decks because it's black on black.
Yes, yeah. So let's try to dissect what's happening. I see the Vinestalk Manland with Matteo at 11. I see the Gingerbrood and the Sentinel.
Mm-hmm. Counting up everything for Matteo. Let's see if he can find a way.
Yeah, and we're back to the main feature match.
Back to the main.
So we are at 3 counters. So basically, as we predicted, the spell resolved fully, and the proliferation was assumed not to have chosen any players or
chose 0.
permanents.
And the clock is up to 12 minutes, so
Yeah, plus 6 minutes basically on
they
the
have
call.
the extra time.
So let's get back. So we've got actually Duelist resolved on the battlefield. Now we go for the throw the Duelist. Before the Rock Priest resolves. Yeah, now I can see they're very clear with their intentions.
Yes.
Now we will see an attempt of activating it, which walks into Tishana, which then allows Henning to resolve Skrelv's Hive. I think actually that's decent for Henning. Because in this process, the only thing... So Roach has killed a single creature, Duelist, but we still have got Rot Priest, we still have got Skrell.
And it can
he's
be...
considering saving it, but I think resolving Skrelv's Hive might be better long term.
Yeah.
So you actually can get it under permission.
Yeah.
Let's see what Henning considers.
And wait. Yes, also Urge is tapped out, so you just need to calculate if he wants to use his resource in this situation or not. Just checking the card.
Yeah, double checking how it works, yeah.
It's always good. especially when you have to do this kind of big choice, just to be sure of the exact oracle text of the card. So in standard, it's not a big deal when you have to check your cards. Usually, the version that you are playing has the correct oracle text on it. So you can just read the card if it's in a language that you can understand and read. So yes, this is resolved, and now he has a root priest and the scrap on the board, and it seems like a good spot.
Ooh, we're passing back. That
Which-
is an interesting decision. We're
Which you wanna
passing
open?
back. And yeah, chat, I'm not really surprised to see people nervous in the feature match area. Like,
Yes.
remember that we're all watching, commentating, you know, criticizing. So when you know that's happening, it has to be pretty stressful.
And now after 2 years of tournaments, they know that sometimes chat can be messy on them. So now there is a Pot of Peril, and before it resolves, he bounced back the Root Priest, getting
And proliferates.
Proliferate and the token for the Root Priest.
Yeah, that's cool.
So now he's down to 5.
Oh, okay. That's good. That's good. Roach is on top of his game. Now there is an island, but there is no forest. There is no plains. He might be
Yes.
he might be punished for not deploying that Skrelv Hive
Ooh.
previously, but
That is huge. That can be really a good way for him. And he's up to 5 poison counters. So Henning needs to find a way to deal the last 5 poisons. And 5 are so many. But the Root Priest is down on the board again. So he can try to build up something. And with 1 white mana, the spell wish to came down on board. And it resolves. So again, for Henning, is a very good situation with the Skrelv and the Root Priest. So now
yeah,
5.
let's see how this ends. I mean,
Yeah.
this could be a nail biter.
Yes.
Oh,
5 mana.
oh, Aklezots. We've got Aklezots, Deepest Betrayal, / Temple of the Dead. Land Pass. Roach is on empty. Roach has nothing.
And pass. Now he has to find a way to deal the 5 poison counters that he needs for secure the game and go 4-1, close it to the top 8. Skrelv Hive on the battlefield. So now he can try to find a way to deal the last 4 damage.
Biggest question, can
yeah.
Roach top deck Deadly Cover-Up? Because that would be huge. And he's reaching for lands. I think he also animate the manland though, so that's some consolation prize for Henning, but I think again it's really close. Roach at 5 poison, 19 life. Henning at 11. You know, that's nothing to scoff at. I mean, Tishana attacks for 3. Aklezots attacks for 4, so that's 7. And then we've got a Reef on top of that, which is another 4. That's 11. So we're forcing blocks at this point.
And right now
Yeah,
he
that we're
has
forcing blocks. Interesting. Forcing blocks is important.
Does he have a way to block? Well, of course he cannot block both the flying creatures.
So yeah, so there is one flying creature because Reef has Death Touch but doesn't fly, and Tishana also doesn't fly. A land in hand.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, that's a close one. That's a close one. So I think both players really have to be on top of their game now. We're activating 1 manland. Yeah, we can't activate 2.
I don't know why I remember Tishana was also flying.
Wait. If you attack with both and you chomp with, say, Rot Priest, you attack back, you can give another toxic to the duelist, which means, and he double strikes, which means it's 4. Yeah, we're not attacking with everything. Spell Pierce is this card from Aklezots.
Yes.
Well, that's not lethal then. So you can just take. Well, you can just take it.
3 cards from
Whoa.
top.
Well, you can just take it. Grant unblockability from blue to duelist. Right.
But you still need to find a way to deal 2 more.
That's close. That's really close. Like the draw might be the difference here. A crawling chorus doesn't change anything, and he's dead in the air. It's possible that he actually should have jumped. It's possible that he should have jumped because now he's dead in the air,
Yeah.
which he otherwise wouldn't. But let me double check the wording on Skrel's Hive because creatures you control with toxic have lifelink. Okay, that makes the whole situation really weird. You can pump with Seed Core. Okay, that's a really close situation.
Yeah. So attacking. No, it's down with the scrap. So targeting the annex with the ability.
Yeah, exactly. So this will be very interesting combat. And he comes in, he Seed Cores. But Seed Core is only... No, it could be instant. Okay.
And now we are up to 7 counters. He needs to find a way to deal 3 more, but right now he's up to 8 life points.
Yeah, and only 1 creature flies. That's the
Yes.
important part. That's the important
Exactly.
part. So now... Well, it should be more poison, right?
Yeah.
Should be more poison because Skrelv grants another toxic 1. Which is very important, a very important difference.
Yes.
So we've let the people on the floor know, because again, that's a massive difference.
Yep.
Okay, I can see. I'm not sure if it's Martin's hand specifically, but
Could be.
we're double checking what's going on, and if it is 9. Oh, that's a good point by someone in chat.
Yes.
Had he not,
If he didn't miss, it was a 10.
had he not missed, yeah, that would have been lethal. And that's why in Magic you really have to play small differences.
And now Roach attack with everything, forcing him to block with the Root Priest. Blocking the only one that he can block because, well, it's not the only one because he can also block Tishana, but he's blocking the one that will give him 2 life points still. And it's a GG.
Wow, what a match! I mean, that was insanely close, nail biter.
Yeah.
But this was what a conclusion! What a conclusion!
Yeah. Also because when you do some mistakes, when you forget something and you have a mistrigger like that, usually at this kind of tournament, it will be very punishing.
Yeah.
Because your opponent won't let you pass with that. But in this situation, it was enough for him to deal with that and try find the last way for deal the last damage and the last poison counter.
Yeah, and Henning wins, moves on to 4-1,
Yes.
representing Team Ultimate Guard at the top tables
Yes.
here with Band Toxic. But that is it for us
Yes,
in
exactly.
round 5 of LCQ Naples.
And we will be back soon enough with round 6.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Legacy European Tour, the last chance qualifier. Let me introduce ourselves. My name is Will Hall, better known on the internet as the Will Hall EXP, and this is Hall of Famer Martin User, and we're bringing you through round number 6 here of 8 that we're bringing you today. Of course, the format is standard. 193 players all came this morning trying to get their dream of playing in the Regional Championships of Europe, which we're bringing you over the next 2 days. But only 16 players can get in that, which brings me nicely on to the prizes. What are these 193 players going to be battling out for today? More importantly, most importantly, I would say on the line is the invites. But there is, you know, if your day doesn't go your well and you end up in the top 32, you're going to get yourself some ticks. You can go buy yourself some nice deck boxes or sleeves or cards on there, or some sunglasses. I was just trying to play it off like there's nothing, there's nothing abnormal right now besides me and you wearing our sunglasses. But we really see on the screen there that you can see it is the RC Naples yes. That is what they're after. Yes, they will have the invite to play over the next few days against Europe's finest. On top of that, there's a load of you know, ticks and boxes, etc. It's a 5K plus tournament at the end of the day. So you're going to find a lot of the players that are already qualified for the regional championships playing today, trying to, you know, get the rust off, maybe try and play their deck in paper for the first time, remember their triggers, kind of get up fresh, ready to the game, ready to hit the ground running tomorrow. So on that one, we've got 2 really good players on 2 great decks in the feature match area. Who have we got and what decks are they playing in our main feature match?
Yeah, so we have
Let's go down to it.
Deemer.
Deemer. It shall now be known as Deemer. Control.
Deemer domain. That's Deemer. Table 2 is our main feature match, which is Domain Ram playing against Gruul Slickshot. So if you're a fan of mono red decks or Slickshot decks, then well, this is not mono red. This does play some of the green cards, and the green cards are typically cards like Snakeskin Veil to protect your Slickshot, and also
Questing Druid.
Questing Druid.
Sometimes it's like the big one for it.
Although I do have to say that when we tried this deck, we found that Ren's Resolve and the other card that does
Which
the same
one's Ren's
thing.
Resolve? Which one's that doing?
1 in red, sorcery, exile the top 2 cards from the top of your library, and until the end of your next turn, you can play those cards. With Questing Druid, you can only play the cards until the end of this turn. So what we found was that the actual just common red cards that were already legal were performing perhaps even better than Questing Druid. But Questing Druid can also be a creature that you can start growing, so it does have that upside. Other green cards typically.
I was watching this deck, so just wait while you're looking at the green. I was watching, so we're literally off to the races, and this is a quick, explosive deck. I was watching it in between our last round and watched them just absolutely go over the top of. And with this card here, Fugitive Codebreaker. On the face of it, it's just a 2-mana 2/1 price haste, but it's got the what we call now the disguise mechanic. So you can flip it. It's going to be a 2/2 ward 2, but when it flips, you get to, like, you know, empty your hand and redraw 3 fresh ones. So when you kind of go over it, obviously it does come in a load of fancy arts, which makes our life a little bit harder here in the booth. Here comes the powerful 1-mana enchantment as we're going to get that Codebreaker off the battlefield. I was wondering maybe we're going to hold up these 2 mana for Questing Druid, but doesn't look like it. We're going to use the Plot, which we touched on it a little bit in the last round that me and you were on, Martin. But Plot, what a great mechanic.
Yeah.
That's been brought into Magic the Gathering. Really helps, not just in standard, but, you know, in multiple formats like you see Slickshot. That if my opponent's left up mana for a counter spell, you know, there's 2 mana counter spells in standard. Cool, I'll just plot this. Now you've wasted your whole turn.
Waste your mana, exactly.
And turn 3, turn 4, I can cast multiple spells, so you can only really deal with one of them because you've got to pay mana for your spells. I've already done it for mine. So it's a huge boost to these aggressive decks that we've got in the format.
Yeah, you can just plan for the perfect turn, especially if you have the protection spells like Snakeskin Veil. And this is the reason why you play decks like Mono Red. You want to get paired against Domain Ramp, and you want to script the game plan where you just basically attack with 1 or 2 big slick shots. They can basically never tap out. Their removal is mostly sorcery speed. It's a card like Temporary Lockdown and Depopulate and Sunfall. Obviously, sometimes the deck have something like a Lightning Helix. We see a Long Goodbye here. So there are ways to interact with it. Instant Speed, obviously, Leyline Binding, another card that shows up in pretty much every Domain Ram deck. But given that your cards all cost basically just 1 mana, you can usually script it so that you have this one big explosive turn where Slick Shot attacks for 10 plus damage, and then you just deal the rest.
It does that a lot. I played in a modern tournament just after Slickshot came out, and it absolutely hosed me. I got beaten up by it all weekend long. So coming down the battlefield now, that's a 2-headed hunter, which is a 5-mana 5/4 with menace, but it's a going on an adventure. The adventure part of it is for 2-mana instant, target creature gains double strike until end of turn. I drafted this card a lot, thinking it was pretty good, and won me a lot of matchups in drafts. Just out of nowhere, given a big fatty kind of double strike, wins you a lot of games.
I love these 2/4/1 cards for limited, but yeah, as it turns out, Bone Crusher Giant was one of the best standard cards for a really long time. As it turns out, these cards are also decent in standard.
I like it because it's Magic at the end of the day is kind of a bit of a resource game, right? You know what I mean? You want to try and get the 2 for 1s when you can, try and go over the top of your opponent or under them, so to speak, and being able to have not only a pump spell, which works great with a Slick Shot, giving it double strike, especially when it grows to crazy numbers. Also, on the flip side of it, having another threat. So the later the game goes, we've got a threat to come. We know how good like Giganta can be in some formats. So just having that extra card on the side is going to be huge. As we see up the Beanstalk here in the battlefield, remember, not banned in this format. And just a lot like these Triumph lands. And I've spoken about this multiple times before, but I really like how lands are now getting printed with each land types on them. We see the Surveil lands, we see the Triumphs. Obviously, they're very good in formats that have fetch lands. Though not so much in standard, but still enabling us to do play 5-color decks.
Exactly.
They're really, really cool. I really do enjoy them all.
If you look at Michael's hand, this is exactly why these decks like Mono Red or Boros Convoke or Ban Toxic are pretty decently positioned at the moment, because look at Michael's hand. Depopulate 4 mana, Sunfall 5 mana, Atraxa, all these expensive cards that you can't cast. You're hoping to play against the other mid-range decks that are typically pretty slow, and a turn 5 sweeper is usually pretty good enough to just completely stop them, followed by Atraxa or the Angel that gains you life. But yeah, here Michael is under tremendous amount of pressure. He's gonna have to tap out for Sunfall.
Are we empty-handed over on?
No. I think Fabian has like 4 cards in hand or something like that. He has at least a Monastery Swift Spear. I think there might have been a line where he could have tried to go for lethal, but decided to just sit back on the 2 creatures that are going to be lethal next turn anyway, pretty much. So this kind of forces Michael's hand, and I think Fabian can just untap, play his Swift Spear and some more spells. And
that's a big way in play. We spoke about this a little bit with the Convoke deck, of like how much do you commit to the battlefield when you know the deck has got sweepers. And Fab has decided again the same. We could have deployed more threats, we could have done some spells, we could have gone for it. But instead, we're kind of, okay, you've got a sweeper, these 2 go, great, I can refill my hand, I can kind of restock the battlefield with the small haste creatures. And with Michael only at 5 life, not many need to get through.
Yeah, 2 mana up, not a whole lot that Domain can have. Leyline Binding, I think if Michael had a Leyline Binding, he would have already played it.
Here's Questing Druid at the end of turn. Obviously, we're playing the flip side of it, which is Seek the Beast. Don't say that enough. I need to say Seek the Beast a lot more in my life. As it's going to, if it does resolve, we'll go into the Adventure Zone. Top 2 will go to exile. We can play them to the end of our next turn. One of them is a play with fire. So that's 2 damage. Drop it, which Michael potentially can be at 3 life now. I do see a Beseiju in hand, as well as that Swisper that you mentioned. And now we get to untap and draw another card. So really stocking up. That's another land. It's not exactly what we needed here. But we can play the land from exile for the turn.
Wow, Fabian is actually 1 point off. He can't play the Frenzy because that would kill the Swift Spear unless he doesn't have enough mana to play all of it.
What do you think about Frenzies in the main? Is that like a hedge towards just Shield Dread type of cards in the format?
Yeah, it's just a solid removal spell. It's just okay against pretty much everyone, and yeah, it does kill Shield Dread, it does kill Rafina. Sometimes you need to kill Deep Cavern Bat is one of the more annoying cards.
Here comes the Questing Druid face up. So now all red spells that we cast will give it a +1/+1, as well as blue. But is it blue or blue? Oh no, it's all colors besides green, isn't it? So
yeah,
I'm thinking of the other one. But luckily, there's no blue cards in this deck, I believe. We're going to cast the Play of Fire. That's going to go face. So we do get to scry 1 if this resolves. Trigger Prowess, trigger a +1/+1 counter on the Druid. We're having a look at the hand here from Michael. We might be 1 point off, but might be able to untap, play an Atraxa. Would that be enough?
Another thing that Domain can actually do for 2 mana is discard Herd Migration
Ooh,
to try to
gain
get a
3
land
life,
and
yeah.
gain 3 life. So
Very relevant there. If you want to know what the metagame breakdown looks like, feel free to go across to the Legacy European Tour's Twitter. It has been posted there. You can see what all 193 players brought this weekend and hoping to try and get themselves into the regional championships. So at 1 life, opponent completely tapped out. What can we do? I see a sweeper, I see an Atraxa, I see a Splunking, see another sweeper. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, this looks like a Sunfall to me. It is going to be Sunfall cast. Get to go 1 card deeper from the up the beanstalk. That draws another Sunfall off the top. These both are going to go in exile, and we'll get an incubate token for 2. Which, do we have another mana so we can kind of untap it and make a block it if needs be? No, we do not. 1 point of life. Can Fab cross the finish line here?
that's a haste creature. That's good enough. That's the fugitive code breaker. I
Was that a
believe.
code breaker?
I believe so.
Oh, that's so good. Yep. On the battlefield it comes. 2-1 haste. Leyline binding check. And yeah, we'll go to -1. That is going to be game 1 to Fab on the right of your screen with Gruul Press, Gruul Aggro. We've got Gruul Aggro on the screen. Let's go with that.
I just call it red green slick shot. I call it mono red slick shot, red green slick shot, Boros slick shot.
Just there's an idea. One of
Yeah.
these cards is extremely good. Got you. Okay. So going to sideboards. Obviously, I imagine this shows up a little bit better for the main deck. They can kind of bring in lower their curve a little bit. Leyline binding still requires your mana to be almost perfect, so to speak, to be able to cast it on turn 2. We need to try and get some earlier sweepers, maybe some temporal lockdowns. If they're not in the main, could come in out of the sideboard. I imagine they've got to be in the 75 because Convoke is still a deck at the end of the day, and again, this is like a Gruul aggro deck.
You want whatever the 2 mana interactive cards are in your sideboard. Some decks run Lightning Helix, some decks run Long Goodbye. Whatever your removal, your go for the throat is, all of that is definitely coming in. All the cheap removal, everything that can interact, even a Tranquil Frillback, just to gain some life is perfectly reasonable. Chrome Host, Sea Shark, is a blocker that creates other blockers. You basically just want to lower your curve as much as possible, board out some of these expensive cards. And yeah, this is not really an up the beanstalk matchup. This is all right, I'm gonna tap out for up the beanstalk, and I might just be dead on board. So
like it looks like it went extremely well for Fab there. Like all the cards lined up great. We managed to go under.
Won the die roll.
Is there a sideboard? Like this has been a conversation I've seen floating around on Twitter recently. Is like sometimes people feel like you have to sideboard. You bought 15 cards. Some of them are going to be better in this matchup than others. And then there's a debate saying that sometimes you just don't need to. Sometimes just your 60 cards that you issued are just the best 60 cards in your 75 to line up in this matchup.
Yeah, but basically, if you played the kind of matchup that is the reason why you brought the deck to begin with, then your deck is almost basically pre-sideboarded against them anyway. So if they don't really have much to change the matchup from their side, which, I mean, they already have sweepers, they already have, leyline binding. So they're going to bring in, 4 extra removal spells. They're going to cost 2 or 3. But that's pretty much it. So what you can do is you can bring in like an extra Snakeskin Veil, like a protection card, and try to script the game where you sort of force them to play their 1 removal spell into your 1 protection spell, and you attack for a lot of damage. But mostly it's just like you having to know what people have in their sideboards, how the matchup changes post board, and then just trying to adapt to whatever they might have post board. But yeah, in this case, the Gruul deck already doesn't really want to sideboard much. I mean, you're hardly ever messing with the creature count. Like you do need a good amount of creatures because you can't really keep a hand without one. So sometimes you board out like Ancestral Anger, maybe swap the removal spells, maybe play with fire. Sometimes it isn't good. You need something bigger for Sheoldred.
Obviously, it will change up a little bit when we get to tomorrow when it's an open decklist tournament, right? Like even then the mind games start coming into it. I'm going to hit 4 cards in, take 4 cards out. Could be the exactly same 4 cards, but trying to get that mental math going with your opponent. Because
that is a good habit. Yeah, in closed deck lists, even in limited, I do like to at least just like, even if I'm not sideboarding anything, which doesn't happen very often, I at least swap like 2 basic lands for the same basic lands. just to, make my opponent think, hey, I might have something. You showed me 3 Oblivion Rings. Yeah, my sideboard has a, naturalize effect. Like I can play that at instant speed for a big blowout.
We got keeps for both players here, and Domain on the play. Do we have a turn 1? Yes, we do. Turn 1, Taylor Swift on the battlefield, getting turned sideways, John Martin down to 19 just to pass the turn. No, Mistress Bulbul effects or mutagenic growth types in standard. At least not yet. Maybe one day, but not yet. Never lands come down. Now, how good is your triome recognition? Bear in mind, there's, I think, 3 of each. I don't know if we've got ley lines binding up right now or not, is what I'm saying. We could have it up, but I don't know if we have it up because they're the lounge art ones, I think they were. Or something.
Yeah.
With all the different bosses. I think this is the lounge art one. Chat will tell me momentarily, I'm sure. But in the meantime, we're still gonna play into it. So if you make them have it, which I like it. So here comes Ancestral Anger. This gives it +1/+0. It goes a card deeper. Now every other Ancestral Anger cast will give it an additional +1 for each one in the graveyard. Great way of not only triggering prowess, pumping your creature, but also keep turning through your deck. So yeah, we do have white mana up. Thank you, chat.
Wow, another one.
Okay, we're going all in.
Bobby, I'm thinking if you had a leyline binding, I think you would have played it in response to the first
Makes sense. 'Cause
Ancestral
stop the card draw.
Anger. So even if my hand right now is Snakeskin Veil, I might just slam the second copy of the Anger to attack for a lot more damage, draw another card.
That's 6
and
damage.
get deeper into my deck. And yeah, like you just...
I also think
there's no reason for you not to play the binding in response, because that's what you need to do in the early game. You need to stop the bleeding, stay at a high life total so you don't die to one shot from the slick shot, and just buy yourself as much time as possible if you're the Domain player.
Kevin Soul is coming down. We'll see what that name's shortly. Normally the go-to is Angel. We'll have a little look. I think there's another Ancestral Anger in hand, by the way. I think there's a third copy in hand, so that one will be a +3 effect. Plus
yeah,
obviously one for
Michael
brass.
really needs to have an interactive spell right now.
There is also another Swift Spear in hand, but that might be the only other creature. So we're going to play into this to see if you do have any removal on the other side. Could get blown out with something like a Snakeskin Veil.
Yeah, that is...
I mean,
nice.
it's uncounterable currently.
It can get countered by the rules, though.
And Snakeskin Veil is what is going to be cast. That is going to be the protection. It's going to give it a +1/+1 counter, plus trigger the prowess. So things not going Michael's way right now. You know what I mean? This 1-for-1 removal doesn't line up great just yet.
And good call by Fabian last turn. I assume he did have that Snakeskin Veil, but correctly read Michael for not having the ley line if he did not respond to the Anger, and played the second Anger, attack for a bunch. Now the Sweep Spear is going to get a counter from the Snakeskin Veil. So that's 2...
so my question:
one more from the Snakeskin is 3, and then 3 from the Anger. So it's at least 6 points of damage coming
should
through.
we have cast this long goodbye when they were tapped out?
Yeah, that's
is there an advantage to that? To try and almost, I don't want to say get greedy here, but you know, it's closed deck list. You don't know what you're playing around. Just because it has the word instant on it does not mean you need to play it in instant, purely because you can get blown out, like literally like we're seeing right now.
Yeah, certainly a possibility. You need to, take into account what else is in your hand. Like, how much time is this gonna buy me? What if they have a slick shot? Am I, is this gonna lose me the game because I didn't keep it for the slick shot, or what if they had a slick shot? Whatever, would they have already played it last turn? So it is a judgment call that did not go in Michael's way right now. And Fabian with 3 copies of Ancestral Anger just happily casting that into Domain's open mana.
I'm trying to work out how much actual damage this is. So 2
6, I
prowess
believe.
triggers, +3, +1, +1. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 damage, I believe.
Oh yeah, because there's 2 Angers. Yeah, right.
7 damage coming across. Michael at 6 needs a way to deal with this Swift Spear. I think Barry's playing this great. He's got another one in hand as well, ready to go. Obviously, all these Ancestral Angers have not only been pumping, they've also been drawing cards, which means his hand's pretty full right now. There's the 4-mana sweeper, and he just says, go. Can you kill me this turn? I'm at 6 life. And with a Swift Spear and a grip for the cards, and a Monstrous Rage, and another Snakeskin Veil, I think this might be possible. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we got lethal. So this plus Monstrous Rage and the Snakeskin Veil is going to be like 6 or 7 points of damage. It's going to be a GG. Let's have a little look. So we're coming across. There's a monstrous raid. Just going to get the token attached to it. Also going to give it +1/+1 and or the counter of +1/+1. That's going to be more than enough. There goes the fist bump. Fab takes this down, advances to 6 and 3, which is basically double ID. You're playing tomorrow.
Yeah,
Simple
pretty much,
as
pretty much,
that. Michael's still in a really great place, really good position to be so far today on this beautiful Friday to get into that top 16 because that's what they're going to need. Let's have a look how the backup feature match is getting on.
Yeah, Michael with having started 5-0, I think his tiebreakers are going to be good enough to allow himself to go 1-1 in the next two rounds, and 6-2 should be good enough for him with the tiebreakers that he has.
Okay, moving into this one, we've got the team at Analyst deck, which we've seen a lot. We saw it do well at the Pro Tour against Orzhov Control, which we know this is the most played decks today, not necessarily over the weekend, but today. And we're definitely still in game one. I was looking, I was like, do I really need to look? Definitely in game one. So strap in, ladies and gentlemen. This might take a while.
Let me take a look at the standings if the 3-1-0 means they have a draw or if they have a loss.
I think it's that's actually good. I'll let you look that one up as we see a virtual strength hit the battlefield.
Wait a second. I thought I saw Ollie Antrazi here.
He is here.
And I'm like, no way. I mean,
so he lives in London now.
Oh, he lives in London?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
cool. His other half is British, and he's moved to the UK.
Okay, that's cool. Okay, so we have an American.
Well, I keep badgering him. I'm like, come to these events because obviously I'm UK based as well. So I keep. I was having a word with him in between rounds then as well.
Cool.
Yeah. I said that if you get to winning him, we'll get you in a feature match area. That's it.
Okay,
you can't be doing the Christian Cocano to us. Coming across from America, qualifying in last chance qualifier, qualifying for the Pro Tour, and then top 8ing the Pro Tour all in Europe in one go.
Yeah.
Correct, chat. They should be.
Both players have a draw.
They should be 4-0-1.
Yes. Yeah, I mean it's yeah.
So yeah, there you go. We've updated it. Thank you, chat. We're on it. It's a team effort. We don't have map tokens by the looks of it, so
we do have the map tokens. I think all the people that are currently in the feature match area forgot that there is a giant table with 2 boxes full of tokens.
That's right. I believe Philip's down there and listening into us, so maybe he can grab some of the tokens to put across for us all. As we're going back again. Again, game one, potentially a lot of dead cards. Sweeper's not going to be great in this matchup. This isn't a creature-based match. This is going to be a counter spell match.
I know the tokens are there because I actually brought all of these tokens myself. So I do know that we do have map tokens.
I always felt like they should make tokens of all the casters and just use them like SCG used to. Used to love that.
Yeah.
It's a nice little twist on it all. Maybe we can have a word.
I want to appreciate both players' basic land game. It's nice to see, some nice basics, and the unhinged ones are probably my actual all-time favorite, the John Avon.
The John Avon arts?
Yeah, these are just super nice.
So regular like the English sort of like circuit that we've got of Magic with Axion. Now he's kind of a regular artist that gets invited to those. And yeah, again, as I said, super popular. It's just basics are just so on point, so beautiful, almost like complicated, but also simple at the same time. Like you just know looking at that art, that's just such a beautiful art. It's good.
All right, let's try to make sense of this game. So still game one. Both players kind of just like drawing cards, doing their thing. So teamer putting a lot of lands into play. At some point, we're gonna reach a point where there are no more lands to fetch. Typically, there is usually 6-6-5-ish basic, 6-6-6 sometimes.
Yeah, the one when I've been testing this, I've been playing 6 of each. Ooh, let's get that Sky Turtle. Let's go. And then, realistically, we're not playing the Sky Turtle for the body of a 6/5 flyer, right? With Ward 2. It is more, we normally use it for its channel ability here, where you can discard it and return target card from your graveyard to your hand. Is the main reason that you'd use it. You can also use it defensively sometimes, just getting bouncing the creature back to the owner's hand, giving you potentially a little bit more life or an extra turn to try and fight your way out of this. Multiple Sky Turtles in the draft when that was a thing. Did that quite a few times in a is it Neon Destiny draft? Yeah, it was. Neon Destiny draft, one of my favorite draft formats actually. Really enjoyed that one. And just a pass at the turn back, 4 land up. I'm guessing there's got to be some discard going on here, right? Yeah, I was about to say
Yeah,
that hand looked really full.
Lots of cards for Sergio.
We're going to get rid of one land, and do I call it a sweeper? It is a sweeper, but it's also a card draw. The ill-timed explosion.
Yeah, if you want it to be a sweeper, it can be a sweeper, but I like that the deck gets to run a card that is always a card draw, and yeah, if you play against Convoke, you have a lot of force. If you need to kill a Shield Dread or something bigger, you have the virtues in your deck to deal 7.
Okay, that's a nice counter there with the mana low, being able to use one of our early no more lies mana leak effect, but also exiling, which is really big with the memory deluge, because that can be recast out the graveyard the longer the game goes. And with so much mana on the other side, making your opponent pay an extra 3 is not going to be relevant a lot of the time, but in that one time there you manage to catch something, you do feel good about it. Here comes almost like the engine is turning and burning here. So we've got a Virtue of Strength, but the other side of it is it? I can't pronounce that. Grimm's Growth is the 1 mana version, which returns target land or creature. It looks like we're going to go and target a creature from our graveyard, the Visionary. Hopefully try and get that.
That's a deadly cover-up.
Is that the one where we put 4 more into our library?
Not deadly cover. Devious cover-up. The other one, the blue one. The one that you counter a spell, and then if it's countered this way, you exile it instead of putting it in the graveyard, and then search.
A lot of exile effects floating around in counter spells these days, right? Really stopping the flashback abilities that we see added to a few cards. And in this deck in particular, things going to the graveyard doesn't always mean that we're never going to use it again, as we see we've got the strengths to get some of these things back.
Yeah, you can use Devious Cover-Up to basically just keep recycling the same 4 counter spells and sort of win a matchup like this where you just need more counters just by running them out of threats.
Okay, next question for you.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm in game 1, like these players are now,
yes,
turning and burning, at what point do I
yeah.
look at the clock and just go, I'm going to scoop and try and win game 2 and 3?
Yeah, Sergio has a lot of cards, but if Tian has multiple counter spells, I don't know how many cards he has exactly in his hand, but
I think it's 3.
At some point I would be thinking, okay, well, I don't really have that many cards in my deck that actually win the game against Control. I have multiple copies of World Soul's Rage, and I sometimes have a Doppelgang. But other than that, I don't really have any creature lands. My Analyst or Nissa are not really going to do it by attacking for 1 or 2 or 3.
So here comes a double gang.
Not a lot of actually relevant cards once we reach this point in the game. Theon can just say, yeah, sure, all your card draw resolves. If I have 3 counter spells or 4 counter spells, I'm just going to counter all the rages.
So what are we copying here? We're copying the Tiebinder, but there's got to be something else with that amount of mana tapped, I believe. It is a XXX green blue to cast. So that means you need to spend 3 generic mana for every 1 target that you use. That's going to be another counter spell, adding 4 more probably counter spells to our deck.
Play cover up, shuffle back another cover up, and 2 more counters. Looks like Tian is only going for the hard counters, so it doesn't want to put back the No More Lies. That makes sense. Wants to keep the Memory Deluge in the graveyard to flash it back, and certainly doesn't want removal, so makes sense to just go for the 1 cover up.
And I like that. It's smart. Why would I be shuffling or putting bad cards back in my deck? Especially as this is game 1 still, as we spoke about. There is a farewell. Now, that's not too bad because it can exile graveyards. And we know that graveyards are a key piece of interaction for Sergio to be able to actually win this game.
It is almost unfair how many of these sweepers and exile effects for not just creatures White has right now. The fact that they have Sunfall to exile creatures, they have Temporary Lockdown, they have the what is the 6 mana thing?
Farewell.
They have Farewell. In addition to Depopulate, there's just so many sweepers White has right now.
Well, the meme for years, right, is White's the worst color of the pie. It doesn't have any good playable cards. So Wizards just keep printing them. Like, hey, how about all these sweepers? Is that good enough for you? Is that going to work?
The fact that it exiles is also so annoying. You can't use like White Invasion, for example. Invasion of Gobakan is a card I really like in Boros Convoke in the sideboard because you can board it in against pretty much anyone. But the problem is that there's so many sweepers that exile that it doesn't really work half the time as a protection from a sweeper.
Okay, we're going to go 2 cards deeper. 2 land. Kind of a common draw in this deck. Looks like Nissa is being brought. Oh, maybe we're going to discard the 2 to try and get the tie binder off the other side. So land and Nissa are going to go to the graveyard, which means 3 damage would be dealt to all creatures in play. Yeah, we're happy with that. That's fine. I'm happy for you to discard a few cards. And just a pass of the turn. End of turn. We're going to flash back a Memory Deluge from the graveyard. Top 7 cards. In response to that, we're going to Sky Turtle Channel ability. We're going to try and return a card from our graveyard to our hand. And it looks like it's going to happen. And now, while you're still low on resources,
Wow,
those resources being mana, we're going to channel this and try and return 3 cards to our hand. 1 Sky Turtle, 1 Nissa, 1 Timed Explosion. Ill-timed explosion, sorry. Okay, how do I pronounce the name of that card that you got on the screen?
Yeah, Shigeki.
Shigeki. Okay, thank you. Shigeki is a key part of these decks, right?
Oh,
Like
for sure,
this is the way to Resurgent. Normally, you only have one of. So if you can deal with it one time, there's a good chance that you're going to run away with the game because they don't have that combo element.
You need to exile the cards. As a control player, you need counterspells or ways to actually exile the threats from the graveyard so they can't rebuy them back and play them again.
Oh, that's a true. You cannot return it because it is a legend. I will get that passed down to the table. I feel like Philip's probably listening, but that Nissa cannot be returned back to hand because it is non-legendaries. Chat with the big brain as always. So they're going to get that passed down to you, and the judge will be informed shortly. And not much has happened, so hopefully we'll be able to reverse it. I think a word's got down to him now. I can have a little look. Yep, this. They're going to check that this says non-legendary. And Nissa is a legend. This happened. We appreciate it. You point that out to us, chat. There's a lot going on, a lot of moving parts happening. I think this might be a simple rewind, so to speak. I don't think much has changed in the board states for either players just yet. Let's have a little look. We're going to try and get word from the table and see what the actual outcome is here. If we can't see it, it looks like we're just going to not return the 3rd thing to our hand. Maybe we tap mana, yeah. So potentially we could have 2 mana untapped here, and we could have used a Sky Turtle to return it if that's how we wanted to go about it. But more important targets, and looks like that's the board state we're going to be sticking with now. Okay, you can only return the 2, not the 3rd. But we'll make sure we get confirmation. So here comes a Field of Ruin on the other side. Not too many targets for that, only 1 Beseiju. So it will work as like a Stone Rain effect, but this is not the deck you really want to be Stone Raining with so many ways of getting the lands back out of the graveyard. Definitely in the control seat. This is where I'd start thinking, when do I need to start conceding and going to game 2? I feel like my game plan is a lot better in game 2 and 3 than it would be in this game. They've got all my bases covered, so to speak. I've got less than 5%, let's say, to win the game. I'd be like, okay, yeah, I'll pick them up. Let's go again. But then it is feature match. You don't have any losses so far, just a 4 wins and 1 draw record. Still everything on the line to top 16 this weekend and make it to the regional championships of Europe. Let's have a little.
One thing that played a big role in me deciding which deck to play the Pro Tour was the rounds are only 50 minutes and the games are long.
Helps.
The games are long. There's so many things happening. You constantly have to check the graveyard. There's cards with flashback. There are things that create more things, map tokens. You have to keep track of a million poison counters and whatnot, and if you don't play fast enough, you will get draws.
So here comes a Kayleen on the battlefield. Going to go on an adventure and then come back, I believe, in play now. Again, another one that you might not recognize too much. This is a 4-mana for a 3/4 Flying Vigilance. Whenever it attacks, destroy up to one target artifact. If you control that permanent, draw a card. So you can kind of blow up some of your own map tokens, things like that, because it also has the added text of being able to investigate, plus play an additional land for the sorcery side, the adventure side of that card. But it's going to go to the graveyard nonetheless. Let's have a little look what we got going on moving forward. Drawing a couple cards deeper.
Wow, look at Tion's hand.
It's stacked. Absolutely stacked.
So that's 6 steps ahead, and that's a Wandering Emperor.
Oh, it's multiple Wandering Emperors. I think we've even got Sunfalls in hand. Like we've got everything. We can exile graveyards whenever we want. Well, cancel that. Sunfall in the graveyard. Farewell in the graveyard, sorry. And this is playing into their advantage here, right? Like they're happy to try and play for a 1-0 victory. Like that's cool. The only thing they don't want is a draw.
Perfectly.
A draw is not great here, but
the
other than that,
the matchup doesn't really change too much after sideboard. It's not like you can make your deck much faster. You can bring in some of the big creatures. Typically they have Bonipal and Titan of Industries, but maybe a Tidebinder. But this is certainly not a fast enough clock to win a game in 5 minutes against a deck that plays 16 counter spells or something like that.
Yeah, we've got to be getting close to getting locked to that at some point. So let's, I'm even thinking, like, do I want to turn the corner? Do I want to actually start to play my Wandering Emperors here and trying to win the game? Or am I happy to try and just grind this out to win our one? And yeah, it's got to 25 minutes on the clock. We're happy to scoop this up, realizing that we're going to not be able to win this game. So we're going to go to our sideboard, potentially try and win game 2 and 3 in the 23.5 minutes that we have got left in the match. So obviously this is a closed deck list tournament today, ladies and gentlemen. The regional championships tomorrow that starts at 9 a.m. Italian time. That is going to be open deck list. We'll be able to show you the deck list on the screen. You'll be able to go on Millie and check them out yourself. Check out the standings of not only your friends, but your favorite players all throughout the day. And that's going to happen for the next 2 days or until we crown ourselves a champion. Today, last chance qualifiers. These work different depending on what region you're in. This region, we do one big tournament where we've got 193 players, no battling out for their share of 16 invites, which I believe also get passed down. So, some players just turn up today trying to battle out, trying to win some extra prizes, blow the cobwebs out. If they're already qualified, that invite gets passed down. So we do invite 16 more players this weekend to battle out against Europe's finest, trying to get themselves not only to the Pro Tour in Europe, but also to the World Championships in Las Vegas at the end of the year. Now, generically, I'm fully aware we've got the deck list in front of us, but generically, what are the bad cards I do not want to be keeping in my deck here for both players?
The sweeper is like neither of the players is playing a lot of creatures. I mean, Azorius Control obviously doesn't have pretty much any, maybe some Tidebinders. Maybe they're going to bring in like Chromho Sea Shark. So Ill-Timed Explosion is a card you can certainly look at boarding out, although at worst it draws you 2 cards. But I think the problem is that the teamer deck is just mostly just lands. You're playing 30 lands. Half your deck is lands, and then from the rest, you have a lot of like Analyst, Nissa, Virtue, just extra mana. But Blue-Eye doesn't care if you have 7 lands on the battlefield on turn 4, or if you have 15 mana on turn 6, because they can just play 1 counterspell to stop the World Soul's Rage.
Where are you at with No More Lies? Obviously, great early interaction counterspell. In this matchup, where your opponent's basically ramping in the first 4 turns, is this good enough? Because it gets worse the later the game goes, or is it still good enough to keep in?
It's certainly one of the cards I would be looking at to possibly board out, but it depends on how many cards I have in the sideboard that I'm bringing in. If I have the classic, 2 Negate, 2 Tidebinder, 2 Unlicensed Hers, or Rest in Peace, or whatever that is, plus like maybe 2 more other cards I can think of right now, that would be 8. And I would be boarding out some of the sweepers, like a Lockdown Farewell,
Things like
something.
marches don't seem like they're going to be good in this matchup to me.
Yeah, I mean,
Like-
you do have a lot of anti-creature cards that you can trim on, and still have some ways to deal with a Nissa.
Do you think we're in like a creature heavy meta in standard? And that's why kind
Yeah,
of
I
these
mean-
decks are coming at a different angle, and that's why we're seeing a lot of players gravitate towards them and them doing pretty well this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of mid-range decks that's kind of how it started, right? It was all like Esper mid-range, Golgari mid-range, Rakdos mid-range, Blue-Black mid-range, all these mid-range decks. Convoke plays creatures. Yeah, it is a very like creature-centric metagame right now for sure.
So being able to play one of these control decks that have multiple sweepers in it, loads of early interaction it lines up pretty well in this format. Looks like we're keeping our opening 7 here on a control side, team analyst. What are some of the key cards I need in my opening hand for this deck? Like, am I just happy to have like 6 land and just go land go, land go, land go? Is this I feel like I'm going to be hitting my land drops? Or do I need to get like an analyst down, aftermath analyst on turn 2 so I can flip it on turn 4? Or am I waiting until a later turn, maybe turn 6 to cast it, so even if it does resolve, I can then use its ability straight away? Like, how much are we prioritizing things?
Yeah, I think Analyst is certainly one of the cards that you want to see in your opening hand, but mostly Sergio just wants to make land drops. As long as you're making land drops, you can cast the card selection spells, the ill-time explosions, the memory deluges, and you can start digging deeper into your deck. But you want to make land drops. You want to make sure you play your first 4 lands. And
is that the key? Is that the key bit? Like,
yeah,
obviously control mirrors in the past, famously, whoever kind of missed the land drop first
then you're
was kind
screwed.
of going to be behind. And remember, this is Teema. Teema does have the color of blue in it, which means there could be potential other counter spells coming in out the sideboard, in this matchup. So we've got to give diligence to that in this match. Have it in the back of our mind. But more importantly, in the back of my mind would be, I'm 1-up in this matchup. All I need to do is stop you winning this game, and potentially I can take it down 1-0. As we're off to the races, 6 cards. Here comes one of the fetch lands of the format. They can obviously go get one of 3 basics in your deck and does enter the battlefield tapped. Island on the other side, as you mentioned, both players' basic land game on point. Let me know, chat, what basics do you use in the when you go to your paper tournaments? What's your basics of choice? Mine's Urza's Saga ones. Thanks for asking, chat. This is going to be a ramp, and we get to deploy our 3rd land. So now that goes on a little adventure. Cool, the ballers in chat saying beta basics. Just land and go. But now this, now on turn 2, this could be anything. We could have a no more lies held up here. Could be things like negate. Could be, could just even be something like a get lost if that's even stayed in the deck. Lots of multiple 2-drops coming down. Here comes a spelunking. Is this going to resolve? If it does, we get to an extra land drop for the turn. All our lands will come into play untapped. If it's a cave, you gain 4 life, I believe, as well as the other text on it.
Yeah, and Sergio's hand is really good. I think he has 2 copies of Memory Delusion. I think there is a Bony Pal, but I don't think he has a 4th land just yet. So he really wants the Spelunking to resolve just for him to draw that extra card. Wow,
Okay, so
Tian responds to the trigger, exiles the Spelunking, so the next land would not come into play.
still every time I hear the word
Untapped.
spelunking, I think of Batman. Just never going to get out of my head. But the trigger happens, right? So we still get the extra land drop for the turn.
And you might be thinking, why is Sergio cracking? Well, I guess the
Wait, let me set up for
fetch
you.
lands.
Why are we cracking
No,
that?
the fetch lands do. Yeah, right. But it is a format where, sure, these lands get sacrificed right away. But we've been seeing this in Modern as well. Like, why are some of the players cracking lands on their own turn? This is because Tishana's Tidebinder.
Yeah, that's the old stifle.
Yeah, that's a card that you don't want to have your land essentially stone drained by the Tidebinder at instant speed. So if you're playing Modern these days and you are fetching against a deck like Blue White Control, you should consider doing that when they're tapped out sometimes.
So Sergio, happy to do this 1-for-1 counter type stuff. I play my threat, you counter it, great. I make another land drop. Play my spell, counter it, make another land drop. Eventually, you're going to run out of these counters. But now we get into 4 mana. We know that we can start casting the cover up, which means we can start filtering some of these back into our deck, which we've seen in game 1 and how effective that could be. And it turns, 1 counter spell into another 4 counter spells in your deck potentially. The later the game goes. And I think that was just a pass a turn. So now we get to use our mana of a Memory Deluge, end of turn, top 4. 2 into our hands, 2 to the bottom.
Yeah, and Tian knows that Circio not having access to double blue means that Tian can't really get punished by much. Circio can't really resolve his own deluge. Not much he can do at instant speed with triple green, red, and a blue.
Going back to your fetch land thing, like someone in chat said that Legacy players know. Like,
Yeah,
that's a format you know how to use your fetch lands and when and where.
They probably, yeah, they have PTSD from all the stifles that at some point all these Delver decks played.
Exactly. I honestly, I never felt like in Modern we just crack them willy-nilly, but in Legacy that really takes it to the next level when fetch lands are involved with brainstorms, etc. Here comes another fetch land. Just a much cheaper version. Island again in the battlefield tapped. And of course, every time we do this, we're taking a land out of our deck, which means we've got better draw steps coming. We're taking all the lands out of our deck, so potentially just leaving our deck full of spells. Hopefully, at this point, after sideboard, useful spells. Another land for the turn and go. Now we're going to cast Memory Deluge end of turn for Sergio.
Yeah, for like the next couple of turns, both players are going to be casting Memory Deluges and start fleshing them back.
Here comes a cover up, and that's going to return another counterspell to hand plus exile it. That's the key bit. On that means it can't be flashback later on from the graveyard.
Honestly, good call by Tian this weekend to play the Devious cover up. Because you're going to play a lot of mirror matches. Like we saw, the Blue-White Control was the most popular deck in the field. You are going to be playing against other control decks, Blue-Black Control. You're going to be playing against Teamer. And being able to just recycle or reshuffle the other counter spells back into your deck and also exile some of their cards is very valuable. And this is how you're going to win a lot of these slow matchups.
And now we're going for another Memory Deluge. Memory Deluge is not one of the key cards in the deck, so to speak, but it helps us find the key cards in the deck. So it's always that balance of, do I need to counter this? Do I want to counter this? When I have an exile effect to do it, I feel like I fire it off. When I don't have a way to exile, I don't really want to do it because they're kind of gaining half a card advantage in that exchange. Just another land and go. These Field of Ruins, this isn't the matchup for them. Way too basics on the other side. Island for the turn. How many lands are we up to now? 9 basics? And we haven't actually had any of our kind of resurgent land from the graveyard big turns yet.
Yeah, the problem for Sergio is he doesn't really have a way to pressure the Blue-White Control deck.
Is this the one that you were talking about out of the sideboard that you love? I think this is the Bonnie Pal.
No, I don't think this is Bonnie Pal. I think this is a 5-mana card.
Oh, is this the Fipplebit? Or is it called the Bombagoimus and Fipplebit? I think.
Yes. Let me put that on the screen real quick.
Yeah, because I definitely don't know what this one does off the top of my head. So let's read it together, chat, because this is an obscure one that can sometimes be in the sideboard. It looks like it's going to get tie-binded, whatever trigger is involved with it. So when it enters the battlefield or attacks, you can draw a card. Then you may discard any number of land cards. You may discard one or more cards this way. Deals twice that much damage to target creature. Has the pay to put it on top of its owner's library, third from top. Okay, so it's kind of like a bit of a reoccurring threat that has a little bit of upside to it.
I think it's a 6/5 with no abilities. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, fair. Good old Bear Magic. Someone posted the other day. Was it you? No, who was it posted the other day? And it was like, what card in history is like a 10 out of 10 to you no matter what, and like people playing like Fawn Elemental and stuff like back when they first started playing that were huge. And I pasted the I think it was like the Beta 6/5 Worm or whatever it's called, like
okay,
I can't remember what it's called. It's like Whirl Worm or something like that.
Brawl
like,
Worm or whatever.
Yeah, that was what I remember just being an absolute huge beat stick, and we're seeing it here. Let's see, 2024, it's coming back.
Wow, look at this. Bonnie Pal
now that's
resolves attack to draw a card. And in response, Tian is playing a flashed back Memory Deluge.
I'm guessing we want to
for a sweeper.
Yeah. Don't see it. I see a couple of
yeah, no more lives, a bunch of lands. Yeah, and the token from Bonnie Pal is usually so big that one turn is enough. That's 3, 6, that's 9 lands. Sergio is saying the trigger's still on the stack, so let me get in there, draws a card from the Bonnie Pal. the second part of the trigger says you can return a land from the graveyard or put one into play from your hand. So that's an extra land drop. 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So that's a 10/10 token.
Why is an ox? Why an ox? Is there a lore behind it?
Good question.
Oxes don't generally have the the XX power type to them. I'm sure there's some sort of lore here that I don't know that everybody in chat will tell me momentarily. But that is a very large ox.
Well, and this better be a sweeper.
Untap. No sweeper.
So
We need,
one
what, one block?
land, and this is a lethal attack.
We've
Well,
got-
no, I guess it's a lethal attack anyways, because when the Bony Pal attacks, you get to return one of the lands from the graveyard into play. So that'd be no, 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 no.
It's not lethal, right?
It's
So
not.
we got a
No,
blocker.
yeah. Never mind. You can just block the big one, take 12.
Just 12, and then hope for another
Okay.
sweeper
Yeah,
off the top.
you can stay on 5. Okay.
Apparently there is some sort of law with it. Chat's trying to come point out with me something. Someone in America. Okay, so there is law behind it. That makes a lot more sense. I was like, why
it
not?
gets plus ox for each land. Very simple. That's. I'll give you that. That's pretty nice. That's pretty cool.
Okay, what are we doing? Counting up our mana. I think we're looking at how many modes we can use on the
Oh yeah,
the
there's a
3 steps
trigger on
ahead.
the stack. So 3 steps ahead, targeting the Tideminder and drawing 2 and discard 1.
So that makes a copy of the tie binder, which means that again comes in with the ETB, so that ETB can target the trigger. I think we're going to bounce the tie binder in response to the target of this with the Sky Turtle's second channel ability. It does have
Yeah.
2.
And it only has 1 target, the 3 steps ahead. So that would fizzle the whole thing.
Oof, that's a
Wow.
great line in there. We're taking that one down. We're going to a game at number 3 with 9 minutes left on the clock.
This is crazy. How does it happen that against a deck that plays all counterspells and sweepers, you win game 2 post board by going land, 6 drop, okay, resolves, attack, you're dead.
Yeah, well,
What happened?
do we need to now bring in some more sweepers? Like maybe we boarded too many out. Maybe we boarded them all out. We don't know how it's going to go, but we do know that this is going to go to a game 3 here. This is going to you don't really want the second draw. It's not great for you. It does knock you out, but it does mean you've still got to win the last couple of rounds to get
Yeah.
yourself into that top 16, which is what everybody is battling for this weekend in this last chance qualifier.
I think what might happen is if both players also just pick up a draw here, then they win the next match. They have 5 wins and 2 draws. If they find someone with the same record in the last round, they would be able to draw, which essentially puts them at 6 wins when you count all the draws. And that, if with good tiebreakers, would be in most cases enough to make it to tomorrow.
All right, we're going to didn't like that opening 6, so we're going to shuffle that back. Sergio, looks like we've got a bunch of lands and some stuff, and that's kind of all we really want from this deck is a bunch of lands and stuff. Going back, quick little shuffle, and back to your opponent. Both players realizing that there's less than 8 minutes on their clock, and a draw is no good for them as they've already kind of picked one up now. Well, not no good, just not optimal for it. And land go. We're going to see this again for the first couple of turns. Both of these decks, not aggressive, not explosive, just want to go land, go. Not more lies. Going to be a lot better on the play than the draw. This is a nice target for it. Oh, just straight negate. We're going to get rid of that.
I like the negate here. It sort of counters the explore. Plus, you just deal with the creature already, so you're not running the risk of just.
Did we miss our third land drop? We missed our third
I
land
believe
drop.
So. The deuce was played main phase.
Spelunking on the other side. That's going to give us another land drop, so we can kind of pull ahead here. And this is where we're going to start being able to get to the realms of being able to cast 2 spells a turn and really tax the mana on the other side. But we need to start getting threats, and we need to start getting one now.
Remember how there was a very early march in that second game
On
that
the-
exiled the Spelunking?
Mm-hmm.
What was the white card that was exiled? Was it a sweeper? That
It
might have
was
been a sweeper.
Wandering Emperor.
I was wondering,
Yeah.
Emperor. Yeah, that might have been the key point of the game.
Right, over on the other side, what do we want to do here? 2 mana left up. That could be a number of spells. We're going to go for the ramp effect on send this on an adventure. And we just say yes. So we can play another land drop for the turn if we want. There is on the screen for you. A Tale of the Suspect was what was cast. And Kaelin is now on a little adventure. Clue token generated. I don't know why we're putting a dice on it instead of actually getting the token, but here we are. No More Lies is going to carry it coming back down, so no creature on the battlefield is going to be exiled because we cannot pay the extra free. Looking for land. That's a negate. That is not going to be it. We've just got to pass the turn back again. Essentially now 7 mana on the other side. We just need to stick a threat. If we can do that, we're going to be even further ahead for Sergio on the right of your screen. 5.5 minutes left on the clock to be able to win this match for one of these two players.
And Sergio has his own negate in hand. So as soon as he draws a threat, he can back it up with the negate and force it through.
So going to make another clue, go a card deeper. That card was an island. So that does mean that we were able to hit our land drop. Memory Deluge for the turn, not ideal. Here comes an end of turn Memory Deluge with counter magic up. And we say, sure, that can resolve. So top 4, 2 in our hand. I think I see 2 spells, 2 land, one of them being Nissa. Or maybe it's a strength, actually. Either way, 2 going to go to hand. Crack the clue end of turn as well. Go another card deeper. Really being able to refill our hand here. Knowing that our opponent is at disadvantage by having only 3 lands, potentially only 1 counter spell up. We need a turn where we can deploy 2 threats. And here comes the first one. Here comes Anissa. Does this resolve? Obviously, loads of mana up. Can pay for a No More Lies. So it's going to have to be a hard counter to stop it. I do see a get out in hand. So if we do let it resolve, we could just kind of get it off the battlefield that way. Destroy it.
Get out. Not even get lost. Just get out.
Just get out.
Get out.
Get out of here.
Get out of my game.
I think you also hold priority as well. So once it does resolve, you still do get this, at least the first trigger here, as we see land coming in, which means 1 mana will be generated. I imagine the name for that mana was green, as we see the analyst come down. And if this ETBs, well, then there's going to be 3 cards on top of our deck going into a graveyard, and the 4 mana up, more importantly, to be able to use it, and it's gonna bait out this hard counter.
When you hear that, as someone who streams on Twitch, when you hear the word analyst, what's the first thing that comes to your mind?
I feel like there's a joke that I'm missing here.
For about a year, maybe even longer on Twitch, the most played ad was whatever that video series was where the guy said, "I can't go to Yemen, I'm an analyst." And that was just in basically every stream I ever watched. There's this TV series, and the guy just says, "I can't go to Yemen, I'm an analyst."
It's really weird. I consume a lot of Twitch content on my iPad, and I don't know if it's Apple just automatically block ads. I don't get any ads on them. I never get ads when I watch Twitch, but then I am subscribed to quite a few. Make sure you always subscribe to your favorite streamer, ladies and gentlemen. If you want them to keep streaming, you need to support them. Look at all those blue cards in hand. And now Get Lost is going to be targeting the Nissa. 2 map tokens are going to get generated from that and just passing the turn back. I think we're doing a little bit of shortcutting as there is less than 3 minutes on the clock. We're going to maybe get in, or we're going to crack some of these maps, potentially get in for a little bit more. No, we're going to get in for 1.
Yeah,
every point counts.
Turn 12, we just dealt the first point of damage.
And then we sacrifice it, generating a bunch more mana. I think this is 4 lands that are going to come back. And they're a bit of shortcut in there. Pick our graveyard up, put it back into our graveyard. 4 lands coming. 2 forests, 1 mountain, and 1 island. Spelunking on the battlefield, so they do come into play untapped, which means we've now got another 8 mana for the turn. Okay, which 6 drop is this?
Bony Pal.
This is the Ox one,
That's
right?
the one with the top, yeah, with the token Ox.
I feel like I'm a fan of the Ox.
Yeah,
I'm an Oxer now.
This card is just. I kind of like that the card makes it into standard now. It's just a very good value card. But yeah, if you ever have this in draft,
Wandering Emperor
oh
off the
my
top,
God.
not the 4th land that we need. We need to probably start cracking some of these clues. And even that might not be enough.
Yeah, you're about to take like 16 next year, maybe even more than that. With a World Soul's Rage, you might just be dead.
Maybe we're going to go for a loot effect. No, we're going to crack
Yeah,
this
Tian's
clue.
considering whether he wants to crack a clue or draw 2 with 3 steps ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, how big is this? That looks like 3, 6, 9, 11.
I guess we want to march right now. It's just going to be like, yep, that's enough. That's going to be lethal when you turn that sideways. It's going to take me out, and that is going to be the game
Wow.
going to Sergio from 1 game down to win it 2-1, advancing to a 5-0-1 record, giving himself the best possible chance to get into today's top 16.
So
That was good. That was a good round. I enjoyed that.
It turns out the secret to beat blue-white control is board in all your 6 drops,
And
let them draw all the cards, and stockpile all the negates in hand they want, and then just play your 6 drop. It's going to resolve, and then you're going to tap it twice, and you're going to win.
all right, maybe we come back to the booth, if that's all right. We'll come back to us now that that matchup is over. I'm having a little refresh on how many games are left in the room. It looks like we've got 9 matchups left and some big time extensions. So I imagine some judge calls have happened. Or, okay, I'll absolutely ignore that. It's refreshed. There's only 2 left in the round, but it's still one of them with a big time extension there. So we'll just talk for a little bit while we do that. I'll remind you all what is happening this weekend in total, because it is 3 days of Magic. This is only day 1. This is the last chance qualifier. We've got 193 players battling out to try and get themselves those invites to the regional championships, which kicks off tomorrow, 9 a.m. local time. We are in Naples in Italy. Feel free to work that out wherever you are in the world. Haven't got an actual total yet, but last time I looked, we're looking around the 700-800s. Like, because it's going to be a big tournament. Mine's about to have a little look while I talk.
780 right now.
780 plus 16 from today, plus anybody that signs up a little bit later on.
Yeah.
Because deck lists don't have to be in for another couple of hours, I imagine. So we're looking at around 800 players in the Europe Regional Championships. Tomorrow, round number 1 is going to start at 9 a.m. It is going to be an open deck list tournament. That means that we'll be able to show the deck list on screen, and you at home can also have a look at them on Millie, find out how your favorite players and your friends are doing through the tournament all throughout the day. 9 rounds. If they can get themselves, we believe, an X3 record, that is going to get them an invite back to day number 2, and that is where everything is going to be on the line. Players are going to be trying to get themselves in the top 36. There are 36 Pro Tour invites on the line this weekend, and that is to the Pro Tour happening in Europe in only a couple of months in Amsterdam. It gets a little bit sweet from there. The higher up you go from 36th place, where you're going to win yourself some more money, some more boxes, some more ticks, all that. But realistically, there is 2 World Championship invites on the line for the top 2 players of the weekend. And then they're going to battle it out to see who walks away with the trophy and who walks away with the title of Europe Champion into that Pro Tour, which in itself is a huge honor, really beautiful trophy. And you get a bit more screen time, which it's pretty good at the end of the day. Let's have a little refresh, because I don't want to leave you all with that waiting backslide. So if you've got any questions, let us know in chat. I'll throw them to, Hall of Famer Martin User. We're going to have a lot better impression on us.
I think the next round already got paired.
Has it got paired?
Yeah.
All right, well then, throw them in chat, and I'll make sure I make a note of them to ask him
We'll
next
see you
time.
later.
So on that one, we'll be back. We're going to be doing round number 8, so we're going to pass across the other casters for round number 7. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly.
The guy from Prague.
Hi everybody, welcome back. We are here from Naples, me and Skura, and we are ready for round 7. Did you expect this kind of situation?
Yeah, so the meta game is really interesting. The decks are really interesting, and we've got another
Yes.
very interesting, very curious, very exciting combination in our main feature match. You will see in just a moment, but it's going to be Timur Prowess versus Simic Artifacts. So two not really known strategies, kind of below the surface, maybe not
Mhm.
at the forefront of everybody's sideboard plans, but they are playing at table 7 at 5-1. So both players fighting for basically locking the
Yes,
top
the
8.
win and in.
Yeah.
This one is a proper win and in, because remember, with 6 wins, at least with 6 wins, you will be in top 8. And well, of course, you will have the invitation for tomorrow for the regional. You will have a bunch of boxes, a bunch of money, a bunch of ticks, so many prizes. I don't know if we are already ready with the tables. They told me yes, so here we are. As we were saying, Antonio on Simic Artifact against David. We saw him before, and is going very, very well. We covered him in round 3, if I'm correct.
Yeah, we did cover. We have seen both players, a bit more, a bit less, but yes. And David was the one who took down a domain
Yes.
in a beautiful fashion.
And he started with a Kumano.
So yeah, we've got 5-1 Cookies versus Prowess. It's a very, very interesting matchup because it's really difficult to say who's even ahead because of how off the wall both of these strategies are.
Yep. And now this should be a code breaker, if I'm correct.
Yes, yes. This is the code breaker coming in for 3. And for the Simic deck, we see Subterranean Shuna and now Sentinel of the Nameless City coming down. We will probably see a lot of cards that you don't normally typically come across in your leagues or on the ladder.
Let's see if I can find for you on the screen. This one is the one that should be on the battlefield right now.
Yeah, now we see Swift Spear plus Sleight of Hand. So we trigger Prowess for the Swift Spear, which was just played, and the Codebreaker. And now we look at Swift Spear and Questing Druid. So with another Questing Druid in a hand, double land. The question is whether he wants to play this game a bit longer or take Swift Spear for a more bursty type of turns to be
Yes.
set up. Yeah, and I think oh, I blinked for a moment. Let's see what the choice was. It was the Swift Spear.
Yep. So 1 mana, attacking with 2 of them, the Codebreaker and the Swift Spear.
Yeah, holding up the monstrous roll.
Yes. And
We crow, it seems.
seems like it. Blocking, and the monsters down on our Monastery with Swift Spear. So double trigger of prowess for both the creatures. And we have a roll on the Swift Spear. So now it's a bunch of damage for David. And let's see what they decide to do with this update. He's down to 9. Well, with 9 life points against the Temor Prowess, you are not in a good spot. Because, yes, of course, you can try to deal with something. But 9 damages. It's easy for a Prowess deck.
Now we can attack with Vigilance, so that's a free attack, basically.
Yes.
So at least there is some pushback. But I'm not sure if we can properly stabilize. So we've got map tokens. What's in the hand? I think I see Restless Vine Stalk. Now we see 3 mana. I think it's Zoetic Glyph on the map, and Zoetic Glyph is a card we don't really know. We don't really come across that often. It changes an artifact into a 5/4 golem. And when Zoetic Glyph is put into a graveyard, discover 3. So now we've got a 4/5 and a 5/4. A 3, sorry,
So-
3/4 and a 5/4.
He can start to block things. And David put down another Monastery on the board and just pass.
Yeah, so now we're slowly stabilizing because the creatures are just really outsizing.
Yes. And I think that probably David should wait a little bit just to be sure to deal all the damages that he needs for put the win in the back.
Ooh, there is Spell Pierce in hand, and I think David will go for, or potentially go for Seek the Beast, but it will just walk straight into that Spell Pierce.
Yes.
Spell Pierce, one of my personal favorites. Try to jam it in every deck I possibly can.
Oh, really?
I love Spell Pierce. It's punishing people who tap out for a 4-drop. That's my jam.
Yes. You're correct. So it seems like a double block. Is it? A double block on the Sentinel. And the Questing Druid triggering the prowess for both of them. And let's see if...
Yeah, now
Yes.
we see that Spell Pierce, which is giga brutal because you're denying card advantage. So that's kind of an implied card advantage for you. You're denying a potential creature later. That's heavy. That's
Yeah.
really heavy.
Now he's deciding which one, in which order he preferred to deal damages.
Yeah. So while the Spell Pierce was really brutal, I'm not sure that was a very beneficial exchange for Antonio, because now he's on a single creature
Yeah.
against triple creature. 2 of them will have prowess. And then a single, like... So is there any removal spell? So there could be like an Otawara. There could be maybe like Fading Hope, maybe something like this.
And I also think that
Oh,
David
or a Flying Slingshot, yeah.
and hard cast it. Also, his opponent is with 1 mana left, so it's kind of difficult for him. Counting damages, see if he can... He has another Questing Druid in hand, attacking with everything.
Wow, yeah, just the quickest block ever.
Yeah.
And then he says, okay, well, I'm going to seek a Zone Beast, which makes it 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, if I'm counting correctly.
Let's see, because, yeah, it should.
Oh, and double Kumano when he's probably going down to 1 hair.
That is very, very nice. Because now in counting up for being sure about everything, he's down to 1, yes.
Down to 1. Now those Kumanos. Oh, actually, they cannot
They
be
are
played because
exiled,
they will
yes.
that will expire. So that doesn't work. But still, David has got 3 creatures on the battlefield against
Yeah.
Antonio's 1, potentially 2 if we animate the Vinestalk.
Well, he
But
can...
so many top decks are lethal here.
Yes, he can find a way to deal the last damages, even with creatures or trying with a spell. Because now, yes, Antonio has cards in hand and he has all the mana that he needs for cast things, but 1 damage is pretty easy to do for David. Now 3 mana and...
Okay, so now we otter. So let's put the elusive otter on the screen. Now
Yeah.
we're actually casting Grove's Bounty, which is X and a green. Distribute X counters, in this case 1 counter, among any number of creatures you control.
But it's trigger
and
prowess.
crucially, yeah, exactly, trigger prowess and trigger the Kiln Fiend prowess.
Yeah.
Which I assume just ends the game for David.
Exactly.
Moving up a game against Simic Artifacts, David tearing through the competition with his prowess strategy, and we're already moving into the sideboarded games, still
Yeah.
with 42 minutes on the clock.
This is another thing that I really love about aggro decks, that sometimes you are very fast and then you have plenty of time for resting between 2 games. And what can we expect from their sideboarding?
That's a good question. So both players could try to up their removal count because both players are really aggressive.
Yeah.
Now, the possibilities for teamwork prowess are much larger because of the color
Yeah.
red. Simic artifacts probably won't have that many. I'm looking at the sideboard now, and I can definitely see that there aren't that many anti-creature tools. I mean, I don't want to spoil the fun in this closed deckless environment, but there are some tools, but they're not really exceptional. There are way more for David. Way more for David. So I would expect David to morph into this kind of quasi-control deck. Well, control deck is a bit much, but maybe a reactive aggro deck
Mm-hmm.
is a better phrase. And Antonio might still need to retain his aggressive role, especially on the play. So a lot of interesting dynamics happening under the surface.
Yeah. Meanwhile, let's see what they decide to do. And right now, Antonio will be on the play. That can be something because for David, he preferred to be on the play than on the draw. But would it be enough? Would Antonio find a way to slow his opponent enough for deal with it? I can't remember how many Temur Prowess were in the battlefield today, in the field today.
Yeah,
I
not
don't think so
that
many.
Yeah, not that many. I'll actually check double. La, la, la.
So probably Antonio is the first time that Antonio play against a prowess in this tournament.
Well,
It could
looking
be.
at the data, there is one mono red and two. No, actually, no. I think there are like two today, like total.
Okay, so it's
2 out of 200 people.
kind of improbable, yes.
So he cannot have played against more almost.
Yes, he can play against the other one, but it's not very likely. And can you expect something like Temur Prowess when you prepare yourself for these tournaments?
Well, coming in, I would definitely expect to have to play against some slick shot strategies. And I would just group them together. Now they are different. No, Tima is different from red green, different from blue red. They will have different upsides, different tools, but they will largely have the same great plan, I would say.
Yeah.
And
So you
yes,
can
I
expect
would
something.
expect to have to play against some slick shots.
Yeah. But the problem against Prowess, against Temur Prowess, is that that's not the only problem of his deck. You have a lot of dangers, you have a lot of things that is going on, and you need to deal with everything. So let's see if they decide to keep or mulligan their situation. I remember that today we will have 8 rounds of Magic. After that, it will be top 8, and they can decide to split or just to play it. But they often decide to split it because who won this tournament should be prepared for 9 more rounds of Magic tomorrow, and hopefully other 9 in the day after that. So they should rest. Now let's see.
So yes, Antonio.
I think Antonio's in mulligan.
Yeah. That's a classic. That's a classic. Looking at the top after you've declared your mulligan. I am the type of player who never looks at the top.
No,
Just
me
when you
too.
mulligan, you just
Yes.
mulligan. No looksies peeksies.
I don't want to know if this was a good choice or not, because if it wasn't, then I can start thinking, oh, if I only kept this hand.
Yeah, I have a different philosophy. I think that whatever decision I make is correct based on the information I have.
Yes.
I hope it's correct. So I don't really look at the top card because even if it was beneficial to me, I never had access to the information in the first place.
It's a gamble. Meanwhile, David keep. And let's see if the multi-6 is a thing for Antonio or not? That's really, really... Yes, it's a keep to 6. So starting with the
yeah.
Monastery and 1 damage.
Yeah, coming in immediately. Now we've got Boseiju alongside Vinestock, showing off the flexibility of the mana bases nowadays in Magic. Ways to alleviate potential flood by having utility lands and Manlands here. Boseiju, right? Otawara, another
Yeah.
great example.
And we have a double Wormlet on the board. So now there is 2/1/1 that can deal with the Monastery. Also because they will get bigger and bigger
Yeah.
every time he played an artifact. So maybe it's not a big deal for the Monastery in this round, in this turn, but they will be after that. Checking the text again because it's always useful. And the Code Breaker hardcasted. So right now they are 3 damages down to 16. But now Antonio can start to build up his board and try to deal with that.
So now we see
Spyglass.
Spyglass Siren entering with a map token. And now Teething Wormlet does
Yes.
trigger because it doesn't say cast but entered the battlefield. So we do trigger Wormlets. And now, okay, so that's a fight spell. I think that's hard-hitting question. So a single green that says target creature you control deals the damage equal to its power to target creature or planeswalker you don't control.
Attacking with both 4 damages.
Ooh, and just turning the corner immediately. I really like this from Antonio
Yes.
because he can probably close this game in like 2 more attacks.
Yeah. And now it's very...
And maybe more like 3, but yeah.
Well, yes, but it's still a problem for David because now he consider 1 trigger of prowess for the Monastery, but it's still a 2/3. And yeah, he start to...
Oh, and he passes back.
Passing. No lands for both of them.
That's definitely not something he wanted to see.
Yes, both of them are... Ooh, and another mana. Trigger.
Tough Cookie enters play. So Tough Cookie is an artifact, so that triggers Wormlets. It triggers and puts a food onto the battlefield, and the food token is also an artifact, which will trigger Wormlets yet again. Yeah, making them 4/4s at this point. And Teething Wormlet has a text, the first line of text, that says that they gain Death Touch, or they have Death Touch, as long as there are 3 counters or more. Oh, sorry, no. I got confused. I confused the wording. You always gain 1 life with Wormlet, but you get a counter only the first time every turn. Sorry, to get that straight. So that's why they've got 2 counters, not 3. You always get the life, not always get the counter.
Now the thing is that he also have Death Touch. It's not a big deal in this situation because they are still 3/3.
But yeah, David is stuck on 2 lands and doesn't have a lot of traction back against the wall.
To be fair, they are both at 2 lands, but the situation for Antonio is so much better. Because you need mana for triggering prowess. And he's Teething Wormlet getting bigger and bigger. So he finded the 3rd land. And right now with 22 life point, for David is very difficult to come out from this situation. But we saw him before just 1 game in strange way. Not strange in a bad way, but with a very, very fun to watch combo of cards. So land drop. No.
Yeah, basic
What happens?
basic forest I see. I think a spell pierce as well. So we're starting with the map.
First of all, yes. Destroying the map, watching the first card.
Ooh, okay, that's another hard-hitting question.
Mm-mm. And now he plays the land.
And I think he's got spell pierce plus wormlet in hand, if I'm not mistaken. Yes.
Yes, there is a wormlet, so attacking with the
For
cookie and the
3 for
wormlet.
6. So half the life total just vanishes right now. And we're still holding up spell pierce for any shenanigans. Surgically, as if surgically crafted draw from Antonio.
I don't think that he can find a way out of from this situation, but yes, of course.
Yes.
It was just counting up, checking up, and now he will be on the play. That can be, as we saw before, a huge advantage for him because then he can try to be very fast, faster than his opponent. Let's see what is happening with the judge. Just to clarifying, probably who won the game.
Yeah, they've got like a special iPads
Yes, exactly.
besides them, which are automated in such a way that helps us immediately get the feedback on the live totals and the state of the game overall. So
yeah,
so they have to indicate whatever the score is there. It's not a manual job. It's all automated here. Very convenient system.
yes. Also because sometimes players usually they are not used to use this kind of things.
Yeah. Yeah.
So when you just end the first game, you're always think about your sideboarding and you don't think about, oh, I have to update this thing on the iPad. So we have a person there for that. Let's see. It seems like David decided to sideboarding again against his opponent. Maybe because it's very different for him to play on the play or on the draw.
Yeah, I see him siding in play with fire on the play. I'm not sure what he sided out, but yeah, we can see double play with fire.
And one
So
monstrous.
I think the logic might be that play with fire is not an excellent card by itself. It does facilitate the main plan, right? It's your spell slinging, you're burning the opponent. We're playing
And the scry.
when you're playing on resources, then it's a pretty bad card as a resource. But if you're on the play, you want to facilitate the main plan of going aggro, you can convert it potentially to a victory.
Yep. Also, one thing that I really love about the play with fire is the scry. Because then you can try to, just fix your top deck. If you need something, you can watch and have one more information for your plan. That is always useful. Yet again, whoever won this will lock for the top 8.
Yeah, a lot is at stake, definitely.
Yeah.
Now, if someone loses, do you know if someone can make the top 8 with 6-2 and 0, 6-0?
The top 8, I am not sure, but it's unlikely. The top 16, probably.
Okay, so the winner is in the top 8,
Exactly.
and the loser might be top 16. So
yeah, the loser should earn the qualification for tomorrow, but it's not a certain thing.
Yeah, I mean, if they lose this and then win, because if they lose, it's a really tough position for them. But yeah, both players keep Spyable of Canal Pass, so no 1-drop, so no Swift Spear, no Elusive Otter, no Kumano.
That is particular. Oh, a slick shot from the top. So second land.
Yeah, we're just slick shotting properly.
Directly. So 1 damage from the creature. Let's see.
Yeah, Antonio with no 1-drop either. But let's see if we have a 2-drop that can go toe-to-toe with that slick shot.
Another wormlet.
Oh, it must have been the pickup now,
Yeah,
possibly.
probably.
Oh, but that's interesting. So we see double 1-drop now, but there was no 1-drop deployed on the first turn.
Well, it's an idea because then you can play the Wormlet and directly the Spyglass, triggering the Wormlet, and it's a first trigger.
So the logic may have been that if the opponent is keeping up mana, they must have like play with fire.
Or
So
something
you're
like
not
that,
playing
yes.
you're not playing a 1-drop to play around them having
Exactly.
a removal spell. But the issue is that David can still do this, but now
Yeah.
he does it while triggering prowess. So the outcome might actually be worse for you than it would have been.
Mm. Attacking with the Slick Shot. And well, he can still block with the Spyglass. It's a
Oh,
frenzy on the
that's an
hitting.
expensive frenzy.
Yes.
What is David's hand that he has no better place than a 3-mana kill your 1-drop? That is peculiar, definitely.
That was curious, yes.
And you're also killing the Wormlet instead of the Siren. And now if we map onto the Siren, it might actually be able to just block Slick Shot and necessitate a removal spell anyways.
Yes, but you know, the Spyglass can only take the map, and the hitting will get bigger and bigger with every artifact. So it probably is worst for him. Attacking with the Spyglasses. Let's see. 3 mana, untapping everything.
Swift Spear.
And let's see. There is a land, there is an elemental, heart elemental.
Yeah, I think that was a
And-
Swift Spear plus Fugitive
Yes.
Codebreaker as well.
And also a questing druid. So he can do stuff. He doesn't have the green mana yet. So attacking with the Slick Shot.
And that's a
1 damage.
pretty modest attack if you ask me.
The Monastery on the board. And pass. Yes, because the thing is that the Sentinel of the Nameless City now is a 3/4. So against the Monastery is a huge blocker. So it doesn't matter if you play her on your first main phase or in the second one,
Yeah,
So,
activate on the Siren.
of course.
Maybe it will grow to a 2/2. Now we respond with Seek the
Questing.
Beast. Trying to hit, probably like play with fire there.
Yeah. So 1 prowess, trigger,
Close? No,
not enough.
not quite.
Not enough. Checking the correct text of the card. And now he has an adventure token.
Flip. That is a land, so it's still a 1/1. Doesn't block Select Shot profitably just yet. We could use another map there.
Yeah.
But that would tie up our mana. But I can see we've got hard-hitting questions, so we could probably just remove Select Shot that way.
Let's see, meanwhile he has passed. So has checking what's happening with the monastery and the trigger of the prowess before that. I'm not sure what about they are talking here, because the trigger of prowess is already expired because he passed. And right now the thing is okay. The land is down on the battlefield. What about now? There is a second sentinel. Okay, so he will go with the hard hitting question and trying to deal with the slick shot.
Yeah, Select Shot was the main source of damage, albeit not a lot of damage in the couple of recent turns.
Yes, but still, is something that you don't want to keep on the battlefield for too long, because it can grow big. And another cookie.
Yeah, coming onto the battlefield with a food token.
Yep.
Anything can now be animated into a 4/4 artifact for 3 mana. So either the map token or the food token.
Yeah.
Next turn we will have 5 mana possibly, so you can maybe use map, use cookie, 1 mana left over for potentially
Yeah.
spell piece or another hard hitting question.
Many options.
Yeah, we will deploy Otawara off of the Druid Exile. Still no green mana to actually deploy the Druid.
A second monastery. He can still play the Monstrous Rage for this turn, but I don't know if it would be enough. Well, if you want to play it, this is the right sequences, because your first attack, see which one is blocked by whom, and
Is he-
then
I think he's got land plus elemental in hand, so that's curious that he didn't do it pre-combat, because he could have grown the Swift Spear. So now we play the face up trick.
yep, getting the roll. So now the monastery killed the Sentinel?
Oh, okay. So I think it's half elemental and not a land, but fugitive code breaker. So now we want to combine the fugitive code breaker with half elemental to really properly refill next turn.
It makes sense.
Ooh. No. Okay. No. I was thinking of some kind of trick of holding priority and like playing half elemental and flipping code breaker, but because they both say discard your hand and then
Yeah,
it means that you would discard your hand along the way anyways, unless you like flipped. I mean, played half elemental, hold priority, flip, draw 3, draw instance, play the instance, then discard, 1 card and then draw off of half elemental.
Yeah.
But that's so many extra steps potentially.
meanwhile, land up for Antonio. He still has a spyglass and the cookie on the battlefield, but now he's down to 13. And
Yeah, both Seju, Sentinel, and one
Uh,
card I can't really make out.
first of all, the Sentinel. Rereading the cookie just for being sure about how many mana do you need, about everything, how it works. And one more mana. Using the clue on, well, it doesn't matter which one, which creature, because it was a land, so no counter on creatures. The second one on the Sentinel, and there is another Sentinel,
Okay.
so right now it's triggering.
Yeah, we don't want another one.
Yeah,
But
doesn't need that.
we're slowly approaching like a stalemate situation when
Yep.
neither player can really attack through. But David is the one drawing a lot of cards, and he is going to be drawing a lot of cards.
We still need green mana for the druid, though.
Okay, draw. A land would be fine. Oh, that's also good.
It's a Kumano.
That's
that's
also
very
good.
good.
Yeah, play Kumano, trigger, double Swift Spear, empty your hand, then play half elemental, draw 2. Yeah, the card churning through the cards like crazy is David.
2 mana. I prefer to use the sorcery for the heart elemental, which say discard your hand and then draw 2 cards. With an empty hand is always
Ooh,
good.
Consider and play
And
with fire.
play
So
with fire.
perfectly 2 1-drops
Attacking with both
before blocks. Will probably like play with fire the cookie maybe.
can be an option. Yes, of course.
Yep.
So this is the second trigger for the prowess.
A third actually,
The third.
because Kumano,
exactly.
half elemental, and play
Yeah,
with fire.
yeah. I forgot about the hot elemental. So right now they are 4, 5. It is enough. No, it isn't in this situation. Like that, it's enough because the Sentinel should be a 4-5.
This prowess deck has been so impressive.
Yes, it's amazing.
Really, really impressive. And again, he still has got that code breaker on the battlefield waiting to get flipped and draw a fresh hand.
And he still has one card in hand. That can be relevant, especially when you are in Antonio's shoes. And it's a GG.
Wow.
So David locked in the top 8 and it was a lightning strike.
Wow.
So that is such a huge deck. That was nice to watch. That was really nice. So David going to the top 8 and Antonio is still fighting for the top 16 and the invitation for tomorrow for the regional championship. That will start at 9 a.m. And switch to table 2. We are going to see Azorius Control against 4 Color Legends.
Yeah, that was a matchup I decided to choose for 2 reasons. One, I knew it would take a bit of time. And 2, I really like watching Legends in action. And actually, Felix is a player who top 8'd the previous LMS event with Amulet Titan. I think he even top 4'd it. So he's definitely no slouch, and he has shown his prowess.
He was the Amulet player.
Yes.
Then he was second.
Oh, he was second. Yes. Yeah,
in
exactly.
that tournament.
So he definitely got really far in that tournament.
Let's see how he can play for Color Legends. Yes, of course he's good because he's 4-2, so he's still fighting for his top 16. But let's see. Meanwhile, for Azorius Control for Luis, this should be another win and in for the top 16, I think. Because with 5-2-1, he should be on top 16.
Okay, they're still drawing. Felix 4-2, probably trying to get that 6-2, hoping to squeeze into
Yes, they
the
both
top
can
16.
do that. But if Luis managed to win this one and win the one after that, he should be on top 16. Because with 6-1-1, you should be in top 16. But again, I didn't do the math before that, so I'm not sure about that. We will see.
Yeah, and I just got very cute information that the player on the left, Luis, who's the blue-white control player, celebrates his birthday today.
Oh, happy birthday.
He's 21 today, so a very young
gosh.
fellow. Many happy returns to you at 4-1-1 at the last chance qualifier.
So we saw before that not many players decide to bring a 4 Color Legends in the field today.
Yeah, very
And that
few.
was unexpected.
Very few indeed. Okay, so now we see Zayatora's Proving Ground.
And the normal lies.
Takenuma 3-mana Relic. Could eat a counter, but you cannot 3 steps ahead because you don't have enough blue mana. Immediately tap it for duress, and we use the draw discard mode.
We're getting rid of a farewell. And now Felix has to choose which one to indicate with the duress. And he has some information from his opponent.
So let's see what we are working with. So it's Normalize, Tishana's Timebinder, a card I can't really make out, and the Wandering Emperor. So he could have no more lied the Relic, decided not to. And we take the card, I don't know. So that makes it easier.
Maybe the chat knows which version of which card is that. It's
Yeah,
Deluge alt art, they said.
Deluge
Thank you.
sounds, yeah, that makes sense. And we're taking Deluge, so it does sound to me like Felix really wants to play a longer game.
Yes. Seems like it. And now we have a roaming throne on the battlefield.
Yeah, maybe we can put this on the screen. Not the most popular card that people see every day. And while we're typing out Roaring Throne, we see Emperor that we knew about come onto the battlefield. Roaming Throne, 4 mana with Ward 2, Golem, and the Cavern must have named Golem, I think, which was a creature type. And then it is that type, and if a
Yeah.
triggered ability triggers, it triggers again.
And now we have a plaza on the battlefield, so now he can. Oh, he has 2 plaza right now.
Yeah, I think that's three channel lands. Boseiju, Otawara, Takenuma in hand.
Seems like it.
And now what will Luis do? I think it's end step Thirst for Meaning mode. Restless Anchorage onto the graveyard. Now Takenuma. After that has resolved, Zayatora, Cavern, Ertai. And Ertai is the pickup, which was actually a kind of risky, kind of blank Takenuma, like in the blind, but thankfully it worked out.
He's getting a +1/+1 on the Samurai. So now the Wanderer is getting up. Another land for Felix. And now he has a bunch of lands for this situation. But it can be useful. It can still be useful. Let's see what happens for Luis. If he prefer, well, 4 mana for Felix and 3 mana for Felix.
Yeah, so that is Ertai, I think.
It looks like it. It looks like this one. So
now we're asking Felix not to lie anymore. Do pay, but predictably there is a follow-up of another No More Lies, which is a pure 2-for-1.
yes, it is. But it can be a problem because Ertai said when he enters the battlefield, he can choose one and he can destroy another target creature or planeswalker. So he could target the Wanderer. That can be an issue for Luis. Meanwhile, he's ticking up the Wanderer and getting a +2/+2 on the Samurai. That is now a 4/4. So now he can deal with the Roaming Throne.
It looks like Blue-White Control is now the aggro deck.
Yeah.
Felix, I don't want to say punished, but he chose a line that gets rid of Memory Deluge but keeps Wanderer, and he might just get punished for that. Or derail the game into a territory that he wishes he wasn't in. To use a very diplomatic rhetorical device. March of Otherworldly Light is the draw.
Seven mana for him. He can start to attack if you wish.
Land names Golem, but the creature names Human. So land is Golem, and the Golem says Human.
Yep. So meanwhile, down to 12 for Felix. And the boss, he's trying to build up his 2 samurais. Now he has a 4/4 and a 3/3 on the battlefield. And he's kept all his mana open. A duress from Felix. Luis is trying to decide if he wants to let him resolve or just use the march on the throne. And he pays the ward.
Yeah, and now we could Otawara it back if we wanted to. Now we don't have many cards to play around with, so that might be a way to convert some of those. Yes, I can see Slowgurk in hand. So we pick this up. Duress shows Tishana that we did know about. So nothing happens there. We play Boseiju, 3 mana, Slowgurk, pass the turn, and now Tishana Field of Ruin is the top deck. And against a kind of formidable board created by this the Wandering Emperor.
And Slogurk, he's 3-3, so right now the first samurai can start to attack as a 4-4. And he can start to do things. Let's see. 7 mana. What he's decided to do? Counting up his mana, deciding which lands he prefer to use.
Yeah, he's getting on the offensive.
Animate the land that now can do a lot of stuffs, if I remember correctly, because it's a restless anchorage.
Yeah, getting map. Attack you for 4+4 all vigilance damage. And 2 off of restless anchorage, right? So that's 10.
Exactly.
And 10 is definitely a lot.
Yeah. It can be huge.
And with Tishana on the battlefield as well. Stifling, I think, Slogurks leave the battlefield trigger. So now we
Oh, a land.
map a land off the top. Very bad position for Felix. He doesn't have a lot of tools to play with, but he could still come back if he can string a proper set of draws that go for the throat and a throne.
I don't know if that would be enough.
Doesn't
yes,
seem
it
like
wasn't.
it.
So it's a GG, and congratulations to Luis that now has just 1 win far from being on top 8. Because it's now 5-1-1, so probably even if he lose the next one, should be in top 16. But if he won the next one, if he win the next one, he should be in top 8
Hopefully.
on his birthday.
On his birthday, yeah. Very nice present
That's
from the
very
Magic
nice.
Gods
Yeah.
on that thankful day. So congratulations to him.
Congratulations.
And this seems like the end of the round
Yes, exactly.
for us.
We still have 1 more round, and then usually people decide to split the top 8. So if they split, we will see you tomorrow directly, and you will have the last round with Will and Martin. But if they don't, then we will see you again.
Yeah, exactly. But for now, Martin and Will join you
Yes.
in a couple of minutes for round 8. And yeah, that's it from us today, most likely.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Legacy European Tour, where we're bringing you the last chance qualifier. We're moving into round number 8. My name is Will Hall, better on the internet as the Will Hall EXP. This is Hall of Famer Martin User, and we are so happy that you are here because we're in the winning in rounds. We're going to find out who is being playing for that top 8, but more importantly, getting that top 16, get themselves an invite to play against Europe's best in the regional championships. So first off, let's have a little reminder, let's have a little refresher of what prizes are on the line for everybody this round. Of course, top 32, they're going to win themselves some ticks. They can go to the prize, will get themselves a nice little consolation prize. But more importantly, you want to be in that top 16, and that's what a lot of players down there, I'm speaking to them, they want. They want that regional championship invite. And it's also worth noting the invites get passed down. So even playing to get into 20th place, if there's 4 people above you already qualified, that means you get qualified. So every spot counts in this round. Going up to top 8, get himself more prizes, more ticks. It is basically a $5,000 tournament plus this round, but we're going to find out who's going to go into it. We're going to have a little look down at the meta breakdown. What did 193 players bring and what did it look like? That is the split. Most played deck is going to be Azorius Control. There's a lot of it in the top tables looking around. Looks like a lot of players decided to go for the longer, grindier route, or especially we spoke about it being a creature meta, having access to a lot of sweepers. That means you're going to win a lot more games going forward in it. Is there any standouts, any surprising ones here in the top 5, top 10?
Just the one thing I wanted to point out was that if you add up the red aggro decks, which is, mono red aggro, Gruul aggro, it's the same basically deck with Slickshot. It just has a couple of different cards. If you add those decks up together with mono red prowess and Boro Slickshot, you also get to roughly 20 players piloting red aggro. So about 5 or 6 decks at the top that are roughly equally represented.
Wonder if we can get Val to knock a graphic up tomorrow of aggro mid-range control combo, something along those lines. But I'm getting word in my ear that the players are ready to go. And remember, everything is on the line this round. So let's get down to our feature match and see who is in it and what they are playing. Talk me through this, Martin. Looks like we got a mirror.
Yeah, this is the highest table that has not decided to draw. So tables 1, 2, and 3, they drew in. This is table 4, which end up being Esper midrange. We actually, I don't think we've seen Esper.
Not in the rounds that we've been doing.
At all today. So the deck that was the most popular at Pro Tour Seattle a couple months ago, where Esper was actually 30% of the meta game.
Remember, this had its kind of breakout tournament was the regional championships in Athens.
Yeah,
that was when this deck was created by a team of European players bought it, and I think out of the 4 that played it, they all top 16'd. 2 actually made it to top 8.
Arne and Torolf were like both in the top 4. Something. Yeah, like really good weekend by the Esper guys.
So we're going to see the bat come down. That pesky little bat is going to take a card. It's going to take a No More Lies out of the grip, and more importantly, gives us information on what is in the hand moving forward, as it's just going to be a land go.
This is a really hard matchup to play because there's a lot of stuff that you can just tap out for on turn 2 or 3, but you also have a lot of cards that you can play at instant speed. So it's sometimes hard to decide when is the right time to tap out, when is the time to try to go for one of those snowbally cards, and when it's better to just sit back on the flash threats, trying to pretend that you have a No More Lies, even if you don't, but just the threat of you possibly having it can sometimes be better. Here, if you have the Deep Cavern Bat on turn 2, that's the ideal play because it lets you know exactly what the opponent is working with, and then you can decide based on that information. It looks like Ricardo doesn't actually have.
Well, no, we know the coast is clear, right? It had to top deck that turn because we know the hand from the bats.
Yeah.
The No More Lies. There's only 3 left in the deck potentially, so worth taking it. Try and get this powerful card, Welling Announcement, down. It's the first time we've seen it cast today, but definitely not the first time we've ever seen it cast because it does so much and so good in these grinding matchups, right? Can deploy our board out, can also let us draw cards later on in the game. And on the other side, we're just seeing the is it Aftermath? So I tell you, the thing we're making a 2/2 knight basically at instant speed, and pinning on an adventure, the powerful Chapman, Virtue of Loyalty.
I think Ricardo did not have a land number 3 in hand. I think he did draw a Darkslick Shores for the turn, so he can play one of the cards in his hand. And now it's a decision: do you want to play Gix and attack with that token, with the 2/2 token into the 1/1? So very likely getting you to draw a card. Or would you like to play Rafina? Would you rather try to sit on more instants? Or maybe if he has a card like Wedding Announcement himself, He wants to put that on the battlefield instead. Lots of choices. He does have wedding announcement. Yeah, this was a really hard turn for Ricardo.
It's the free drops. You've been speaking about free drops all
Yes.
weekend long and how important they are in standard. And, we've seen both players utilizing this free drop, thinking it's the most powerful in this mirror.
Exactly. You want to be on the play and you want to start casting these powerful 3 drops first. You want to be the one that gets the wedding announcement in play first. You want to be the one that gets to flip it around first, have the anthem effect, start going wide, play the virtue, and build a big team, because you know that this is not a matchup where your opponent typically has sweepers.
What are some of the key cards in this matchup? What is the big hit? Is they going to hit? Is it shield dreads? Is it just being on the play and being able to get that first attack step with, with the seer or something like that?
The biggest cards are Rafina, wedding announcements. Like sometimes you're in the play and you just make a big bat. You go bat into Rafina, start attacking. Putting the counters on it to kind of build your own Baneslayer Angel that, once it gets out of cut down territory, your opponent usually only has go for the throat, and obviously sometimes the Wandering Emperor as well.
Shout out to Baneslayer. Love that card.
Yeah, do you remember when that was like one of the best cards in like it
One
used
of the
to be
best
played
creatures,
in Modern? Like blue-white control decks would just play Baneslayer Angels, and you'd be playing against it, and you're like, oh yeah, I can be the Baneslayer,
Are you telling me, in your Hall of Famer opinion, that there's been a little bit of a power creep in Magic
A little bit.
since 2015?
A little bit, yeah. Good times, good times.
Good times. All right, back to the board. We're going to go to blocks. We can't block the black. That has flying, but we do have a 2/2 knight that can block this 1/1 on the other side. And why are we kind of attacking our 1/1 into a 2/2 on the side? What cards could they have? They've already answered it for us, but just coming across, it utilizes a lot of the cards in this deck are legendaries, right? Which means a lot of the channel lands can be played at reduced cost, and you can play multiple of them. Normally you see a couple of one-ofs in decks, but these decks can really take advantage of playing more copies of these legendary channel lands.
So this was a pretty bad turn in terms of what you can normally do on turn 4, but it looks like Marco really wanted to draw a card off of the wedding announcement. That's why he attacked with both of the creatures. If he goes, okay, I'll just attack with my bat because you don't have a flyer, then the wedding announcement makes a token at the end of turn. He decided to attack with both, use the Eiganjo to clear the way, and draw an extra card thanks to the announcement, looking for more gas. This allows Ricardo to just safely drop that Rafina, though.
No extra counter, but more importantly, the first attack, which means we can start filtering. And it looks like both players valuing their cards. Draw a lot in this metal card filtering with wedding announcement, being able to draw us multiple cards as well. And what can we do? We've got the 4 mana, potentially a 5th mana for the turn if we have one in hand. Let's have a little look at the deck list. Is there anything crazy going on? These are pretty stock. So see a Gix command.
In Marco's ideal world, he destroys the Rafina with like a go for the throat or cut down. That frees up the attack of the Deep Cavern Bat. End of turn, make a token from the wedding announcement. Flip the announcement, get yourself a glorious anthem, and sit on some instants. Hopefully another copy of something like No More Lies.
Okay. It is a mirror match after all, so here comes another Fiend. Bat's going to go to turn sideways. Does have lifelink, so is a good target to put +1/+1 counters on. Isn't this 2 attackers, so we will not be drawing an extra card because of the wedding announcement, which remember will get flipped here.
That's a Denic, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
Marco really needed to discard a non-land card here to make sure that the bat gets to survive the block from Rafina.
Gains us a little bit of life, and turn when announcement flips, all creatures now +1/+1 plus a extra token generated. So they are 2/2 tokens now on the other side of the battlefield, which do line up well against your opponents, because obviously they're turned behind on that win announcements on their side flipping. It's interesting to see what are going to be the cards that just break serve here, which is always key in mirror matchups, right? I'm having a little look at the deck list, which remember are closed deck lists. The players do not have access to each other's deck lists. I feel there's a one-off Gix command, which might be a way to kind of swing it to our advantage over on Ricardo's side.
Honestly, the best thing game 1 in these mid-range mirrors is typically just to have as much direct removal as you can. And if you can stick your own Rafina and make sure your opponent's Rafina dies, then your creatures are going to be bigger. You're going to be digging deeper into your deck. You're going to be seeing more cards. So that's usually the way to win.
Okay, so we're stacking our triggers here. We want to generate a token before the +1/+1 untap happens from the virtue.
Yeah, the virtue plus the flipped wedding announcement. That is a big advantage for Ricardo, who can now just kind of sit back on his creatures and keep bumping them with the virtue.
Yeah, Anthem effect into Anthem effect. And I suppose unchecked, it's just going to grow bigger and bigger. Is there main deck ways to get these off the battlefield? Or once they sit, are they just, is that it?
Not a whole lot. I mean, there's like an Ottawa, you can bounce a token, a bunch of removal. But yeah, Gix's command is typically the only like big kind of sweeper you can have in a situation like this. Marco decides to just jam with everything. So there's 4 cards to be drawn with Rafina.
Is this a sign of weakness that we're falling behind and we need to get, find some action here and now? Or is this like a tactical, calculated attack?
Yeah, I mean, I think Marco just realizes that with the virtue on Ricardo's side, if he just sits back, for the next 10 turns, then Ricardo's creatures are just going to be bigger thanks to the virtue. So he just realizes, yeah, I think I need to, get something going, and I'll attack, see what I draw. Maybe, my Deep Cavern Bat's going to be big enough to not even get blocked. I can start pressuring the Ricardo's life total, and, hopefully get him in a position where he doesn't have time to play all his cards, something along those lines. But these 2/2 tokens are running into 3/3s from Ricardo. Yeah, doesn't look great. Doesn't look great for Marco right now.
Not ideal, but we can generate another bunch of tokens right now, counters right now. Looks like freelance plus 1. Very is it Mind Master? Mastermind.
Fairy Mastermind. Yeah, the Yuta Takahashi World Champion card.
Not seeing many Nathan Stoyers floating around at the minute. Is that invitation?
The Duelist of the Mind? Yeah. That card is really cool, but it kind of just, I think Esper just has access to better 2-drops right now. But I'm sure once some of the sets rotate, we're going to see Nathan being played in Standard as well.
If you were to win a World Championships and have a card in your likeness, what color would it be? Would you go for an aggressive card, a mid-range card?
Green or blue, I feel like, or maybe red. I would be like, hey, can we finally get a good 1-drop or 2-drop? I guess they gave a slick shot now, but can we get a good red 1-drop back into Standard, please?
Oh, I was about to say, have you heard this card called Ragavan? It's a pretty good, good red 1-drop. Just print Ragavan in Standard. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, maybe maybe no.
Okay, here comes a virtue on the other side. +1/+1 counters and untapped.
Yeah, so
here.
Marco basically decided to throw the tokens in there to dig deeper into his deck, but the tokens were sort of suiciding because of the bigger tokens on Ricardo's side of the battlefield. And now he has his own virtue, but is that going to be enough?
It's crazy, this mirror. Both players virtues, both players flipped wedding announcements. Board's big, life linking on one side, it's keeping us in the game. Here comes a Gix onto the battlefield.
Seeing some of the Esper mirrors go long kind of makes you want to play 4 virtues, because once the game goes long, virtue is the best thing you can have.
Seeing these Esper mirrors, these Esper mirrors kind of play out makes me want to play control. Makes me want to play sweepers in my deck, or play Boris Convoke, so I can either go under them or whatever. This is not how Will has fun. Here comes a 4 cards to the grip. Discard 4.
So both players deciding to attack with all of their creatures, drawing 4, hoping to draw into removal spells, but looks like neither of them was able to find even one removal spell. So now it's going to be Marco who's going to be able to just pick off some of these attackers. But I think Ricardo's probably fine with that, as he also gets to draw some cards off of the Gix.
Yeah, it's just like a nice filtering effect, right? And even if you discard some redundance, we see another Grix going here, another a win announcement, which means a bunch more counters getting added. That is now a 5, 6, 7 powered.
Yeah, 7/10.
Yeah, 7/10.
That's a big Rafina.
Yeah, we can't even chump it on the other side. As in, like we can't just bounce it. We would literally have to chump. Maybe this bat's kind of meeting its match here. Block here, or can we actually? No, yeah, we do have a 6 powered creature, right? A toughness creature, but yeah, that's not going to be good enough. So we're going to do this. This is going to be an attack for 1, 2, 3, 10 damage coming across, if my math's right.
You do gain life from the bat, though.
Well, the bat's going to gain us 4 life. 5
3,
life.
4, 5. So it's 5 life from the bat, and you're losing 7 plus the token is a 3.
Yes,
Losing
10. So basically 5
So you're
damage
losing
total
5,
overall,
yeah.
right?
But Ricardo was able to find a cut down, I think, which doesn't
But
actually
it
kill
does
anything right
nothing
now.
in the face of all these amping effects. Does have a pad land drop for the turn, though.
Oh, there is a second virtue, though. I
Imagine
would
that's
be
good.
tempted to just play it right now. I didn't quite catch the rest of. Okay, Ricardo also has a no more lice. All right, that certainly
Yeah, normalizing the cut
makes
down.
sense. Yeah.
So both players trading resources here. Just attacking each turn, getting the value from these Raffinas.
So how big is the Raffina now? It's 6, 7, 8 powers, 8, 11. Is there a way the bat can attack? The bat is 3, 4, 5. If it attacks, Raffina gets it. It's a 6. Yeah, I think Marco is gonna have to stop attacking right now. Yeah, Marco really needs to find a go for the throat. If he does, he can deal with the Raffina, attack with the flyers.
I was say, at what point do we just attack with both and just hope that we draw one in the top 2 cards?
That's a great question. If you feel like the game is slipping away and the longer it's gonna go, the more likely is it that your opponent's gonna win. Then your best play might just as well be, okay, well, if I attack here, I'm going to draw 2 cards. If I find my go for the throat, suddenly the game goes from almost unwinnable to now I'm attacking for, 8, 10 damage in the air, and I get to put a lot of pressure on you. If you don't find another flyer or removal next turn, then you might as well be dead. That's airtie, I believe.
Yep. And paying the 1 for ward to try and get off. But they don't need to pay that extra 1 for ward because it ain't resolving. It is going to go straight to the exile zone. And that there might be the nail in the coffin for Marco. Can Ricardo take full advantage of this?
Yeah, Marco deciding, I want to go for the win. I want to kill this Raffina. If you have a no more lies, you're going to be keeping untapped mana anyway. So might as well try to play it right now. If you do have no more lies, all right, it's going to get countered. If you don't, and my airtie resolves, then I'm going to be in a great position.
It's a 6 mana. Can still filter through our deck again. Do we have good attacks? We've got at least 1, I must imagine. Especially if we've got a redundant copy in hand, we could just attack with 1 if they double block. Sure, you get there, off the battlefield, and we're going to get in there with both of these 5/5 and a 8-powered creature. Draw 2, wedding announcement, land being the 2 draw. Now we got to go to discard. Looks like wedding announcement might be one of the ones going in, which means a +1/+1 counter is incoming. Then does that mean there's any good blocks on the other side? So this 1 counter getting added makes it a 6, or are we just not adding the counter? Oh, we're going to go for 2 counters.
2 counters, all right.
Means that blocking is kind of slightly better. So now it's a 6/7 powered creature. Go for the throat was found, so that's going to kill the bat, which means the not one lies is going to hand, which means sure you can go to blocks with your 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 creature, which means it has to chump. Not ideal. Ricardo finding that first removal spell, just like you said. Weirdly, we're not getting rid of the cut down in hand, which I imagine can't be too good in this matchup when there's a flip word announcement.
It's good in like the first 4 turns, but the longer the game goes, if there are these flip wedding announcements and virtues and everything, it's not that great later on.
Hey, we've got Mr. Elliot Dragon jumping in. How are you doing, my friend? Hope you're well.
Standard is fun. I love Standard at the moment. Lots of viable decks, lots of viable strategies. When I was looking at the standings before the round got started, it was just a little bit of everything. We had like a Toxic deck at the top. We had the 5-color Legends deck at the top. We had Blue White Control, Teamer, Esper midrange, Boros Convoke, just a little bit of everything.
I do need to also kind of make chat aware of Ali Eldrazi, who's in the room, popular streamer, known for his accent of being American, but actually now resides in the UK. thought that the last chance qualifiers in Europe were like the ones in America, i.e. every 32 players that sign up, one fires, winner takes all. Realized after round one that that's not how it works in Europe, that we had one big event with 16 invites on the line, and was able to sign up, but accepted the round one loss, basically, and is now one out throughout the day, not lost at all, and I believe ID'd the last round to lock themselves into top 16 to get that invite to play in the regional championships tomorrow. So, you know, super huge shout out to him, showing that, you know, how well it's going. And why are we showing our hand?
That was a deep cavern bat which came into play. The trigger on the stack. With the trigger on the stack, Marco played a cut down to destroy the bat, which still is going to take a look at your hand, but Ricardo's not going to be able to take anything.
It's basically a cheaper Fortsies that took out a cut down on the other side, but that's cool. That means that Ricardo is going to be taking this one down for game number 1, giving himself the best possible chance. But remember, both players 6-1. I'm pretty sure that they'll lock the top 16 no matter what. They're going to be trying to battle out to see if they can get into the top 8. And obviously, higher seedings, the better moving forward in that. We'll let you know how that turns out, you know, once after this round is finished, if we're going to have that top 8 or if the players decide to all ID and kind of save their brain resources for the weekend, because it is 2 whole days of Magic, 9 rounds tomorrow. Then cut to top. Wrong. Let me start again. A whole day of Magic tomorrow, 9 rounds. Then we'll be cutting with a 6-3 record or better to make day number 2. And in that day number 2, they will then be cutting to top 36. Will get themselves Pro Tour invites. Cuts to top 8. Top 8 battle out. Top 2 get Worlds. First place gets the trophy and gets the title European champion. Boom. I managed to spit it out, chat. We got there. I've only said it about a gazillion times today, but and you're going to hear me saying it a lot more this weekend. There are a bunch, as you were mentioning, a lot of different decks in the top 8, or in the top sort of 16 area. Some tables IDing, some tables battling to get in there. One of the players we saw last round, I think it was Lewis, on his 21st birthday, not locked for the RC yet, was able to get the win last round in the feature match, and I think this round opponent might have scooped them in. I think the opponent might have already been locked or just completely dead for top 16, so scooped them in. So shout out to them for getting into the regional championships, which is, you know, it's no easy task to qualify for these events. You got to play about the best in your area, or just the best in Europe with, like, you know, some of the 2-day LECs that we have here in around Europe in different places. Obviously, we were in Prague last month. We've been all over. Like, some of the highlights just in general over the last 2 years, places like Athens, Prague, Bologna. I keep forgetting where
Lille is.
Where's Philippa from?
Portugal?
No. Where she?
Oh, she lives. Well,
I put the name of it.
She works in Bulgaria now.
Bulgaria, that's it. Yeah, when we went to Bulgaria. Don't tell her that I couldn't remember the name of where she lives. She'll shout at me. She'll be back in the booth. She's playing this weekend. She's doing a lot of drafts at the other end of the hall. And one thing, you know, the cool things about these other places, it does feel like a mini Magic Con. I think there's like 6 different artists in the room, all with different arts. You know, signing the people's cards, selling the A4, A5 sort of sheets that they've bought, and doing all the alterations. Plus, we've got all the different vendors in the room, selling and buying cards throughout. I've seen some old packs going around, which is pretty sick. We've got Ultimate Guard in the corner doing the, you know, the versus people, and they're recording that, they're making content out of that. Plus, a couple of them playing in this tournament today. Saw them up on the top sort of tables. I don't know if they're still in top 16 contention, but
yeah, I think
cool to see that.
I think Hanning actually locked up the top 16 in the last round. So congratulations to him. Daniel was playing for it in the last round. I think he's playing for the 6-2 record, which I don't know if his tiebreakers are great or not. I believe he lost early, so they might not be. But still, I mean, you still,
the invites can get passed down. You know what I mean? There is 193 players battling it out today, and, you know, out of that, we don't know how many are already qualified for the RC, but why not make a whole weekend of it? If you're going to be, you know, playing all weekend and you want to get here a bit early with your friends from your LGS, you've drove here, flown here, etc., you're staying with them, they're playing Magic to try and qualify, you might as well jump in, try and give them a hand. So, you know, a lot on the line. 193 players, chat, 193. Tomorrow, we don't have a final number yet. You're going to have to hear that tomorrow at 9 o'clock when we start here in Naples, when we go live. Then it will be an open decklist tournament, so you'll see some of the players in between sideboarding. Not only will be having their the full deck list on the screen for everybody at home, but you also will be able to see at home, you know, who your favorite players, how they're doing, how your players from your local game store are doing, because you'll be able to see round for round who they played against and what the standings look like between each one. Which is kind of, you know, do you prefer playing in open or closed deck list tournaments? I prefer playing in closed but casting open.
Yeah, I believe in, you know, the original way Magic was intended to be played, which I'm sure Richard Garfield didn't intend for everybody to just come to the table and put a piece of paper on the table saying, "Hey, this is the 60 that I'm playing." You know, there's the 75 I'm playing. So especially in limited. So I believe that closed deck lists are better for the actual games.
Yeah.
Because it also incentivizes people to brew and, you know, to try to come up with an unconventional.
I think that's the main thing for me is that someone can turn up with an anti-off meta deck and catch everybody off guard and be able to take down a tournament.
Yeah.
But if you know about it, and you know, we spoke about how important one of us are in an open deck tournament to make your opponent play around things. It's I think as a player point of view, it is a lot better to have a closed deck list. But I also understand why we have open deck lists, especially at high level events like the Pro Tour, like the regional championships, because it can give a bit of a disadvantage if people work in teams, right?
Yeah.
They can go, okay, player X is on this deck, player B's on this deck, player C's on this deck, and they can kind of build a bit of a database. So the way of getting rid of that is just make it completely open deck list to everybody. Does change to how you build your deck and moving forward for the weekend. But you know, these are the prices we got to pay. I'm here for it, especially as a caster. It's a lot easier. I have access to to every deck card in their deck, plus you all at home as well. And I hope you enjoyed today's coverage so far. Remember, this is round 8. This is the last Swiss game, and we're not entirely sure if we'll be able to bring in that top 8 or not. It literally depends on the players. If they want to battle it out, then we'll be casting it. If it is not, then you know we'll be ending the broadcast, and you'll see us tomorrow morning, nice and sharp, 9 a.m. local time, and that is in Naples local time. Depending on wherever you are in the world, I'll let you work that out. As both players look like they're drawing 7 to see if they want to keep these or not. After sideboard, is the thing kind of what do we do? Do we? If I'm on the draw, move to more a control matchup. If I'm on the player, move to more the game plan of the actual deck, or is it just?
It kind of dictates how you can tap your mana. Like if you're on the play, you can tap out on turn 2 for a Deep Cavern Bat, Denic, you know, something to cast, because you know your opponent's not going to be able to tap 3 for Rafina or Wedding Announcement. If you're on the draw, then if you tap out on turn 2, your opponent can either kill the Deep Cavern Bat or counter it, untap, drop a Wedding Announcement or Rafina, and like all of a sudden you are very far behind. So it does change the dynamic in terms of what you can afford to do in the early turns.
Right. Then it kicks the battlefield, and then it hits a cut down. It gets it off just past and turn back. Of course, could be any number of removal spells or counter spells in hand now for Ricardo. A game up.
There isn't really that much that players can bring in for a mid-range grindy matchup like that. You typically want to board out cards like Denic. Denic is not all that great in the matchup, and you want to bring in some of the good grindy cards like Aklazot, for example, like the 5-mana 4/4 flyer that comes back if it dies. Maybe bring in some extra removal spells. You know, destroy evil, and cards like Long Goodbye is what comes to mind.
Okay, so we managed to answer the first 2 threats, and then follow up with, you know, one of our best cards in a Rafine. On the other side, we at least get to untap with Rafine. Willing Announcement is played, 1/1 token generated at the end of turn. We're going to start off by going to combat, draw a card, discard a card. We draw an extra Rafine in hand. Is it important to try and keep, because there's a lot of legendaries in there, to keep the second copy in our hand, because realistically the first one's probably a high priority to get off the battlefield?
Yeah, against a deck with a lot of removal, I do like keeping the second one in hand for a while. As a replacement if they have the removal spell.
Player's just going to swap out the dice for us, so we can see it a little bit clearer on the screen for you all at home. And we're passing up 4 mana open on Ricardo's side, potentially 5 mana for the turn on Marco's side. Get in there for a point, cheeky little point, like it. So go for the throat in hand. Land and just passing back. Make a token. 2 cards in hand. Ricardo's having a little look as well. Going to start off again with combat, potentially. Go a card deeper. That might have been a Cavern of Souls off the top. I think it might be one of the fancy caverns. But we'll find out. Okay, now we're going to discard that redundant copy of Rafine. Get an extra counter on it, making it is a 3/6 with Ward 1 now. Well out of range of the potential cut downs. We're going to have to start relying on things like Go for the Throat to get it off the battlefield. Maybe even the Wandering Emperor if they're still in the deck. This is going to be what we're making a 2/2 end of turn.
Yeah, I mean, Marco pretty much signaled that he does have an instant speed card in hand because of that Denic in the graveyard. You can
Could have brought it back.
pay the disturb cost to bring it back for 4. So he was pretty much signaling that I do have something to do at instant speed, although it's clearly not a removal spell because he would have killed the Rafina if he could. So most likely sitting on No More Lies.
We know that there's a Go for the Throat in hand as well for Ricardo, but like, do you really want to fire this off against tokens? The answer is yes. We want to get the Knight token off out of here. Still, it attacks with more than 1 creature though, so the winning announcement in the turn will be drawing us a card as long as it's still there at the end. Players could have been brought in some sort of disenchant effects.
Yeah, and Marco says end of turn trigger.
Destroy Evil is the one that comes to mind. That's the one that I was thinking of. But yeah, it does flip. All creatures +1/+1. Go a card deeper. But just having this Rafine
Just no
every
removal
turn.
from Marco. Has Marco played a single removal spell in both games? I think Airtight was the only card that he actually drew.
Okay, and is this the Bat Lord, if I remember correctly? Is this-
Aquazot, yeah.
Yeah, the Deepest Betrayer.
I'm gonna put it on the
A
screen.
lot of text
real
on
quick.
this one. A lot of text on it.
If you are looking for, let me just put it on the screen real quick. If you are looking for a card that is good in these mid-range grindy mirrors, whether that's Esper playing against Esper or green-black or blue-black or what have you, then Aquazot is probably the best choice. The most impactful card you can bring in.
It's a Bat God. That's all that matters. It's a Bat God.
A bad god, yeah.
And
another-
another Bat coming down is going to take another Bat God.
And remember that Aquazot says whenever an opponent discards a land card, it doesn't need to be from the Aquazot's trigger when it attacks. When your opponent attacks with a Rafina, when they discard it, when they channel an Otawara or a Gunjo, that counts as discarding a land card. So you can make 1/1 bad
That's a
tokens.
really good card in this mirror, isn't it? Really, really good card. Kind of using what your opponent's game plan to your advantage, making sure that their game plan is actually a disadvantage for them to be able to do that.
Look at Marco. Marco has a huge board, but I don't think he has a good way to attack through the Bad God unless he wants to just kind of smash with everything and then hope that he has enough spells to like make one big creature that he's going to be attacking with.
Playing a land for the turn.
But the fact that Aquazot has lifelink also makes this attack really awkward.
I think that was a Shoot the Sheriff.
Yeah,
For the turns.
perfect.
It's a great removal spell to hit here. But I think we're going to fire that off. And plus, we got 2 legendaries on the battlefield. So that Otawara as well was reduced by 2.
Yeah, now Ricardo has an interesting choice. Does he want to attack first, maybe try to induce a double block, then play the removal spell and try to punish Marco for, trying to double block one of his creatures, or does he want to deal with the Rafina right away so the high toughness blocker cannot block one of his creatures and try to pressure Marco even more? What's the play here?
Remember, there is a flip web announcement, so all these creatures do have +1/+1 currently.
They are bigger. Plus, you have to also remember that Fairy Mastermind says if your opponent's drawing their second card in a turn, you get to draw. So if Ricardo kills the Rafina and attacks, his own Rafina will let him draw a second card in the turn, which would give Marco an extra card. So he does decide to just...
So we can see that Otawara is going to bounce back that Fairy Mastermind, as you said. Don't want to be giving any extra cards on the other side. Draw 2, discard 2.
Wow, that's a Void Rend as well,
Yeah.
which cannot be countered. So don't be surprised if Ricardo points that Void Rend at the Rafina with no extra mana to pay for the ward.
Yeah, because the way it works is you just choose not to pay for it, but Warder would obviously normally counter it, but because it can't be countered, it still goes through.
This is the 8th round, and that is the last Swiss round of the day. After round number 8, we're going to have our top 8 and our top 16. All these 16 players are going to move on to the first day of the actual regional championship, and then we'll see if the top 8 wants to just call it a day and split the prizes and get more sleep, or if they want to actually play it out.
Yeah, we are in Naples, famous for its food. Might
Yep.
want to go out and visit the cuisine that's on offer around here. But then,
This is where pizza's from, right? Or
yeah, so there's a big online debate between me and Mingu about pizza in this area. But I did have a edible pizza last night, so I can't say that it's completely bad pizza here. Here we go. We're going to cast the Virtue. That's going to, as long as it resolves and the trigger happens, give everything +1/+1. Why are we doing that first before combat?
let me see what's actually happening. Attack with.
So we're going to get rid of the bat.
Wow, and Ricardo actually waited for Marco to target the bat with the connive trigger and killed that in response. So no draws for Marco.
Interesting. Yeah. Like timing sequences in there, that's a turn you could go back and look at quite a lot and see, why we did it, what was on the line we're doing it. And here comes another big swing. Of course, having lifelink really helps when you're both turning all your creatures sideways every turn. One side is growing dramatically every turn. The other is just trying to get the damage there and get it done.
And let's see about this attack. So the Rafina, there's
No. This is a lethal attack, actually.
there is an announcement flip though. So the Rafina is what, 3 power, 6 toughness. Yeah, if Ricardo draws 2 spells here.
We just need a removal spell would do it as well, right? But it doesn't look like we found that.
Yeah, I think Marco will be forced to chump with Rafina, which is never a good place to be.
So we've got a 6 power creature and a 5 power creature. Right? We can block the 5 and go to 1.
Oh yeah, the Rafina's only 5 power. Right,
Yeah.
right.
Block this, go to 1. Ricardo goes up to 21. Having little fingers only ran any instant speed ways of you adding another point of damage to this.
Yeah,
as long as life totals are correct as well.
Ricardo's also gaining 6 life from the bat, so pretty hard to lose this damage race at the moment.
I think they kept a Virtue in hand as well, so could play their own Virtue here. Untap both the creatures end of turn, which looks like what we're going to see here.
Yeah.
Extra counters added.
Wait, does he actually have double weight? I don't think he has double weight.
No, you're right. And
Yeah.
they've picked that up straight away as well. So let's have a little rewind. Remove counters. So it looks like we might just be playing lands, go to night, make a night end of turn. Has been a long day of Magic for these players, and it's only going to get more because we've got the extra 2 days tomorrow. This is just the pre-show, as I like to call it.
I'm just watching it and I'm tired.
And we're only doing every other round.
With 1 hour breaks. Yeah. Yeah, in this situation, it's not like you're forced to play the Virtue as the 2/2. You clearly demonstrated you wanted to play the 5-mana card, which you can. So the game is backed up, it goes back to your hand. Now you can make whatever decision you want.
Depends what
but
they're
you
doing,
do get a
like-
warning that needs to be tracked. Like you should pay attention to your own lands and make sure you can cast spells that your mana actually supports. So this is on you.
I guess it goes back to what phase are they going to go back to. If they go back to the second main phase, they're able to deploy the land in hand, which I believe is the second white source, but it is a triumph. So it means that next turn it could get cast. If it's the end step and they go, no, you can't play your land for the turn, it makes it a lot more awkward.
Yeah, that's true. Although in this situation, I would be tempted to just cycle the land anyway, because it kind of just adds up perfectly. I can tap 2 to play the Virtue as a 2/2 token, and then the 3 mana to cycle my tri-land, then draw another card, and maybe try to draw a removal spell, because my opponent only has 1 flyer, and I have 2 big flyers getting through. Also, if Marco decides to attack and trigger Rafina, discard a land, then I'm going to get a bat, which is another lethal attacker at the moment.
I wonder if this could any way sort of punish, because obviously in our head, okay, we're going to play this, we're going to untap. I'm still going to have 2 blockers going forward. I think what actually is happening right now is just making sure that there was no turn where double white was actually used to cast spells, and I don't think there was leading up to this point. So that is going to go back to hand. And I think we're going to be back into main phase 2. And yeah, I think that little wave of the hand there is go ahead. All the judges stepped away from the table asking. Let me see if I can get confirmation of what's going on. You won't be able to see standings today because the top 16 players, obviously, they qualify for tomorrow. They might want to play the same 75 that they've played today, and it would be a disadvantage if we release their deck lists
Would it
to
actually
everybody.
be a disadvantage?
I don't know when deck lists were locked. I don't know what the cut-off time is. Normally, it's normally round this sort of time, but it might be 6 o'clock, it might be 8 o'clock tonight. I'm not sure. So the idea is we don't release deck lists till tomorrow morning 9 a.m. When the rest of the deck lists for day 2 get released, is what I believe is the case and happened.
Okay.
Okay, they're still having a little mini investigation. They're just talking through it with the judge. What happened? What sequence happened? What happened in what turns, etc. So they're kind of having a little chit chat. That's what's going on right now, and that's the state that we're in. Hasn't been rewound any further yet, I don't believe. We got Philip down there. He's kind of working it out for us. He's there with his ears on the table, so to speak, giving us the latest gossip. They're just making sure that it's not happened any other, making sure that, it's fair, playable.
Maybe
gonna
we can
be-
take a look at the other match while the investigation is going on. Maybe we can take a look at the backup in
What's
the
going
meantime.
on in
All
here?
right. So this is the
Oh, this is a straight
table.
winning in.
This was table 6, I believe, and they're playing for the win and in for the. I'm not sure if
I
it's
think
top 8 or top 16, but either way, the win logs them for playing in the
Tomorrow.
RC, which is what both players presumably came here for. And it probably would not surprise you that this is game number 1 between Azorius Control and Domain Ram.
No, 5 to 24, kind of how you write it up anyway, but then who's got more cards in hand. Don't see many of the beanstalks in play at the minute. We're going to see when the lands get taken out of with a Field of Ruin. Just a shuffle for both players, but it doesn't look like there's many cards in either library here. I know how key could that be moving forward?
So as soon as the other match finishes the judge call, we can switch back, which I believe I'm getting the word it might be actually right now.
Yeah, we'll see what actually comes of it, but might as well show you some action while it's moving. 2 maps getting generated here. And yeah, it looks like we're back. It looks like cycling of that land did happen.
Looks like they did resolve it by backing to the second main phase. And now we are seeing Marco attacking.
What's that card left in hand? Is that a Gix that was drawn then off the cycle? Looks like a very red R-ish, which indicates Gix to me, but we're in the combat step. 3 cards looks like getting discarded because my 3 attack is getting turned sideways.
That's a sort of sneaky way to discard the cards by trying to sort of, the land is the most hidden card in there. Oh, yeah, you get a bad. All right. All right, so Ricardo does get a bad. Right? He remembers that when a land gets discarded, he does get to make a token. And now Marco needs to either play 2 flyers or have a removal spell and a flyer.
He's at once. Even the bat's lethal.
Okay, that's backside of Denick. Or not backside, rather.
It's got lifelink, but it doesn't have reach. Oh, it does have flying. The backside does have flying, so it's the front side that has reach, has lifelink. So make 2/2 end of turn. So this gives us what? 2 flying blockers.
All right.
And the kill spell. Okay. You're telling me there's a chance.
Yeah, there's a very real chance now. 2 flying blockers. The Bat God is dead.
So go for the throw on the stack. That's targeting the God of Bats. I think they're talking about maybe triggers and sequencing here. Maybe a little flustered potentially off the last judge call that could go on. I think they're just saying like, I'm going to go for the throw and a turn, trigger this, untap Othin, paint counters on. Obviously, if this is something that could be missed, this could be huge in this matchup. I see Philip is typing in chat for us to give you the latest gossip, what's actually going on down there. If needs be, we will go across the other one. Okay, why they do that? Let's go back to the other match. Why they're resolving this sort of judge trigger. Sorry to keep jumping back and forth, ladies and gentlemen, but there's a little bit more on the line on this matchup anyway. We're completely tapped out on the domain ramp side. Looks like blue-white is fully in control. Literally. As they untap. Tie binder. Looks like we got a copy of a tie binder as well. That's what that 3-2 written on that piece of paper is. Control love it when they're at the stage where they have to scoop up their land each turn. Not just untap, it's just completely scoop up all the land. Work out how many creature lands have I got and just pile it into, freeze then. So 1, 2, that's white, that's blue, that's white, that's blue.
I miss the good old days when your opponent used to do that in limited. And they started rearranging their lands and just counting them one by one. You were like, oh my god, did you draw the fireball? The sealed, like you would just splash fireball in every deck because it was one of the best cards. Once they started counting their lands one by one, you're like, all right, this is it, I'm dead. You just drew the fireball.
I think we're working out if we want to attack with 1 or 2 of our creature lands here. This currently is attacked for 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 coming across. But I think they've conceded.
No, I think.
Oh, but the trigger was they decided not to put it on the stack. So because now everything can't untap, that is going to be game. So let's go over. We could have just stayed at the other end. It's all good. We could have just stayed there. It's fine.
We just wanted to give you the update.
We just want to see people picking their cards up to see in the misery. So remember your triggers, ladies and gentlemen. This is not online Magic. You can miss your triggers, and in my opinion, that's what makes paper Magic so good. Is that there's that kind of exciting element to it. Anything that can happen literally in this game at Magic the Gathering. Now we're separating a few more lands out. Here's my plains, here's my islands. 5, what could that be? We're going to use 2 modes. It looks like it's going to be counter, draw 2, discard 1. We're going to discard the Sunfall. Don't want that, especially while we're on the beatdown plan currently. Land's going to get cycled, one of the triumphs. 5 land left open plus 2 maps here. This is game 1. 9 minutes, less than 9 minutes left on the clock. Scooping it up. Gonna try and say a draw, but like, does a draw get you into top 16 here?
No,
well,
no,
we're gonna have to find out.
I think draw. Actually,
both
no,
X1, 2. Someone on a lot better map. Where's Frank?
That's 16 point. No, 17 points actually. That's worse than 6 and 2. And 6 and 2, I think only about half of the people are going to make the top 16. So that would certainly not be good enough to get the qualification slot. So both players are heavily.
Okay, so TN's really, really an advantage here, being a game up that, not and moving forward.
Both players are heavily incentivized to finish the match. But yeah, I don't really know how blue-white control wins 2 games in 8 minutes.
Well, they don't. No, blue-white's up a game. Right?
Oh wait, blue.
It's domain that's down. I mean, domain's got to win 2 games in 8 minutes plus, extra time or extra turns, which is 5 extra. This is the clock. We give each table with their own independent clock away from the rest of the room. So that is what you're seeing on the screen. That is how long they have left.
Now, if I'm sideboarding and I see that there's 7 minutes left, I am leaving a lot of these sweepers in. Like normally for game 2. If there's 30, 40 minutes left, I'm certainly thinking of, I don't want to have that many sweepers. These are some of the cards I want to board out. But seeing that there's only 7 minutes left, I would be tempted to just leave almost all the sweepers in. I just need to make sure that I don't die.
Okay, question for you, question for chat. And this is because of Tian. Literally, he's inspired this. Pineapple on pizza or not? Bear in mind, we're in Italy. We're in Naples. Does pineapple belong on pizza? Let me know in chat. Let me know, Martin User, your opinion on it.
My opinion is that everybody should eat whatever they enjoy. If you like pizza if you like pineapple
I could have gone dark
on
then.
your pizza, that's great. If you like cranberries on your pizza, if you
Ooh.
like ham or whatever it is, I want you to enjoy that and eat that in peace.
Would you
And
have pineapple on your pizza?
every now and then I do order the Hawaiian pizza, like once in 2 years or something. But
I
it's-
wonder, like, I haven't spoken to any Italians about it. I wonder if Italians actually have a pineapple on pizza, or if they think it's just something.
I think they would probably kick you out of the restaurant if that's what you opened. But
They get very upset when I order. So I have a favorite alcoholic drink, but over here it's an evening drink. So after you've had your food, and every time I ask for it with my food, they always look at me weird, like, "Adam, what? No, we'll give you that after." Pineapple belongs on pizza the same way Oko belongs in standard draft formats. Yeah, I agree. I'm all about that. And it looks like we're taking a mulligan here. This is not what you want to be doing when there's 6 minutes left of the clock.
Yeah.
You're a game down. Everything on the line to potentially get yourself into top 16 and get yourself in to the regional championships of Europe and play against the best we have in Europe. Of course, we'll be crowning 36 players to the Pro Tour and 2 more to the World Championships. Just a little tap, little card flip there. Don't worry. Time is of the essence here. Now, can they win quickly? Is this a matchup that Domain can win quickly?
no, there's the stomper into an angel on turn 4 off of cavern, so your opponent can't counter, and then you just start attacking, and they just never have a sunfall. That's probably
So if they have literally nothing in hand, and we rip the perfects, bear in mind we started on a basic plains in a deck that has triomes.
yeah.
There's a chance, is what you're saying. Forest is the second land for the turn. Still no triomes on the battlefield. Remember, this is domain. Domain means we need to use all 5 colors. That is
All
a
right,
Cavern of Souls.
That's how it starts.
Naming probably human.
Let's get
in there for 3 points. We're willing to march that, use the farewell. Just, we know the game plan. That one play there tells us what the game plan is here for Tian, is stall the game for another 5 minutes. Which, ironically, is Blue-White's actual game plan every time. Here comes a little bit of a draw card, get a clue. We're going to cycle in response. Doing it now so no sort of tie-binder shenanigans can happen. Tie-binder in hand as well. One of the only advantages of that of tie-binder is the fact that we can ping it from a mile away.
What is the other card? It looks like Force of Negation. There's a Force of Negation from...
No, it can't be.
Yeah, I'll find it.
What, in standard or in general?
In general.
Oh, there is a Force of Negation that has that like flary kind of art all around it. Angel's going to be coming down here with Cavern not on it. Tiebinder's going to come down in response, stop the 2 damage trigger. Doesn't attack well, though, into the 3/4 Angel. There you go, the full art Force of Negation for you. All you ballers out there. Pimping out your decks.
It looks a little bit like the Time Binder, right?
It's very flary, yes. I prefer the art on the Force of Negation, I must say. Attack for 3. Only 16 more to go, 17 more to go. Ooh, hello.
Elishorn.
Mummy's in the house.
That is, by the way, the best card you can have against the Teamer Analyst deck.
I do want to add that the artist for this is in the room. She literally did the art on that and he hasn't had it signed. I don't, maybe not a fan of signed cards, but I'm a big fan. It's not going to resolve. It's going to go to the exile zone, But shout out to that artist and every artist that's in the room. There is no mummy here. I can't. So now we call that mummy. I've been watching a lot of wrestling. There's a wrestler in wrestling that everyone calls mummy as well. It's all getting pretty crazy in Will's world at the minute. So many cards. Spelunking reminds me of Batman. Alex Norton reminds me of Rhea Ripley. It's a lot going on. You can Google Rhea Ripley later on. You're welcome. But we're getting ever closer to being able to hardcast some of our big threats. Here comes the herd migration. Is this going to resolve?
And Gianluca recognizing, like, I need to be aggressive. If you have the sweeper, you have the sweeper. If you don't, then I'm going to be able to win this game and then see what happens in the next couple minutes.
And you got to play your spells out, as you said. Like, with your game down, not long on the clock, it is a case of if you've got it, I'm never winning this game. If you don't have it, I've got a chance. Tiebinder coming across, 3 points of damage. Dropping down to 14. Starting off with combat. Another 3-point swing. That's 11 more damage we need to do. Let's just get Psycho Triumph, try and find some more action. Tiebinder was what was found. Memory Deluge, end of turn. Look at top 4, put 2 in our hand.
Yeah.
And we can take our sweet time thinking about this. Do I want these two? These two? Look at my hands. Sure, yeah, okay. That lines up with that. Oh, what's in my hands? Yep, let's have another little look. Just as you write it up. Seeing all the tricks in the book. Shuffle these, randomly pick to the bottom. Would you like to cut? Nope. Crack on. End of turn, make a clue, go another card deeper. Draw that, untap. Looks like we've got an answer to that Angel. Well, we're time to play it instead as our land drop for the turn. Little bit of a life dealt there. Another attack with this Angel, which again, I think the Angel is just a 3/4. No life link involved on it because it did get tie-binded.
Yeah, and Tian actually played that A Gunjo, which was a removal spell for the Angel.
We've got a March in hand. We can just use it as March, right? If it really does become trouble, I think we'd rather be holding up a lot of...
Yeah, and you just need to make sure that another herd migration does not resolve.
Well, yeah, that's what we got to do, right? Is we got to make sure that we draw the cards we need to stop our opponent basically playing any of their big hitters, playing the herds, playing the Atraxas. We need to literally just get this game up. We're already a game up. The chances of us ever winning a second game, well, at least going to a game 3, is nigh on to none. We might see this Tiebinder come down here in response to the draw trigger from the clue. Decide against it. I think we're just going, we're spinning the wheels and going through the motion, but then I thought that like 6 minutes ago. I don't think it's pretty hard to win 2 matchups back to back in that time. The deck list on this event will be going live tomorrow morning, I believe. Here comes another cycle. 9 a.m. tomorrow, you're going to have access to everybody's deck lists going forward for the weekend. So you can check up on not only the standings of each round, but also which players played against who. We will have a leaderboard of kind of some of the best players in the room and how they're getting on. So we'll be able to keep updated with that. The meta will probably get pushed out round 2 or 3 normally. We were able to get them out. Takes us a little time in the morning just to make sure that, some of the crazier names on deck lists, we kind of change them across to what they are. Now we are in turns. 8 life, though. Can we get back from this? Can we get just across that line and take this to a draw and kind of have that tiebreaker sweat?
The one way to one-shot the opponent is already gone. There's one recruiter. So you cannot aim for the herd migration plus recruiter in one turn anymore. But 8 life is not a lot. You can still certainly try to finish off the opponent with the Archangel.
Well, so you got Archangels. There's also Lightning Helixes in this deck if they've been kept in, of course. Having a little look at what else we've got.
Given how little time there was for game 3, I would not be shocked if Gianluca did actually have a Lightning Helix in his deck.
So there's also in the board there's a couple of flash threats as well. So maybe they came in thinking that I need to win this matchup. Leyline's Binding is going to come down, costing just 1 mana, but at one point he draws a card deeper. That does find a Tidebinder. And again, just more game actions. Draw a card, make a clue. Go. This is turn 2, so 2, 3, 4, 5. So two attacks, 2 turns each for both opponents. We might even be able to win here from Tian's side. You know what I mean? Tiebinders plus creature lands, Down to 5. Tiebinder, end of turn. So potentially Tiebinder attack deals damage. 2 lightning helixes could be enough. But that's going to get out of here with no more lies. Cavern, remember, is on humans, we believe.
I like Tideminder as a magic card. I think it's a super well designed card.
I wish I
goes
knew every interaction of it. That's my problem. Like, it does so many times on so many things. I'm like, does that mean it doesn't have all the abilities, or does it just stop that, or this, that, whatever?
Goes into a lot of formats.
Oh yeah. Again, it played in a lot of formats. Here comes the Stomper. That is a 4/4, which means we've got one more combat step after this turn. Can we deploy another threat onto it? Doesn't look like we can. Now, can Tian actually get 5 points of damage across the line? Removal spell plus Tiebinder and creature land, potentially that's 5 damage. Wanderer can pit, end of turn, make a token, pit a +1/+1 counter on a token. That different art, that is Tahir's Tidebinder. The alternate art one. Mine's going to get it up on the screen for you to have a little look at. There we go. Seen in multiple formats, as you were saying. So Cavern, we're going to use that to crack the next map token, get another +1/+1 counter.
Hullbreaker Horror.
Okay.
I love this card as well.
Yeah, this card basically says that we can just win this matchup. That is a huge BS. When this resolves against me every single time, I don't think I've ever managed to win a game for it. It does so much. We don't see it as much anymore. It was like quite in Pioneer in the creativity decks. We're kind of boarding into this, but it does a lot, this powerful Kraken Horror. So we're going to cast this, which means we can bounce this, which Tiebinder can stop a trigger. We're going to cast this, do it in response, bounce it. That's going to be lethal damage. That is going to be Tian advancing potentially into the top 16.
By the skin of his teeth, winning in that last. I guess he just was trying not to lose, so it didn't really matter if he was going to attack for lethal or not.
Taking advantage of that on the other side of your opponent having to basically play everything out to try and get the 2 wins means that you, to your advantage, could just start getting this chip damage in. And while the Angel didn't have lifelink, that was pretty ideal.
Yeah.
We were able to get in that kind of racing situation. And, well, let's be honest, that horror, Hullbreaker Horror is a magic card. It's a very good magic card, especially once it resolves.
Your opponent is kind of forced into sideboarding into as aggressive of a deck as possible. They had to bring in Alishno Oranges because it's a creature that can attack. They probably even boarded in the Lightning Helixes just to try to get something going in the 6 minutes or whatever they had, and that's just not an ideal way to try to beat blue white control.
So, I think that was the last game in the round, in the match in the room. We don't know if we're coming back for top 8 yet or not. We need to go away and see what the top 8 are actually going to do, if they're going to ID and not play, or if they're going to play it out. So, potentially this could be the last time we see us, if not. But let's just say we don't come back from this broadcast. I want to remind everybody what is happening this weekend, what's going on at what times, and what everyone's playing for. So tomorrow morning, if we don't come back tonight for this top 8, 9 o'clock local time in Italy, in Naples, we'll be going live with the European Regional Championships, where we're going to have close to 800 players currently battling it out to try and then get themselves into day number 2. That is going to be standard open deck list all day long, and they're going to try and get themselves a record of 6-3 or better. If they do that, they're going to get an invite back to play on Sunday. That's where all the marbles are on the line. That is where the invites that everybody wants. They want to get themselves to the Pro Tour. 36 invites to the Pro Tour will be on the line for day number 2. And then 2 lucky players in the room. They're going to get themselves World Championship invites, but only 1 player is going to be able to walk out on Sunday calling himself the European Champion. So many good players in the room. So many big names are going to be in the room. We're going to have a hit list for you on that. So make sure if we don't come back tonight that you do tune in tomorrow morning ready to go, because it is going to be an outstanding game of Magic. We've seen it already today. Well, tomorrow we're just going to be upping that. We're going to be giving you the best players in Europe battling it out. And I can't wait for it. Today has been awesome. We've seen so many different decks all throughout the day and all doing really well, just doing their game plans, right?
Yeah, I mean, it was a fun day of Magic. Standard is a format that continues delivering. I love the format. I I was gonna say I hope that we're gonna see something even cooler tomorrow. I know that for a fact because
let's say,
we have been talking to a few players. We're bringing something that I didn't expect to see a whole lot of in a tournament as big as the regional championship. So we have some spicy
there was some
deck
spice coming along, yes.
prepared for you for tomorrow, for sure.
And I'm hoping they do well, so we get to kind of feature.
Yeah.
You know, what I mean, again, this might just be the meta shifting yet again. You were at the Pro Tour, last Pro Tour was standard, and now everyone's kind of got a chance to kind of attack those decks, test against those decks. And as you said, the format was very fresh at that Pro Tour. Not everyone, no
Exactly.
team really got a good chance to hit standard running, to hit the ground running.
You also needed to
and
draft.
break it. Yeah.
It
So-
was like 7 days for between the pre-release and the decklist submission for the Pro Tour. And in the meantime, you also needed to figure out the draft format, which was not the easiest thing in the world with all these bonus sheets and everything.
It's,
So.
yeah, that really throws a spanner in the works when it comes to that. But for me, Will Hall, that is Martin User. We're going to step away. We might be back with top 8, but if we're not, good night, and we'll see you tomorrow.
So Do we know the decks?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Legacy European Tour Last Chance Qualifier. Now, obviously, we thought maybe that was going to be the last time you see of us when we came off screen, but no, we are back. We're going to give you basically the announcement of what happened and with its standings, and we're going to kind of what decks we're able to do well. Obviously, tomorrow you'll be able to find out with Open Deck List because that is what they're playing for, that trophy
Tomorrow,
plus another one. So they've decided to split, ladies and gentlemen. There is going to be no top 8 played out on this stream. They've decided to split. It's been a long day of Magic for them all. They're all very tired. They want to save that brain power for the rest of the weekend.
Smart decision.
It is a very smart decision. It makes a lot of sense when you could take.
It's been a long day.
Now. It's already been a good day for 16 players in the room moving forward. There was a couple of different decks, and I think there's 8 different decks in the top 8 potentially.
We have Esper midrange, Gruul aggro, so Slick Shot plus Snakeskin Veil. We have Jeskai Convoke, which is just regular Convoke with, we saw a couple of counter spells in the sideboard, and Tideminder. We have Teamer Analyst, Teamer Prowess. That's interesting. Mono Black, actually. Mono Black midrange, I believe. That's the deck from round 1.
It's like the aggro kind of midrange you build, yeah.
Good old Mono Black. Teamer Prowess, Slick Shot, Swift Spear, Elusive Otter. Yeah, pretty much another. It's like blue-red. Slick Shot. We have Boros Convoke and Blue-White Control. 8 different decks. That's
8
really
different
cool.
decks in the top 8. And you actually got to go down to 10th place because in 9th place we've got Ban Toxic and then another control deck in 10th. So, a lot of diverse meta going forward today. Maybe we were going to see that over the weekend as well. But that does mean this is going to be the end of today's stream. So we're going to thank our sponsors to start off with. And then we're going to tell you something fun that's basically happening. So we've got to thank, first off, Wizards of the Coast. You know what I mean? Magic the Gathering in general, putting on these huge events. Got a huge shout out to Wizards of the Coast. Next up is Card Market for sponsoring, the Legacy European Series. They come here, they give us some credit. They also sponsor the event hugely. Then Foxhound Crew, they're actually working behind the camera. You don't get to see them at all, but they're the ones putting the cameras on, doing the graphics, listening to us, and kind of taking our direction super well. And then lastly is Ultimate Guard, but they've got something fun happening in the room that you're about to tell us about.
Yeah, we want to thank Ultimate Guard as well for being a partner of the series, and we're going to raid you over to the Ultimate Guard live channel, which is the Twitch channel that Ultimate Guard recently started, and it's actually going to feature some of the Ultimate Guard content creators every day, except for the weekend. You're going to be seeing people like CGB, like MTG Goldfish, LSV, Reduke, MTG Nerd Girl. All your favorite content creators are going to be regularly streaming on that channel. We're going to be doing some cool giveaways as well, so make sure you do actually follow that channel so you can win some of the Ultimate Guard goodies. And we're going to be raiding you over to LSV is actually drafting a Vintage Cube on that channel right now, so give him some love and make sure to follow the channel.
Yeah, I love a bit of Vintage Cube, and so we get to see it in the hands of literally one of the best to ever pick up.
Yeah, exactly.
Vintage Cube. You can always learn something every time from SV. Also, one of the nicest people you can ever meet.
Exactly.
Magic. He's so nice. And what hasn't he done?
He really is. He really is a super nice guy. You would think that maybe he's been so successful and whatever, but Luis is actually a very down to earth.
Love hearing him in the booth
super
as
nice
well.
guy. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like everything about that man is an absolute delight. So, I don't think we've got the photo to show you who's in the top 8 yet. Or I'm getting a nod that we do. Okay, we have a little look. So, everybody, if you see your friends here, this is the top 8. These are the players that battle it out today. Managed to whittle from 193 players down to the final 8. That is it. They decided to split. They want to take their prizes. They want to go home. They want to get an early night ready for this big weekend of Magic ahead of them all. So a huge shout out to all these 8 players. Remember, deck lists are going to be going live tomorrow morning at the same time that we start the European Regional Championship. So from me, from the team, from everybody involved and all our sponsors, thank you for being here. We're going to go across. We're going to raid Ultimate Guard. So we'll see you all tomorrow, 9 o'clock, nice and sharp. Have a good rest of your day wherever you are in the world.